Crisp autumn air and golden trees usually signal the end of the racing season, but this year has been one of the most unusual seasons in recent memory. GridLife Midwest in a normal year is held under warm June sunshine, but this June the sun may have been out, but a cloud was cast over the motorsports season. The global pandemic halted plans and forced cancellations, but with a strong sense of community bound by half a decade of grid life culture, it's finally time to celebrate at Midwest for 2020. This is Grid Life Live, presented by FCP Euro. Good afternoon and welcome to Grid Life Live. My name is Kyle Heyer, joined by several people this weekend, but today it'll be Abram Schmucker joining me for our first Time Attack session of the afternoon. And starting out things with Group A here, Abe, and welcome back. We're back at Gingerman. This time Midwest and Fall Special sort of did a little flip-flop, but back here racing cars at one of our favorite places.
You know, coming back in October just always feels like a homecoming, right? It's a great place to be, and the weather is always variable, which gives a unique challenge to drivers to try and get their best out of the limited dry sessions that we'll see this weekend.
So cars on track right now and getting warmed up. The temperatures are relatively cool this morning, so working up to the grip level. The track was a little bit damp this morning, but it looks to be pretty dry right now, so we should see some fairly pretty quick lap times here as we get prepared for our afternoon worth of racing. We've got action all day long up until about 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here today. So Time Attack, Grid Life Touring Cup action. We've got some drift coming back here as well, so it's sort of the full festival track lineup without the full festival, all the other stuff around it. But again, socially distancing and behaving and doing all the things we need to do to be able to be here. So glad that we're finally back at Gingerman for Grid Life Midwest. This is actually sort of throwing it back to my first event with Grid Life was last year, back in 2019. And back then I was just doing Grid Life Touring Cup with Tom O'Gorman, and he'll be on the mic with me this weekend as well for GLTC. But this sort of feels like it's come full circle just a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the experience this weekend is similar to what we saw at Pikes Peak International Raceway with Grid Life Alpine a couple of months ago, where we have a limited spectator capacity, no conventional music festival programming, but the full motorsport experience.
And we're going to take a look back at last year with a recap from our friends at FCP Euro. And back live from Gingerman Raceway, and you see the leaves just beginning to change color here, and it's a beautiful October day. It started off a little bit dreary and rainy a bit here, Abe, but now it seems like the skies have relented just a little bit, and there's some sun peeking out in places, but there's cars on a racetrack, and that makes me happy, so I'm glad to be back, and Time Attack just getting warmed up and rolling here.
Yeah, the track always a little bit slow to dry in October. Not a whole lot of sunshine peeking through, and definitely not a dry circuit. We see lap times in the range of, 47s, 57s, things like that. So 10, 20 seconds slower than typical. So expect more time to drop as the track continues to dry.
And we'll have timing and scoring up for you in just a little bit. Just still some bugs to work out here as we, Matt and the team have been working real hard all morning to make sure that we're up and running. And so thanks for their efforts. And we'll have everything up and rolling here in just a short while. But some great camera shots here looking at the exit of turn number 3. And Gingerman Raceway is an 11-turn road course located in South Haven, Michigan. 2.21 miles, opened in 1996. Often considered one of the safest racetracks in the country. Designed by Alan Wilson, the same guy that designed Audubon Country Club, Miller Motorsports Park, Barber, and pit race. So he's had a hand in a lot of the great club tracks in North America, this being no exception. But the one thing I love about this place is because it's so safe, drivers really feel like they can push here, Abe, and not step over that line like we were at Road America, where you step over that line and all of a sudden it becomes a big, expensive problem.
Yep, it's a great place to learn the limits of your car and push the boundaries, right? So the consequences of overstepping really aren't that high. And so if you are going to really, really learn how to push your car, this is the great place to do it.
So we got the GLTC times up. I think that was from practice this morning, but we'll have Time Attack here shortly. And we do have it on our timing screen so we can confirm what's going on right now. It looks like the quickest driver that I have on the board is it's kind of cut off and looking a little silly on my screen. But
I've got Team Snap Understeer. This is a car that I wrote about and the GridLife Spotters Guide on the website. This is a Audi TTRS, won one lap of America last year, and has been further built and modified for this year. And it's a very unassuming looking car, but absolutely expected to go insanely fast this weekend.
Yeah, I'm really excited. There's Jackie Ding in the TA90 Supra. There's that TTRS. And did we see this car at Road America? We saw another TTRS at Road America.
It ran, it's the same car. It ran on Saturday, but had some all-wheel drive issues that have since been fixed. So the car is being driven by the team of Alex Moss and Micaiah Hackbarth, who is the owner and builder of the car. I actually got the chance to drive it to dinner last night, and it was spectacular.
So, and in Time Attack, there's the drive to the ice cream shop rule. You want to explain that a little bit? And that's sort of why I thought that was sort of funny that you drove it around town. But
yeah, so one of the things that we have done with our street classes is we want to temper the builds a little bit so that they don't become 100% only track focused race cars. And so there is a provision that Adam and I put in the rulebook last year, which allows either him or I to essentially point the finger at somebody and say, hey, go take your spouse for ice cream. This is a street car, so go do it. And at Pikes Peak International, we had a contingent of drivers that all went out to get ice cream on Saturday night. So, and they had fun with it, right? It really dials back some of the intensity and egos that come potentially in Time Attack, and like the silliness of that rule is what makes it so much fun to enforce.
Yeah, and I think grid life as a whole is a super fun environment, and for me, Midwest is sort of the peak of that party culture that has sort of surrounded the car culture within grid life. And obviously it's a reduced attendance, everyone's socially distancing, mask wearing is enforced here, so we're all doing this safely, but it is nice to be back a little bit in a familiar environment. And for me, this is my third time to Gingerman Raceway. I was here back in the spring for our spring kickoff, where our season kind of began after being on hold for so many months. It wasn't the full thing there. We had some GLTC, we had Time Attack, we had HPD, but no drift, so we'll have some new voices in the booth here this afternoon. Later today, you'll meet Sam, and he'll help explain all the slides and the skids and the drifts, the things that I don't know how to talk about just yet.
Shred the gnar, man.
Shred the gnar. We'll get there. But again, Time Attack is the goal that we're focusing on right now. And Jackie Ding, this car has been a phenomenally fast machine. Had some issues with the splitter at Road America. Basically ripped itself off, and that their time ended up kind of stalling there. They weren't able to go chase more, but they've got this car repaired. And this has been such an exciting project to watch, because to my knowledge, that this is the fastest Supra that's built as a Time Attack car. I mean, it's probably a rare one, but this is an extraordinarily fast car. They put a lot of time and effort into this, and it's really paying off. They've done a great job with it.
Yeah, for the team and the company that Jackie runs, and the partnerships that they have, it's a research car. Like, it is meant to figure this chassis out and figure out how to make it a competent track car. And they've got spectacular results on a chassis that's continuing to evolve.
And, of course, we've got FCP Euro as the presenting partner of the street modified category. And there's one car off track there, and that's what is that thing?
That's Eric Streeter in the Lotus 7.
Yeah, it's so cool. I've seen this car on Facebook, and I've never really talked to Eric, and I got to find it and meet him later today. But that is such a cool looking. It's a very unique car out there. You see, it's very different than the Challenger following it around, but super cool car. And look at the trees, Abe. This is such a beautiful time of year, and while the weather has been less than optimal the last couple of days, it is certainly clearing up. And I love the fall. It's my favorite season, and to be at a racetrack in the fall is a pretty awesome experience.
So I think it's kind of exciting to see the paddock, which looks really busy from the shots here, but you see a little bit of green space in the paddock, which almost never happens at a Midwest festival. So a little bit lighter attendance this year on purpose. But it's great to have enough room to park everybody, because in years past it's been tricky when the weather has been variable. So because there's not a ton of asphalt for parking, you end up parking in the grass, and when it gets rainy, people get stuck.
Yeah, it does get sort of muddy out there when you got lots of grass space here, and that's one of the things that makes it so safe. But I think drivers will probably not want to go off track for several reasons, but one of them being you might get yourself stuck in some mud. There is the 155 car.
I think that's Joe Milkey. I think that's right.
Yeah. I don't have him on the timing just yet, but we saw Josh Hangers out there as well. I got to ride in that white RX-7 at Pikes Peak International Raceway. That car is awesome, and currently in Street Mod in 158.995. So again, we're not seeing times quite where we would expect to see them. The track's still not fully up to grip, but drivers are going to work it in there, and we'll get the line dried out here shortly.
So right now, fastest of the session, Jackie Ding with a 144. You should expect that car under ideal conditions to probably run a 132 to 133 by the end of the weekend. So the track has about 10 seconds left in it to improve.
And there is Josh Halka in the number 7 Subaru. Bit of a 4-tire slide there at the exit at turn 2. Talk about the racetrack a little bit. I mentioned it briefly. It's a 2.21 mile, 11-turn road course. Not a ton of elevation, but there is some out there, especially going down into turn number 10. The track sort of falls away from you.
Absolutely. It's a track that when you're in the car, when you're driving, you don't really appreciate the elevation until you walk the course. There's more here than you think, and it's not the same thing as Road Atlanta or somewhere equivalent, obviously, but there are elevation changes in braking zones and things that affect how you approach that corner.
I got to do some pace laps here back in the spring, and what I noticed was some places on this racetrack it's a little bit hard to spot where you're going, because in some places it is so flat that it makes spotting apexes a little bit tricky. Some of these corners are very long, sweeping corners that the apex isn't where you would expect it to be.
Yeah, so what we're seeing here is drivers come into 10. Cars are moving very fast on their way into 10B. And you really hit the brakes hard here, but because you're going downhill, you have to get it in advance, because if you don't, you are ready to run straight off into the grass and into the field.
And there was some discussion about running this track in reverse. I know that's a thing that has happened here before.
I've done it, actually. It's a completely different experience. It's a really unusual track in the reverse rotation, and there are some spots that are like proper blind corners. It's a really unique experience.
I'd love to do it in reverse. I think there's a couple things that would need to change. I think to do GLTC or something around it in reverse, that pit exit wall, one of the things that would probably have to move a gravel trap maybe here in turn 2 for spectator reasons. But I think this racetrack is very versatile, being that it can be run in both directions if you would want it to be, which not a lot of racetracks can do. And part of it's because there's not a whole lot of walls here. There's a lot of space for you to run off, and you don't have to worry about openings and corner workers in the same way you would at a place any other racetrack, really.
So we see on screen driver number 71. That's Joel Morrison, and he's driving the 9 Lives Racing S2000, and that is a turbocharged car that I believe makes between 600 and 700 horsepower. So you see things a little bit twitchy there on the acceleration between 2 and 3. Really, that's just trying to find that grip, which on a slightly damped track in a car with that much power, you just don't have.
Looks like Dewey DeWitt's back this week in an all-wheel drive car. He was in the BRZ the last couple rounds, but he's out there in the number 70. He's running 5th right now with a 149.829 is his best lap. There's the 126, Eric Fleming, in that big Corvette. You see the kind of walking around at corner exit. We saw this a lot at Mid-Ohio as well. When it was damp at Mid-Ohio, we had the group of Corvettes that all just really struggled to get power down because of all the torque they generate.
Yep.
Pretty tricky to get that power to the ground.
So this year in the track modified class, we've allowed sequential shifting transmissions, and so really all the Corvette crew jumped on the bandwagon, and we've got many of the fastest Corvettes in the country here at this event today. Ferris Khartoumi is here, Jeremy Swenson is here, and Eric Fleming is here, and all of those cars make more than 600 wheel horsepower, coupled to a sequential transmission.
I mean, I think this is true pretty much anywhere, but I think Ferris Khartoumi's car is a lot of car for this track, but I think you could bring it to Daytona, it would still be a lot of car for that track.
Yeah.
So, whoa, big slide there for the number 7. That's Dewey DeWitt. Hanging it out.
Drifty boy, win the wrong session here.
We'll have that later today, but again, all-wheel drive, you just kind of let the car figure it out to some extent.
So this is an entirely new setup for Dewey, and actually a new paint job as well. The car looks really, really good. It's a stark contrast to what it previously looked like, where it was the roughest-looking Time Attack car in the field. He's got a new 2-liter engine from IAG here and a new Borg-Warner turbocharger setup where I think he's able to run the engine reliably up to 9,000 plus RPM and enough airflow in the turbo to be able to make power all the way to the top.
Yeah, there's one of those big challengers out there. I
think that's Kevin Wesley.
Kevin Wesley. I actually got to ride in this car at Road Atlanta last year. I went in with I'd never ridden in a Challenger. Full disclosure, I thought this thing would handle awful. It would be slow. This car is not slow, and while this is probably not the right track for it to really stretch its legs, and it's probably going to get beat by some of the lighter, better handling cars, it still does do a lot. It's got a lot of tire on it, so it can honestly corner a lot better than I thought it was going to be able to. So I'm sure it's a fun car to drive around here, just because you've got to lug all that 5,000 pounds around.
Yeah, it's a lot of weight, and I think we're at an interesting period in the history of Time Attack, in that a lot of the older chassis that are so much lighter can still be competitive, but the modern cars are able to work around their inherent weight deficiencies in ways that are really impressive. So the TTRS, the Supra, the Challenger, all of those cars can be competitive in a field that is otherwise dominated by lightweight cars.
Yeah, and so far Kevin Wesley's best time, again, he's in the unlimited category, 155.309 so far, down in 11th as it stands as the session continues. So we're getting close to the end of Group A here, as we see...
That's Joel Morrison?
Joel Morrison, yes. And Joel's a guy I haven't seen around a lot in my time here at GridLife, so I'm just still trying to get used to all the new names and faces and places that...
He ran a lot with us last year and put together a really competitive season, and was working on, let's just call it continued issues with the drivetrain that wasn't meant to handle that kind of horsepower. So improvements, modifications to the transmission, differential, things like that, just to try and get the car to be more reliable over the course of any weekend.
I love these aerial shots here, and you can see some of the pavement changes down there in turn number 1, kind of a newer piece of asphalt down there, and that's something you have to consider as a driver, especially when the track is lower grip like it is right now. When you go off into these corners, how is the grip level going to change from the older asphalt to the newer asphalt? You see here again, this is over in turn number 3. Same thing here, newer pavement in the corner, that's going to change the grip level. Then you get to the exit where the curbing is, and then all of a sudden the pavement changes back, so that's a consideration as well.
Absolutely. And you'll find drivers on their way through 6 will tend to work all the way to the track right on their exit. And it can be a little bit slippery, and you can drop a tire off there as well.
And the other, on the far right of your screen, that's turns 5 and 6, the double left-hander. That corner is so challenging because the track out of turn 5 takes you right to the edge before you turn into turn number 6. And we saw a lot of cars in the spring in GLTC get the right rear tire off in the dirt and go for a loop over there.
So it's a really interesting corner because I think depending on who you talk to, there are a couple of ways to approach it. One is, kind of a constant radius corner where you're trying to hold the line all the way through 5 and 6, and the other is kind of making a V-shaped, drop into 5 and then track all the way out and cut in once left to make it through 6. And I think both lines can be fast, and it really depends on what your car is and what your setup is, which would be best for you.
Absolutely. There's a look down at the paddock here at Gingerman Raceway, and you see the Falcon boys are back to play in the drift cars, and they'll be out later this afternoon, and we'll have a schedule to show you at some point today so you can kind of plan out your day if you can't stick around for the whole thing. We've got 2 GLTC races today. One of them will happen during sunset or dusk. I think with the cloud cover today, it might be closer to nighttime, or at least it'll feel that way. And new rules that lights are required for GLTC cars after PPIR. We had a couple cars that were in the dark. So it'll look really cool. I know some drivers have some auxiliary lighting, let's call it, that it's going to be spectacular to watch in the nighttime. So make sure you stick around.
It's very important. Looking good is often as important as being good.
It's in the rule book.
Yeah.
Looking cool is in the rule book. So it's one of the rules you got to follow as we get prepared for the afternoon. So it looks like Group A pulling in here as we move on to Group B in just a few minutes. And you have a look down at the pit lane here. You can still you see in the paddock area how some of the pavement is still damp, and I'm sure the racetrack is reflecting that in some places as well. You can even see on the front straightaway the changing in color just in that one shot of how much that grip level may change, especially if you're in a GLTC car on a slick tire versus a wet tire. I was talking with Tiffany Kelly this morning, and she was looking down at the pavement and said, if it's like this, I don't really want to run a slick. So lots of discussions to be had as this track tries to dry out today.
I think the difference in competition is really interesting between Time Attack and GLTC, in that in Time Attack, you're always going to want to follow the prime racing line. And in GLTC, that's, if everyone exclusively followed the line, there would be no passing. Right? So if offline continues to be wet, that is a dangerous wager to decide if you're going to make a pass on a wet track.
Well, I think we're going to see that later today. We'll get an opportunity as Group B rolls out on the racetrack here for GridLife Midwest 2020. Again, running this in the fall, kind of basically did a flip-flop of our typical fall special event that ends out the year, and this is the official end of the 2020 GridLife season. We've got an event coming up in November at NOLA Motorsports Park on November 7th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, but that is part of the 2021 season. So this will be the official ending of the 2020 season of action before we head down to NOLA in about a month and a half or so. So cars rolling out on the racetrack and getting themselves warmed up and start running some quick laps, and we'll get the timing and scoring up for you here shortly. I know they were working on that in the background, so it should be just a few more minutes, and we'll be able to show you who's running what.
You know, it's really fortunate that all the uncertainty we had in March, we were able to still put together a really cohesive racing season. This is the 7th event for these time attackers this year, where the championship is decided by the best 4 rounds for any one driver. And I think, you know, I looked into this week as I was putting together a spotter's guide, and the championships are all effectively locked up. But to many people, the times set at Gingerman are the only thing that matters. And so many drivers maybe dropped the remainder of their season just to focus on getting as fast as possible for this event.
This is sort of home base for not only GridLife, but for a lot of the drivers in GridLife. This is kind of the home track. We go to it a couple times a year. This is sort of what sets the benchmark, I think. I mean, tracks like Road America are really cool, but I think it definitely favors the cars that have a little bit more power and maybe a little bit less downforce. To come to a place like this is a handling track. There's a lot of transient maneuvering here, and being home base and being so close to home for so many people, this is a place you want to be good at.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's the kind of place that, in my experience, it's decently easy to learn the track. It's decently easy to go pretty quick. But figuring out how to get that last 5% is really difficult. And even if you're a pro, I think it's tricky.
I have to laugh. We're looking here. I think that's over there in turn 3.
I think that's 3. Yeah.
And looking at the one of the track maps I found, there's a couple names of corners. I've never heard turn 3 or the entrance to turn 3 referred to as Jill's Hill, or turn 9 being called Wiggly Field, or the back straightaway being called Phoenix Flat. But they're cool names, and maybe if we start using them, they'll catch on. I've never heard them said before. But.
So this track has a lot of history in the GridLife Honda Meet universe. So Honda Meet has been coming here for 16 years.
Okay.
This year was Honda Meet. Officially, it was Honda Meet 20, and so I think I've been in GridLife a little while, or affiliated with GridLife for a little while, but there are so many people that, you know, tell stories about what was happening 15 years ago, and I wasn't even involved in cars at all at that time. So long storied history here at Gingerman.
And considering the tracks, there's an off. There's maybe a splitter or something that's happened as well. And what happened there?
It's taking the shorter line.
Yeah,
it's the Subaru line.
That's well, I wouldn't advise that for lap time necessarily, but there's a lot of debris on the racetrack over there. A lot of grass. I wasn't sure if that was from that or if there was something else out there before.
So you see turn 11 here, and you see the sand trap. The sand trap keeps you away from effectively the only thing to hit at this course. There is one guardrail, and if you stay out of the beach, you're in good shape.
Unless 495 car as he rolls out on the racetrack again. So he's gotten back rolling. So don't know what happened there. Maybe just got a bit of an oversteer moment. There's turn number 1. You see the cone right there on the apex. And turn 1's a corner that you can really get aggressive and cut that curb and track out and before you set yourself up for turn number 2. Miata with a bunch of aero working their way through 3 now as well as the Orange Crush racing car, which I think had a loop back at Road America, but they've gotten that car. I don't know if it received any damage there. I know Ben Thorne should be out here in a little bit. I know that car received some damage at Road America that they have repaired, so we should expect to see him as well. As Group B is now, looks like we got most of the cars out there on the racetrack. There is a car up in smoke on the back straightaway, and that is not a fun thing to see on day 1 of the weekend.
Definitely not. Let's see if we come into turn 11, what might be going kablooey.
I think it was a red car, but I'm not sure if that.
And we've got Alex Arteat on screen here. Kobe Shield is taking a break. He was at the SCCA TT Nationals last weekend and was able to win his class, and he's already claimed the season championship and is the only time attacker to score a perfect season championship, so 4 wins. And well, he just decided he wanted the weekend off.
He is a driver, and I got to ride in that car with Tomo back here in the spring, and man, that car was fast then, and seems like Kobe gets a lot out of that car, so congratulations to him on his championship there at TT Nats. Wish him the best, and sad he's not here with us this weekend, but I'm sure he'll get back up and ready to be running for next year. There is the number 60. Is that Brilo in that car?
That's Mark Brilo.
So as he heads onto the back straightaway, or I guess between turns 2 and 3, there's some markers there on driver's left, 3, 2, 1, to help kind of sight that, because you could see the pavement just drop off the slightest bit, so you come over a tiny bit of a crest, and the track is sort of disappears. You need to know where to brake, and those 3 markers give you something to shoot for.
Yeah, absolutely. So coming into turn 1 and especially turn 3, there is a little bit of uphill, basically brake assist for you if you want it, and it's really just a challenge to see how deep you can go in and still hit your brake markers in time.
So cars rolling through. There is the 60 car working down the back straightaway here and over into, I think this is actually on the inside of 7-8 complex here. And we got some new camera placements. I'm a little bit disoriented over here. This is a really cool spot to put a camera, because in the past this is a corner that when we were back here in the spring, we just had a camera out the window. It was something I was just trying to do to fill in the gap without having Matt and the really good stream guys show up. We couldn't see anything that happened over there, so it's unique to be able to finally see this corner for once.
Yeah, the action that happens between turn 7 and turn 10, I think is really interesting, because it's a really hard spot to go fast. And if you can keep your average speed up in that area, I think there's a lot of time to be had.
For sure. So drivers that have already laid down times, Grant Walker, the number 460, and his track mod car is run a 148.910. Electron Sport, the 115. Street mod rear-wheel drive car, 150.272. As we roll into Group B here. Oh, actually, Alex Arteat has jumped. I wonder if my timing screen isn't updating. And it is not, so I got to make sure I'm refreshing. So Alex Arteat has jumped into second, a 146.575. And Jared Garcia in third with a 146.624. And Nick Kors, I think that's the Civic with the Union Jack on the roof.
I think it is, yeah. I like that car.
I do too, and I still to this day do not have an answer for why there's a Union Jack on the roof of a Civic, because I don't think that Nicholas Kors has any affiliation with the flag, and the car is definitely not from there. So I don't get it, but it's cool looking. I'll give him that.
That's the joke.
But Electron Sport now down to fifth with a 149.061. Grant Mullet out there, and he's driving a Vet in a 149.436. There is the 31 car, which I think this time around is Bart Goldenberg. Just ran a 2 minutes, 0.108 seconds. No rear bumper on that car. No need for it.
I guess not. So that car is built to a club class that exists within the GridLife universe. We have kind of a community-built class around making Miatas their own place to play in Time Attack, because conventionally, Miatas don't usually run that quick in Time Attack unless they're a really, really extreme car.
Yeah, the Miatas, again, I think they're one of the greatest entry-level race cars you can get, because they're so inexpensive, because there's a huge aftermarket for them. But, I think there's a lot you can do to them. I think in general they're a great wheel-to-wheel car, but to make them go fast in a Time Attack setting is a little bit tricky. So it's always cool to see someone try to step out of the box.
Digging the flares on that Miata.
Yeah, that is. couldn't even tell it was a Miata. It got so many parts and pieces on it. Looks like a rocket ship or something.
I'm pretty sure that any car with box flares will always look better than the same car without box flares.
This is definitely true. I don't think there's anybody that would disagree with that statement.
So we see cars coming through 11. Looks like a dry line on the apex of that corner, which is great. Water can pool in that area and cool the tires off quick and cause some drivers to lose control. So as that dries up, expect driver confidence to go up as well.
Jason Owens is back here in his 10th Gen Civic with a 149.697. He's currently 8th in this session. We've seen Jason at a bunch of events this season. There's our timing, and thanks to Eric Boyer and Matt behind the scenes, who have been fixing all the things that were not fixed this morning. So thanks to those guys for putting in the effort. We finally got timing on the screen for you, and you can see them on the left-hand side of your screen as we head down the back straightaway here. There's a bit of a kink there as you come out of turn number 10, 10A over there. You can see, is it 10A or 10B? What's the far one?
That's 10B.
10B. 10A is the shortcut there. That's the 1.8-mile course. You come over out of 10B, and the track actually kinks away again uphill, so you can't really see it, and you end up on the edge of the track way sooner than you would.
Well, and 10B is actually a little bit off camera as well. Yeah. So it's an unusual corner, and it's slower than you might expect. Even in a high grip car, you're not going much faster than probably like 55, maybe a little bit faster than that in a high downforce car, but it's a tricky corner because you can lose a lot and you can chew up tires in the process.
Alex Artea went quicker last lap by a 1:45.087, but he has lost the second position to Jared Garcia, 1:45.068. Only a couple thousandths of a second separating those two cars at the top of the order right now, and right now, Garcia second, to Artea third, Mullet Racing in fourth, and Electron Sport in fifth.
You know, I appreciate the commitment that Orange Crush Racing has shown to just make all those subtle modifications to the GRIDLIFE liveries and things to make sure that it's all orange. I appreciate putting the work in.
It looks really good. It's definitely color-coded properly. So I saw them out at Road America too, and that was such a cool place. I had never been to Road America. I was there a couple weeks earlier for a different event, but I went there twice within 3 weeks. That was a really cool racetrack, but there's nothing like being back. This feels like home for GRIDLIFE.
Very much. Typically, our crew will be here, I think, 3 times a year, just based on the way the calendar works within our series, and it's familiar, and it works really well for us.
You mentioned the one thing you can hit here at Gingerman Raceway is the pit wall along the front straightaway. And turn number 11, it's a sharp right-hander. You take all the way out to the edge of the racetrack. There's a little bit of curbing there. Then the wall kind of juts in. That's sort of the one spot that you don't want to have an issue. And it seems like so far we've been pretty lucky with having most of the issues over in turn 10. That's kind of a place where you got a lot of places to go off if you need to go off. But that's the one place here at Gingerman where you got to be a little bit careful. That car rips. Look at the size of that wing. It's going to start taking. You can flip it upside down and take off like a 747.
I think that's a good idea.
I mean, we should try it. Car's probably light enough to do it too.
So what you see here now is corner 5 and 6 again. Watching drivers come through there. A very, very tricky spot on the track to be quick.
And we were mentioning that shortcut section over there, 10A. The 10B was 1,770 feet of track that was added in 2009 to 2010. So the original track was actually only 1.88 miles. The new version is about half a mile longer, and you can see where that shortcut is. I don't think it's quite as smooth over there. I think last year when I was riding with Tom in his old TCA Civic, we went down that shortcut section. It's pretty bumpy over there. I'm not sure that would be a whole lot of fun to drive that at speed.
You probably don't want to be over there.
Probably not, but I know it's still drivable as we're going to be using the longer layout here. I think the longer layout lends itself to a bit better racing, lets the bigger cars stretch their legs a bit more.
Absolutely. And you can see from the drone shots that the track is not yet dry. It's working on it, but it's not there yet.
Grant Walker jumps to the top of the board, 140. Well, I guess he's been there, hasn't he? But Vladimir Skurda has jumped up. Oh, he just went quicker, 136.785 for Grant Walker. And Vladimir Skurda goes second quick, a 141.042, and Artea still stays third. So Walker's found some pace out there. He's going.
Yeah, we're seeing Grant continue to get faster. So mechanical advantage, his team, his crew, really builders of cars. And he's working on the driving, and he's kind of getting things figured out, and he's progressively getting faster. He's been with the series now for, I think, 3 years, and every year just better and better. It's great to see that commitment to driver development.
And we're going to watch the number 10 car work through the backside of the course. What was the name on that? Q Lee in that Evo as they work through the backside of the course here, and that's a bit of a bobble there on the left, then back, or on the right, back to the left. A very high-speed transient section where you're kind of shifting around a lot of weight, and I think kind of managing that weight and how the car is going to react to that is important. I know riding here earlier in the year in a Camaro, you could really feel the car kind of lunging over to the right as you kind of move that weight to the right side and sweep on over. It's a really interesting corner because it's so fast, and then as soon as you straighten out, you're straight on the binders into 10B over there.
Yep, it's a wild section between 7 and 10.
And there is turn number 11, as we mentioned. You see the outside of the corner still fairly wet. And we track on over to the exit and head over this front straightaway. And actually, this is a great spot. You can see after the start-finish line, look at that hump into turn number 1. This
yeah,
is something,
you can definitely see it.
Yeah, this is something that I didn't know existed until Tom told me about it. And it's fairly sizable from that angle. You can really see that lunge down into turn 1 before you make that left-hander into the corner. And then turn 2, this is a 180-degree right-hander. And it feels like this one goes on forever. You track all the way out and head up to turn 3.
So most of the full-weight time attack cars would be hitting their brake markers in turn 1 on the climb up the hill, but I would imagine the GLTC cars are probably hitting the brakes at the crest or on the way back downhill, right on their way into entry into turn 1.
So 12 minutes into Group B here, and we'll have a Group C session come out here shortly. And after Time Attack, just kind of running down a rough schedule for the day. We've got Drift coming up at, let's see, about 1:40, so that's just about 40 minutes from now. Then we've got GridLife Touring Cup Qualifying. It'll be Tom O'Gorman and myself in the booth for that. Then we'll be back to Time Attack again at 2:40. And then we'll have a slip angle. We got some slip angle on the schedule here. I'm not sure
what.
I guess that's news to you too. Either that or it's a break. So we'll have a break at around 3:40ish. It looks like. And then we're back for GridLife Touring Cup race number 1 at 4:40 p.m. Eastern time today. And we'll move into more drift, then back to Time Attack, then back to GLTC with lights on as the sun goes down. So a full day of action here, bouncing between GLTC Drift and Time Attack, as Group B has just gotten their checkered flags. So they'll come on back and finish their flyers.
So you see the flags in the background here blowing pretty hard. I think this amount of breeze is definitely good for helping to dry out the track.
Yeah, I think that was my concern, was this morning it was so damp and it was so cold. I just didn't think that it would ever really dry out. But we're getting there. We've seen times start to kind of fall a little bit. So I think by the time we get, probably as long as it doesn't rain more, by the time we get to GLTC qualifying in about an hour and 10 minutes or so, it should be a track that you would feel confident in on a slick tire, I think.
Yep, and that 36.7 that was set by Walker in this session, I'm not sure how much faster that car actually is. So as far as I know, in terms of A and B, that's the fastest time that's been set this weekend so far.
And I'm sure we'll see that time fall throughout this weekend, as long as the conditions continue to improve. Again, the clouds are threatening today, but I'm holding out hope that we can have a nice afternoon here. I'm just so excited to be back. My life has been very wild the last 6 months, been a lot of cool places, but I am so excited to be back here at Gingerman. There's just something about this place that, again, I guess because it was my first event with GridLife, it just feels like this is the place where I'm supposed to be.
Well, it's I can speak to similarly, I guess. My first experience here, GridLife was already a thing, and lots of people here, and I showed up to the event and I didn't know anybody, and I just had to find a spot in the paddock and try and make friends. And the community in the paddock, I think, is the thing that sets our series apart in some ways. It's just people are always willing to help. And
it's not just a track day organization. It's far from. I mean, there's cars on the racetrack, but it's a community and it's a culture, I think, is what GridLife has fostered here, and it's friendships that go beyond just, hey, what's in your car? Look, we have the same engine, we have the same car. It's beyond that.
And what I think, the way I describe it to people who are outside of the motorsport community that we live in is it's kind of like a family reunion. Like this event is kind of a family reunion, except it's all your track buddies and less of your family, which for some people may be a plus.
Absolutely, and we've got a bunch of great partners with us this weekend. Of course, we've got Falcon back with us, and they've been a great partner with us this season. FCP Euro, presenting partner of the Street Modified category. Haltech is back with us as a presenting sponsor for GridLife Touring Cup. Staybill, Mike's Harder is back, ST Suspension, and VP Racing, the official fuel partner of the 2020 GridLife Midwest Festival. So lots of awesome partners with us this weekend. We could not be here without them. We could not be streaming without them, so thank you so much for all those companies for jumping on board and supporting GridLife's mission of having fun with cars and friends.
Speaking of missions, I believe the last time we were on the radio together, we talked about trying to find some Mike's Harder.
Yes.
At the end of our session.
We need to do that
We were
today.
unsuccessful in our attempt. We're going to fix that problem this week.
100% we're going to fix that. I was actually talking to Tom about that before. I want one of those things. I want to try it. But and we would definitely will. So stay tuned because that might be fun. There is a single-engine plane flying over, and I know Matt is a pilot himself. Tom's laughing at me. I know Matt's a pilot himself, so he's probably getting a kick out of this as well. I don't know if he's working on his IFR licensing, but
well, and
I think
our timing and scoring lead, Adam's brother Jeremy Jabay, is building a prototype aircraft in his garage as well.
Wow.
If you find the TrackTune website, some years ago they did a Cribs version of the garage that was built specifically for the construction of said aircraft, and so it is it's a kind of a probably a $250,000 caliber garage that was designed and built by Jeremy from scratch, and all the work was done himself, and now it houses an airplane.
I think building an airplane is a little bit different than building a race car, so I'm not sure that I would fly in a plane that I built myself, but more power to him if he wants to give that a shot. But yeah, we'll I guess we'll see how that goes. I think Tom's looking for a headset. I'm not sure that we are technically geared up for 3 just yet. We'll get you in here in a little bit, Tom. But there are some people hanging out there and keeping their distance, which is awesome. And again, this is a great spectator place. There's lots of places to set yourself down, get yourself a tent or a chair, and hang out. You can see a lot of the racetrack from a couple different places around here, and I think there's a lot of people that are just enjoying hanging out and glad that they're with us this week. Group C Time Attack now on the racetrack here at GridLife Midwest 2020, and we'll get those tires warmed up and go for another 15 or 20 minutes.
So as you make your way into Group C, a lot of these cars are newer drivers to Time Attack or also more mild builds. And these are where drivers are working to improve, and especially this first session of the weekend, trying to get grids sorted out can be tricky. So look, Ben Thorne from Gears and Gasoline here on the screen. You've got a little bit of body damage on the driver's side, kind of an incident that happened at Road America, but he's been a quick fix on that.
And I think going back to that community aspect, I witnessed a lot of this in the paddock at Road America. There was a lot of cars that broke or had damage or had incidents at Road America, and the amount of people that would support each other in that area. Hey, I've got that part. Hey, let's do this. Let's figure this out before the next session. I saw so much of that. And that's, to me, that's sort of a unique thing that GridLife has that I haven't really seen elsewhere, is the wish for everyone to help each other. There's actually competitions going on that people want to help more people than the other guy.
Yep. So I want to give a personal shout-out to Andy Smedgard and Ronnie Solomon, a couple of shops in Wisconsin and Minnesota. Those guys tend to have an internal competition among each other to see who can help more people on a track weekend, because seeing drivers load the trailer and leave is the worst.
Yeah, with the way the world is right now, that just makes me so happy that there's people that are selfless in that way, that love to just give their time, energy, and support to other competitors. That is such a cool thing that we need more of, in not even motorsports, just in general.
What's interesting is those two guys in particular are basically, kind of internet famous in their own right, because Gears and Gasoline have interacted and worked with their shops exclusively on the build series for GridLife. So the K-tuned EK that Ben Thorne is driving is built by Andy Smedgard, and RS Motors built Ben Lynn's Evo for a competition as well.
And going back to Gears and Gasoline, I know throughout the year there was a lot of people looking for motorsport content to fill the void of not having motorsports. We did some esports stuff with iRacing earlier this year to kind of fill the gap there. But if you're looking for content to watch not on a race weekend, Gears and Gasoline is a great place to go. They have a YouTube channel that is a lot of GridLife focused content. They've done some amazing videos in the past. Now they're kind of focusing on Ben's EK build, and honestly, those videos have been spectacular. The way that they're produced, they do such a good job. That and the Daily Racer that does the Myriad Motorsports camp for the GLTC.
I'm a little bit behind on my Daily Racer.
Yeah, there's a lot of episodes. They're working hard on those, and I think they're here this weekend as well, producing more content. So Daily Racer and Gears and Gasoline, two great, awesome GridLife focused YouTube channels.
Well, and to me, it's really exciting to see all the things that happened on the back end in order to get a car to compete for a race weekend, right? You see here us calling on the live stream. It's really easy to think that everything is running great for all the drivers throughout the weekend, but without that kind of content, sometimes people think it's easy, and time attacking at the highest level in the country is hard.
It's not an easy thing. There is a Spec Fit out there having fun.
That's Matt Williams. I'm sure he's having a blast.
Matt, the Sunday Cup cars are my favorite time attack cars. I want one so bad because these guys have more fun than everybody else on the racetrack combined, and you can't change my mind about that.
So I'm kind of looking from memory here. This track was kind of the debut of Spec Fit and Sunday Cup as an extension. So a lot of Spec Fit drivers have done a ton of laps here, and so we have a pretty good idea for what's fast. And I would expect by the end of the weekend, Matt Williams will go out and set another record, because he is a driver behind the wheel of that car.
I love watching these things go around the track. They're so fun, and when they get in a group together and they all run nose to tail. It's super cool. So right now, time's just going up on the board. It looks like Shane Duncan has gone to the top of the board, a 148.364. Clay Davidson just goes on through. Ryan Dusek goes to second, 149.995 as the rest of the field comes on through. Ben Thorne's first lap, a 150.882 as Ryan Frew comes on through. 145.742 jumps to the top of the board.
So kind of an inside joke among the Track Midwest community is the challenge of any car plus driver doing that sub 140 lap, which now doesn't seem all that fast, but I think it's kind of a rite of passage for want to be fast drivers. And Ben Thorne is almost there. I think he was very, very close at the spring event we were here, but didn't quite get there, like 140 point something. So look for him to be pushing to hit those 39s.
You know what's really cool about Ben Thorne's build is, again, coming from a world of understanding GLTC and the speeds that those cars do. Ben Thorne's car is very similar to GLTC pace, and those GLTC car and Ben Thorne's car make power and will make speed in completely different ways. And it's super cool to see Ben's car, which if you put it on the street, you'd mistake it for just another car. It's not just another car.
It's absolutely rowdy. I think the peak numbers for that car are about 270 wheel horsepower.
That's a ton.
Out of a naturally aspirated K motor. So it's rowdy.
Super rowdy. Shane Duncan goes back to the top of the board, 144.755. Ryan Frew now down to second. Scott Hollingsworth in third, 148.383 for him. DUSK drops to P4 for the time being.
So I do see a return of Tim Beek, another Michigander who has run with the GridLife series in the past, running a bunch of different cars. One of my personal favorites was the ATS-V, where he was very quick in that car. Not sure what he's driving this weekend.
It looks like some shuffling going on. Clay Davidson just went quicker, as did DUSK. A lot of shuffling going on as drivers are working up to pace here on this session. And looks like Nick Steniford is back with us this time around. We've seen Nick a couple times. I think he ran GLTC back at COTA in the spring. Actually, it was still the winter, still February out there.
So long ago.
It feels like it was years ago. But Steniford did run his S2000 out there. I think he's in his what's he got here? Not the S2000. It's
one of them old Nissans.
Yeah, he's got one of those things. So he's out there right now. Currently in 10th, a 152, 193 for Steniford so far. Working through the 10B complex and up onto you can still see the change in color of the pavement, and typically you'd be looking for the darker section. You'd be looking where the rubbered in line is, but well, today it's the darker aspect is water, and that's not stuff you want to be necessarily running over. There is a beautiful Porsche. That's the number 17. Looking down the timing screen, that is Ryan Frew, and that car is flying right now. He looks like he's having fun too. Whoa, big slide there through turn 7. And now through 8 and 9.
So like I've heard some rumblings. I try and stay connected to as many of the drivers as I can, and I have heard that in terms of start from scratch build for the purpose of competing in Time Attack, like some of those turbocharged Caymans, 4-cylinder Caymans, might actually be the hot ticket.
I think for me, Porsches have always been this. I guess, are they supercars? Would you consider them supercars or just sports cars? I mean, they straddle that line for me, especially the 911s. I think that would be more supercar. But I've always found that formula very interesting, especially the rear-engine Porsches. I've always found that a very interesting from a mechanical perspective. I'm an engineer, and to me that doesn't make a lot of sense. But whatever Porsche has done, those cars are witchcraft. I mean, they're so cool.
Well, I mean,
they're so fast.
It's a testament to what 40 years worth of engineering aptitude can do when you stick with the same overall layout.
I think there's like a subreddit for like awful idea, perfect execution, and I think that's what Porsche's got. But hey, I'm all for it. I live for it. And it looks like Wilbur Hung has jumped to the top of the board, 141.241. DUSK to second, 142.094. Clay Davidson third in that big 575. That car makes a lot of noise and power. That car. There is a car off in the dirt. That's the wrong direction. And look at that turn back around. I'm trying to see. I think that's the track out. So he's to driver's right of the racetrack, and he'll get turned back around.
So usually an incident like that will happen if a driver enters turn 1 too quickly and loses a little bit of the rear end. They're carrying enough speed so that the spin will probably carry them toward turn 2, even when they're out of control of the car.
Yeah, and turn 1, again, is a place that you can really charge. There's some curbing on the left-hand side that you can really take and kind of jump over. And it looks like they'll get back rolling. That looked to be the 233 car.
I think that's Wilbur, actually.
Oh, it is. It is your fastest driver in the session, so he's found some paces. You see another car, I think that's at the exit of 10B, I want to say. Either that or that's over in, is that 10B? I'm trying to get a reference for where we are. I think that's over on the backside. And that car has got some smoke pouring out of it, which is never fun.
Yeah, man, it's not what you want. Looks like we've got potentially a fire here. The driver is out of the car. We've got a red flag on track, and safety crew is rolling out. So Let's hope we've got the rescue guys here, which
these guys are great.
We love the rescue guys. We think they're extraordinary. They're very, very quick to respond, and they are on point.
They got a fire coming out their exhaust too. That thing was smoking. And again, that's great that the driver got out of that car. And that's you're not supposed to get out of your car unless there's smoke or fire, and they did just that. So good job listening there. This is why it's always great to have a fire extinguisher in the vehicle, but sometimes, even if you're equipped with it, doesn't necessarily always work out in the way that you'd like it to. Session has been red flagged, and the safety truck is working through the turn 5 area now. And this is one of those things as a driver that is just sort of, you put all this time and effort in, and you have something like this happen. Never a fun day, but I'm sure there'll be lots of buddies going out to help them. Speaking of, while we're on this, going back to, I think it's Evan Wider, back in the spring,
Yep.
That had that incident over in turn 10B. There was a collision during, I think it was an HPD or Time Attack session.
It was during a Time Attack session, and it was really unfortunate because there was no fault on anyone's behalf that there was this collision that exists. There was some kind of brake failure that resulted in a car making contact with Evan, who had just recently put in a more substantial roll cage, and car was hit pretty hard, but he was able to rebuild something, and now is back on track.
Yeah, and it's really cool to see him in the paddock today, or I think I saw him this morning, which was really cool to see. So
the community basically rallied around him, and a GoFundMe was started, and I think he raised about $10,000 for the rebuild of a
hit
track.
the goal in like 2 days too, which was really cool. So there's the fire finally being put out there. So we'll get that car off the racetrack, and hopefully damage isn't too extensive. Looked like it did kind of catch flame there for a little bit, so I'm sure that won't be necessarily an inexpensive repair to make, but they'll get a chance to look. And sometimes it can be less bad than it looks when it comes to fire like that. So they'll get it back, they'll assess it, and we'll try to get an update on that later for you today.
Yep, and so I would imagine we'll be on pause here for just a little bit as this gets worked out.
Yeah, so again, looking at our schedule for the day, just to catch everyone up on where we are right now and where we're going. We're currently in our first Time Attack session of the day, and at 1:40, which is just under half an hour from now, we'll head into our drift sessions. And then it'll be GRIDLIFE Touring Cup qualifying at 2:10 p.m. Eastern. And then we've got Time Attack after GLTC Qualifying. Then we'll take a short break, come back for GLTC Race 1, Drift, Time Attack, GLTC, and that's where we'll end our day. We're going to take a very short break. We'll come back here in a few minutes after this has been cleaned up, and we'll be back for the continuation of Time Attack Group C.
I'm Matt Williams. I drive a 2007 Honda Fit with GRIDLIFE, specifically in the Sunday Cup class. Spec-wise, the rules are pretty much contained to like intake, exhaust, suspension. And when you only have 3 things to work on, it's actually pretty fun to get carried away on those 3 things. We're all on 200 treadwear tires. The suspension is open. Most of us are running some variant of BCs, whether they've custom valving or direct off the shelf. Some people are out there with just like sport springs, which is also fun because you can just toss it over all the grass and curbs. It used to have a spec tire, but this year it's been opened up to all 200 treadwears, and so we've been experimenting with all of those. Right now we're on the new Falcon RT660s, and this weekend we're kind of blown away with them. I live real close to the tail of the dragon, so I was kind of used to driving twisty roads, and I wanted to do more. Found this track community, and while I had done some other instructional type stuff, HPEs, immediately upon attending a GRIDLIFE, I knew like this was my home. So many people are family. It's just the good times that I had at my very first event locked it in. And since then I've dragged every friend I can. So now when I make the trip, it's more of a caravan, and there's people to travel with in numbers. Specifically what brought me to Mid-Ohio, I love this track. It's one of the prettiest tracks on the schedule. It's also a pro course. It has awesome elevation change, and it was the first 3 day. So like, it's just awesome to finally have a Go Hard Thursday back again. So we can have a nice full week and run laps with our friends. We've had an awesome dry day, rain, and anybody that's ran Mid-Ohio in the rain knows like it has some really wacky rain lines that make it super fun, and people tend to be really well behaved. So that keeps it going. Especially like with all the COVID stuff going on. Some of the social restrictions of the people I don't get to see, it's like these are my family. Losing one event a year hurts because like I want to get to the track and I have to see these people.
Nobody has more fun than the Fits. Today on Race Car Engineering, sorry. They have built up. Wow. Today on Race Cars Explained, we're going to be talking all about suspension. Suspension in your street cars, suspension on race cars, and how it all works. And we're going to explain the different suspension components, what they do, and some different things with alignments and toe, camber, caster, what all of these different measurements are and how they affect the vehicle. Let's get started. So the first thing we're going to talk about is alignment and how critical that is. So let's start with camber. It is the most popular and probably the most well understood. So if we look at this tire, the camber is basically the lean of the tire. So it's showing how much the wheel is leaned over to compensate for tire deflection. On a street car, we typically see a little bit of negative camber. Negative camber, I mean, is the outside portion of the wheel is leaned in. So the top of the wheel is leaned in towards the car. On a street car, you'll see 1, maybe 2 degrees max. On a race car, you'll see up to about 5 degrees. The reason for this is what happens is when the tire is loaded up and the car is going around a corner, that tire contact patch basically distorts to the road. If we lean the wheel like this, when the car is at full cornering force and the tire is distorted, the contact patch is sitting flat against the ground, giving the car the best handling and the most cornering force. On a race car, you typically have camber plates up at the top or adjustable control arms as these TCRs have down on the bottom. That gives us about 5 to 6, even sometimes 7 degrees of adjustability in the camber. On a street car, you'll usually find eccentric bolts. What that is that's a bolt that is off-centered a little bit. And as that bolt rotates, the camber gains and detracts. On a street car, you're only usually going to see about maybe 1/2 to 2 degrees of camber adjustment available. So the next one we're going to talk about is one of my favorites, and that is toe. Toe is super critical in racing and is really what allows the car to turn quickly and get around the corners as fast as possible. All cars have toe. So you may think that your tires are pointed perfectly straight when you're going down the road, but that's actually not true. So on a street car, what usually is found in the front is toe in. Toe in settles the car and it makes it go straight on the road. If you let go of the steering wheel and you hit a bump, it doesn't want to dart all over the place. On a race car, we usually have toe out. That makes for a very unstable car, but it also makes for a car that turns in much better and can be much more aggressively used on track. So as an example of this, imagine this is the outside of the wheel. This is the car right here. Toe in would be pointing the wheel in towards itself, and the other wheel would be pointing in toward itself as well. This would constantly be pushing the car inward, and you can imagine that creates a very stable atmosphere. Now on a race car, we typically toe out. That means the wheels are pointed outward, and the other wheel is pointed outward. That means the two wheels are constantly fighting each other, trying to pull the car outwards. What happens is if one wheel gets more traction than the other, the car tends to dart in those directions. It makes it for less stability, but a faster car in general. So toe is actually one of the easiest things to adjust on all cars, and actually the adjustment methods on a race car are exactly the same as your street car. So the toe adjustment is made by the tie rod length. So extending the tie rod length, if the steering rack is found behind the axle, will actually create toe in. Shortening the tie rod length will actually create toe out. The only real difference you'll find on the tie rods on a race car versus the tie rods on a street car, or the tie rods on a street car actually have a little S-curve in them typically. This is a manufactured failure point. The reason for this is if you get in a car accident or your wheel hits something hard, the steering wheel will actually not move at the force because of this little failure point. It will keep people from breaking their wrists. On a race car, we don't want that failure point, so we actually just are trained to let go of the steering wheel in a bad accident. All right, the next thing we're going to talk about is caster. Caster is actually the lean of the McPherson strut on the front of this car. So if we had a car with 0 caster, it would mean the strut would be pointed perfectly straight up and down or perfectly at 12 o'clock. Now, as we add caster, we actually lean that strut further back, and that's going to add for camber gain and self-centering. So let me show you how this actually works by turning the steering wheel. So we look at the front wheel, you can see that it's pretty much straight up and down. But as I turn the front wheel, you can see the wheel starts to lean into the angle that I'm turning it. It's leaning into the corner. Now that's going to help out with that contact patch that we talked about and how important that is for making the car handle. Now if I straighten it back out, you can see that the wheel is now becoming straight again. So all of that camber gain that you saw as the wheel leaned over and then straightened back up is because of the amount of caster that's put in this car. Now this being a race car with race car geometry has a significant amount more caster than a standard street car. So one of the big things that caster adds, as you've seen, is it adds camber gain. The other thing it does is it self-centers. So the further back the strut is, the more self-centering this has. So you might see drift cars when they turn in and they start sliding, they literally just let go of the steering wheel. The reason that happens is because they have a lot of caster built into their front suspension, and it actually points the tires in the direction the car is traveling. Only negative thing you really have with adding a lot of caster is what it does is it makes the tire and the suspension very susceptible to hitting bumps in the road. So if you have a lot of caster in the car and you hit a bump, what it's going to do is that self-centering is going to act in reverse, and it's basically going to rip the steering wheel out of your hand. So it makes the car a little more challenging to drive, but in general, for performance applications, it's much better. Let's talk a little bit about what actually lifts the car up off the ground, and that is the spring. The spring is the device that gives a mechanical lift to the car. So if we didn't have springs in the cars, all cars are basically sitting on the ground. So the car's weight sits on all four corners on these springs. This spring right here is a Sachs Performance Mark 7 GTI spring. This is a street spring. You can see it has a sort of odd shape to it. It's what we call a barrel spring, so it gets bigger and smaller. It's also progressive. The way I can tell it's progressive is you can see that these coils are closer to each other, these coils are further away. What a progressive spring rate means is that the spring rate is not linear. It actually gets stiffer the more I squeeze this spring. Now comparing that to a race car, right here we have an Eibach race spring. This is one of the springs we actually use right in this car. So if I take this out of the box, you'll see this is much smaller than a streetcar spring. It actually fits inside of it. This is also much stiffer. So if you look at the wire diameter, the thickness of this wire, you can see how much thicker it is than this. This is because this is a much higher spring rate. So in a race car, we're not concerned about ride comfort and being smooth over speed bumps and bumpy roads. We're looking all for speed. So in order to keep the chassis stiff, we run really high spring rates. You can also see that this is not a progressive spring. This is a linear spring. This means that this spring is going to have the same rate whether I squeeze it this much or I squeeze it down to here. Now that we've talked about springs, let's look at the springs on the car. So you can see right here the spring is mounted on this threaded collar. This threaded collar allows for ride height adjustment. So on race cars, we can actually adjust the ride height, and we can also adjust the weight balance using these threaded collars. So if we just had springs in the car would basically bounce right down the road, like one of those toys you see at a playscape. So what is added is a damper, and this damper is from this race car. This one is from a street car. To control the energy of the spring, what a damper has is oil inside of it and a piston that has to travel through that oil. It requires energy to travel through that oil, so it actually controls the spring movement. So basically, if you had a screen door and you open it up and it has one of those little gas pressure things on the bottom and it slowly closes, that's exactly what's going on in this damper. It's basically controlling the energy of the spring. That said, obviously the weight of the car and the spring rates involved are much higher energy than the door on your house. Now that we understand what dampers do, let's look at the difference between these two dampers. So this one right here is a race car damper. So you can see it's threaded, so ride height adjustment for the spring being perched on it. It is also a gas monotube, which means it's a singular tube. You can see, you can always tell a gas monotube because the chrome section that goes inside the strut is much larger. Now this also is a gas pressurized damper, which means that there's a gas pressure behind the oil, and that keeps the oil from aerating. What happens is, as that piston travels through very quickly, air bubbles form and the damper becomes less effective. Now, the last thing you're going to notice about a race car damper is that it's actually adjustable. So you can see right here on the bottom there's two adjustments. One for compression, when this thing shortens up as you hit a bump, or rebound, one as it gets longer as you're coming off of the bump. We use that as a tool in the race cars to adjust the suspension for different track settings and different weather conditions to get the most out of the car. So now let's talk about the Sachs Performance street car damper. So you can see, by principle, it's pretty much the same as the race car part. It mounts at the top, we have the chrome part that actually goes inside this damper. There's oil inside it. So there's two noticeable differences. First, this is a twin tube damper. This is not a monotube. You can tell by how much thinner this top section is. The other thing is that this has no adjustability for ride height. So you can see that the spring perch, which is much bigger to handle this much larger spring, is fixed to the damper, which means we can't adjust the ride height and go up and down with the car. Now the last thing you're going to notice is that it doesn't have any adjustability for the dampening. So the dampening ratios in this damper are fixed to this component and can never be altered. So now that we've discussed dampers and springs, let's look at how they fit on this race car. So you can actually see right here is the strut. This is the basic damper on the front of the car. You can also see the spring and the adjustable coils to allow this to go up and down. Let's talk about the rest of the suspension geometry and how critical that is to the way this car handles. So we've talked about camber, we've talked about caster, and we've talked about toe, and how critical they are to getting the most out of this tire on the racetrack. That said, if we want to really get the most out of that tire, we actually need to make sure the suspension doesn't deflect. This is your standard GTI control arm. it has a big rubber bushing right here at one end and a bigger rubber bushing right here at the other end. What that does is it eliminates noise from the road coming into the chassis of the car. So that makes it quieter, makes it more comfortable to drive, and it makes it easier for everyday use. But what that also does is when the suspension is loaded up in a high-stress environment, what we would see on a racetrack, these bushings deflect. And what will happen is you may dial in 4 degrees of negative camber. As that bushing deflects, that camber will typically decrease, and you'll actually get less performance from the car. So right here, we have the control arm from the race car. So you'll see that this has some different characteristics to it. First, it's a little bit stronger and a little bit lighter. But the main thing we're talking about is those bushings deflecting. And to combat that, this has these silver spherical bearings, or what is called Heim joints on that. What that is it's a joint that is metal to metal contact that allows for the pivot that's required for the suspension to move, but it doesn't allow any movement in any other direction. The positive to this is when the suspension is pushed in any sort of force from turning or braking, these do not deflect at all. They locate the suspension in the exact same location. All right, so we've talked about the suspension mostly on one corner of the car. One thing we need to talk about though is how the suspension on the left side of the car is actually connected to the suspension on the right side of the car. And that is through the sway bar, or otherwise known as the anti-roll bar. So let's pop the hood on this car and take a look at the actual anti-roll bar. We'll see that the sway bar is actually mounted in a standard location right on top of the subframe. The difference though on a race car sway bar is that is actually a hollow bar. You'll also notice that on the end of that hollow bar has these what we call blades. They're welded onto it, and they have multiple holes. These multiple holes allow for adjustment very quickly on the same exact sway bar. So let's talk a little bit exactly what a sway bar does. So a sway bar literally links the right side control arm to the left side control arm on the car. So as the suspension on one side goes up, the suspension on the other side goes up. So this keeps the car from rolling over too much or swaying in the corners. What it does also is it is a bar, so it has a torsional spring to it. So imagine it isn't not a one-to-one link. It actually, the bar twists as force is applied. So the stiffer the bar, the less it allows it to twist. Now we're at the rear suspension, and really pretty much the same sort of differences apply. So right here, I actually have a standard Mark 7 GTI sway bar. And you see right here, you can see the 2 mounts for the chassis, one here and one here. And you can also see the 2 end link mounts right here and here that tie it into the rear suspension. The big difference you're going to see here is it doesn't have a blade on it, and it is also completely solid steel. So on a race car, we actually have hollow sway bars. The reason for that is mostly to cut down on weight. So this is a lot of extra material that's used on a street car because it's easier to manufacture, but on a race car, we don't need that, and we want the car as light as possible. Now moving on to the suspension, you'll also notice is actually the damper on this rear. So you see this is actually upside down. The reason for that is it actually decreases what we call the unsprung weight. So the unsprung weight is everything that is not sprung on the car. Basically the wheel, the rotor, the brakes, the suspension.
Earlier this morning, the track was damp with overnight rain. We're looking for a little bit of heat to dry the track, and we're going to get it now. It's time for drift here this afternoon at Gingerman Raceway, and welcome back to Grid Life Live, presented by FCP Euro. My name's Kyle Heyer, and I'm joined by Sam Nalvin this afternoon, kind of the drift guy, because I don't know anything about slipping and sliding cars around, but I know it's fun to watch. I think you're going to teach everybody and myself about what it takes to go fast around here and do all the skids the best ways possible.
That was such a professional sounding intro.
Oh, that was not good.
No, that was.
You should have heard my one this morning.
Do you want to do it again?
No, we can redo it.
Okay, yeah, we can start over. Okay, yeah, I am labeled, I guess, as a drift expert.
Okay.
Which is strange. I have an approximate knowledge of many things, one might say, but not really like can hit anything on the head directly here. But thankfully, I'm all you've got. Welcome to hell, guys.
Oh, boy.
We're here. You're in drift hell. Just
well.
kidding. No, this is drift heaven because
Yeah.
Grid Life Midwest, one of my favorite events of all time. It is always a wild, wild show, and this year is going to be different, of course, a little bit. A lot of drivers are our familiar faces are absent, but we still have so many awesome big FD competition drivers, as well as tons of grassroots dudes. So I got to meet a couple of them, but lots of cars. And what you'll see here is, of course, just I don't want to call it a demo because they are just shredding the track and having fun. There's no competition, but the competition is to see who can be the most bad ass drifter. Can I say ass? I've always said ass. I say ass.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Badass drifter. So
I won't stop you.
They're out here to have fun. So right now they're heating up the tires, heating up the cars. This will be the first session. And one thing we always see at Grid Life events is the first session is usually pretty insane, but then each successive session, everyone goes a little bit harder, goes a little bit crazier. I'm just super happy to see a dry track because drifting in the wet is still awesome, but you don't have tire smoke. It's not the same.
Sure. Gingerman Raceway is a really interesting track for drifting because there's a lot of tight corners and there's a lot of sweeping fast corners as well. So you can really gather some momentum around.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, like one of the drifters' favorites, as you're going to see, increasingly throughout the weekend, is the kind of go and manji down the straight. Manji is just on a straightaway, and you're kind of drifting back and forth, and then tossing it into that big corner right in front of us here, which you'll see no doubt shortly. But right now, like I said, everyone's feeling it out, seeing how wet the track is. We got there our nice drone piloted by our good buddy Mr. Rogi, but you'll see the Falcon livered cars. Those are driven by the Team Falcon, Formula Drift drivers. You've got Odi Botchis in there. You've got JTP is coming off a podium this last weekend at FD. Right there, that Mustang. I actually just spoke with that gentleman. So that's an LS-powered Mustang. He said that he went to LS Fest. They wouldn't. And he's already in the dirt. Well, I mean, luckily you don't need that bumper for drifting.
I was going to say, is LS swapping Mustang legal?
I think that it's immoral. Yeah, he said that he wasn't allowed at Ford Fest because of it.
Yeah.
But I mean,
that's fair.
I imagine that the LS guys were pumped. That he's like, hey, we stole one of the Fords, but the Ford guys, he would have been just absolutely crucified.
They don't kind of very specific about their power plant usage.
Yeah, and that was Shane Wally in that car, and he built it in his garage in Detroit. You should check it out if you're on site here. It's got a lot of really good-looking fabrication popping out of that hood.
So cars on track here, and it's been a relatively cool morning. How is it out there? I've been outside in about an hour and a half. Is it warming up a little bit, or is it still sort of chilly?
I mean, you can see it's a little bit overcast. It's still a little bit chilly. It's nice, though. It's nice. I was on the beach yesterday, and now I'm here.
Welcome.
Yeah. No, I love it.
I'm a big fall person. Love the changing colors.
I just love the colors of fall.
It's beautiful.
Just look at these leaves.
Look at those race cars.
You can see the leaves are falling on track. It's a nice amber glow. No, none of that's happening. There's Dirk Stratton. He is that's pretty much probably one of the most prepped cars out here. Worked in the Chevy biz, and that car is run in competition many times. He's not running this year, but that car is hooked up to do some gnarly shreds.
I was wondering how we were going to get the track rubbered in for GLTC. I think we found our solution.
Yeah, and here you got Team Falcon, JTP in the lead, followed by Matt Fields, followed by, looks like that's Odie right behind him. Yep. These guys are constantly out here. But yeah, we're super excited to see the Falcon boys out here.
I got to ride at Pikes Peak International Raceway a few months ago.
Yeah.
And stuff as a passenger. And let me tell you, I came back and Chris asked me up when I got back up to the broadcast booth. He goes, "How was that?" And I just didn't have any words to.
Yeah.
I had never been in a drift car before.
Yeah,
it's so different.
It's a new experience
from a grip car and a grip lap, and I just had the best time.
Do you know who you rode with?
I'm forgetting the name now. I'm blanking. You're gonna hate me later.
I will.
I'll tell you the name, and you're gonna know. Obviously, it's.
Hulk Hogan?
No, we'll get there. We'll roll through the big names.
Chris
Forsberg.
Yep,
that's
boom.
That
was first one and done. Nailed it.
Yes.
Chris couldn't make it out here, unfortunately.
He's a great guy too.
Yeah.
He's just having the best time. You know what was really funny? We got in the car and I heard him talking and I looked over. I was like, I can't believe he's trying to talk to me. It's so loud.
Yeah.
I didn't realize they had comms. You can talk to each other.
Yeah, Chris has a comm set up in his in one of his cars. I think all of his cars actually. Yeah. But yeah, it's so nice to be able to actually hear each other.
Right. I thought that. I mean, that's got to make things a little bit easier to communicate a bit rather than just do hand signals and say,
absolutely.
Hey, get on my way. That sort of thing. But I had a lot of fun.
So we see some of our drivers out here shredding. Lots of dudes from the Midwest. Lots of dudes from the Northeast out here. Here we have, that's Colin Zielinski. That's an LS-powered Boss 14. Oh, there we go with Shane again in that LS Mustang. That car looks good.
It does look really good. Always been a fan of taking the grills out of cars, just having those.
Yeah. And the bumperless look is also a look. A lot of guys do like short bumpers or half bumpers. Odie, one of the Falcon drivers, is known for that. In these competition cars, they'll do like the short half bumper, just really showing off that beautiful rear end. And that's what drifting's about, showing off your rear end as much as you can.
Getting it out there, hanging it out.
Oh, and here we go. Falcon guys. See, that's what I call the Friday manji, just a little flick. And then Saturday comes about, we go for that big flick. Got Matt Field in the lead, followed by Odie, followed by JTP, and then Dirk hopping on back. Champions also on the premises. Warming up the car.
I think it also helps that the straightaways here are not super long, so you can kind of connect these corners pretty well.
Yeah, we want them to focus mostly drifting. The whole track, like around the ground, you can destroy an entire set of tires.
It's 2.5 miles
with one lap. So. Yeah, the back area is cool to drift, but this front area is what it's all about.
Right. And so the spectators are, too.
Yeah, of course. And you can see we got, some spectators here, but we got social distance in action and much lower capacity than normal GRIDLIFE Midwest, which I'm just so pumped that we can even have this.
Yep.
But it's still, this is we're not acting like this is the regular old GRIDLIFE. We're going to be out here doing the best we can with what we got, but I believe fully that we're going to be back with our normal GRIDLIFE stuff sooner than later with big concerts, big parties. But right now, these guys are partying. These two dudes are awesome. This is Dan Nikov and Gus Buzas. They're both in these banana yellow M3s. And one of them, they're both actually running the standard, I think, S54 motor, but one's turbo and one's supercharged.
Yeah, these guys were actually at PPIR earlier this year, so this is kind of their second go at Drift this season. So they had a lot of fun out there at Pikes Peak. That's a really cool racetrack as well. But coming back home to Gingerman, at least where GRIDLIFE's sort of base this time.
Yeah.
Good to see him back.
Yeah, Alpine was awesome. This is my first time missing a GRIDLIFE. Was Alpine this year, and I was so very sad. But I'm here now, so I'm much happier now.
Yeah, Alpine was super cool. That was my first time out to Colorado, and I had just come back from Sonoma the week before. Yeah. Couldn't fly out there, so I had the road trip with my buddies Tom and Ed. 20-hour road trip, super fun though, and it was such a great week. So that was a fun time. There's been a lot of really cool tracks I've been to this summer. Whether it's with GRIDLIFE or I work with SRO America as well over there. But again, something about being back home at Gingerman, and feel this is actually sort of the anniversary of Midwest from last year for me. It's my first.
Yeah, Gingerman's special, and what we can do here. That's what I did. First race coming in the quarter, Falcon at the lead. I think I saw Dirk still hanging out. Yeah, that Dirk's fully engaged with those guys right now.
I don't think you can tell if anybody's in there. When the second car goes by, it's a smoke cloud.
Yeah, and there's Dye in that S15. LS powered keeping it au natural with the Ford engine. And then the other guys, of course, LS is in those.
Yeah, he won't get beat up at the Ford.
no, he's a Ford purist. So there ain't no other Chevy parts in that.
Little rivalry going on between the LS guy and the true.
Yeah,
Ford
I'd like to see them go out there and tandem together. Falcon guys usually sticking together. And what's nice about drifting, of course, is you can only chase really as good as the lead driver is. Because if that lead driver is not going to go where you think he's going to go, or he's too slow, or he's too fast, or he's doing too little angle or too much angle, you can't chase as effectively or as easily. And these guys have driven with each other so many times, at least the Team Falcon guys and Dirk. And I can't see what's on the back there. But you have to be able to read the other driver in front of you and know how they're going to act on track and know, they telegraph their movements, and there's just this muscle memory of like, oh yeah, there's JTP in front of me. I know exactly how he's going to initiate. And that's what makes drifting really fun in these events.
A lot of different diversity in cars out here as well.
Yeah.
It seems like I've seen a lot more Corvettes joining. Like C6s especially become, I've noticed, increasingly popular in the drift scene.
Yeah, like for a very long time, the standard drift cars were just going to be Nissan S chassis and Mazda FCs and FDs. You're seeing all these cars now that were just the common rear-wheel drive cheap, quote-unquote cheap cars that you could get. They're no longer cheap anymore. We call it the drift tax.
Yes.
You can't really get an unabused S chassis anymore, or even if you do, though, it's still usually 140 horsepower stock KA motor we got. And now there's just so many good cars that are getting less expensive, like a Corvette, where you literally only have to big train. So I got Matt Field followed by Odie, followed by JTP, Odie. And he went into the wall hard there, as well as Dye. Both their cars are currently at the frame straightener right now, getting them straight. But yeah, they're both happy to do a for fun event. But yeah, the Corvette chassis are wonderful because you already have big V8 power. You got the motor that everyone puts into drift cars anyways.
Sure.
You more or less just make sure you have safety equipment and you can just go drift. One of the things you got to add, though, is steering angle. If you want to do it more than just for fun sometimes, because most stock cars just don't have enough angle to turn the wheel, so that way you can drift deeper, go into corners a little bit more aggressively, and hold onto a drift.
Sure. coming from my world, because I kind of come from a world of wheel-to-wheel racing, how much setup goes into these cars? Is it sort of you set it one way and you just kind of run it like that, or is there tweaking of cameers and
there's
to get it to whatever?
A lot of guys have a general setup that they'll just, from stock to just your general drift setup.
Sure.
You obviously are tweaking and changing many things suspension component-wise.
Right.
But, I think that they'll kind of set up for like this track versus Pikes Peak. We have much bigger sweeping corners here, so you might change sway bar a little bit. You might change dampening rate because of whatever. I'm actually one of the worst people to talk about this because like I said, I have approximate knowledge of how it goes. But yeah, there's a baseline setup you would do for a specific car.
Sure.
And then when you're going into like competition weekends, there's tuning for each run, maybe even just to get exactly dialed for your competitor. You tune for the car in front of you. How fast is that guy going to go?
Right.
But here, you'd set up your party tune kind of just so you have a good basis for general activities. That yellow Miata out here is a Brian Peter. That's a turbo in that thing. He's got a BMW Trans. He's usually, I recognize him out here. He's usually in a blue FC RX-7. This is his first time debuting that yellow Miata. Ooh, here we go.
It's the coolest looking thing ever. So cool.
That's the best.
This is what makes the highlight reels at the end.
Oh
of the
yeah,
weekend.
every time. Yeah, big Falcon initiation there. And I like Dirk just kind of.
At the exit of what is the turn 2 of the road course, and kind of managing down to turn 3 here and getting that initiation. Kind of timing this right is tricky because it's so cool they flow into it all together. It's not very messy looking. Oh, big slide.
Yeah, Dirk getting some reverse entry, we call that.
Saw that a little bit at Pikes Peak. Had a couple drivers really trying it down there in the hairpin in the infield at PPAR. It worked a little bit better there than it does here, I think, just because the corner's a little tighter radius out there.
Throwing some backies, as we call them.
Yep.
Not fun to chase against because oftentimes you scrub a lot of speed when you do that reverse entry, but it looks awesome. It's a fan pleaser. You just might get someone T-boning your door if you go too deep.
How does it work? I mean, thinking about how, when you're using handbrakes and that sort of thing, how does it not stall?
Hold on, check out this. So I just talked to this dude. This is Mike Day. That's a GTI. You're seeing that right? So he's got a Mark. I think he said Mark IV. That's what it's got. Pretty much a tube frame car, and he's running an M62 BMW motor in E39. Yeah, so and that car is just ridiculous. I don't think I've ever in the flesh seen a. Don't call it a Golf. It's a GTI drift car. So that's pretty cool.
Something new.
Sorry, you were saying about
so I was wondering about like when you're doing a reverse entry like that. I mean, you really got to get those tires spinning because if you let the rear tires stop, you're going to end up stalling and making it. So how does that? I mean, because you're coming in backwards, you don't want to let the engine spin backwards. That sort of deal.
Well,
a lot going on with the drive.
Yeah, I mean, you're scrubbing. You're not doing active acceleration under that entry condition, so you're going to flick it. And then you're going to pick up the throttle again once you get to your desired time to start pouring on power again. But in the meantime, you'll e-brake and clutch in and just kind of float it out to where you want to go, and then immediately drop the hammer and use your power to get out of there.
A lot going on.
Oh yeah. It's very
made it sound a lot simpler than it probably is.
Yeah, like one thing that I think a lot of people that are not familiar with drifting or have been in a drift car or done at least drifting to this level is how much brake and clutch work is done to accomplish. Like, yeah, you can just kind of, you road racing fellas, you call it like power overing. So there's a lot, a lot of people think that, oh yeah, if you have a big V8 with big torque and you apply too much throttle and then, counter steer, that is drifting in essence. But these guys are doing a lot of fancy footwork with their hydro e-brake with their hand, left foot braking, a lot of clutch work. Each time you pull the e-brake, you're pushing the clutch as well. And if you get to see or like drive in one of these cars, you see really how busy these drivers are in the cockpit. A lot of the steering is done with your throttle foot, but still, you are helping guide it and tossing the car into which corner you want. But a lot of these guys, it's really interesting to see like just how little they might actually touch the steering wheel in like a single run because they're just doing so much driving with their right foot.
Sure, I'd love to get a pedal cam on one of these guys.
Yeah.
That'd be really cool. Maybe we can arrange that for tomorrow at some point. Big slide through one here. As get set up for the crossover. That's got to be such a fun transition, 1 into 2. The straightaway short enough you can just straight.
Oh yeah,
line it right up.
Got a good flow.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the Corvettes. We're seeing a lot more Corvette chassis. The BMW E series, the 3 Series are more they're kind of replaced the Nissan S chassis as like the entry-level car. You see so many of those now, but I imagine those are going to dry up soon too. But lots of 350Zs, lots of 370Zs now becoming accessible. Corvettes are such a good brand. And of course, you see Mustangs aplenty now that they're becoming. The fact that you can buy a like a 2000s or even later Mustang for a few Gs and turn it into a pretty capable drift car after stripping, doing some diff work, safety gear, e-brake, and steering angle, and you're in.
Yep. Obviously, a lot of practice goes into perfecting this, and that's sort of interesting watching, the Falcon guys kind of string things together, because it's like they just go out here right out of the gate, and their first go at it, there's no mistakes that I'm seeing get made. I mean, they're so good at this that they just go out, run one, and they nail it. I mean, that's spectacular.
It's that muscle memory. It's like one of the GRIDLIFE stars that unfortunately isn't here this weekend, Ryan Turk. We do a lot of videos with him where it's like, we are essentially saying, okay, go drift this mountain road that has 1,000-foot cliffs, and with he'll do a sight lap, but then first time drifting
right
up it, he can link every corner, and I think that there's many drifters
like
many
AI.
here today that can also claim that they can. Hey, they spelled my last name wrong.
We'll fix that.
Come on, guys. All right, I'm out. I quit. This is garbage. Why would they even invite me if they're gonna? It's an A. Guys.
Now then.
And it's such an easy last name. I get Melvin a lot.
Melvin,
yeah.
Oh,
when I try
that's unfortunate.
When back in the before times when I used to go to a restaurant, I would just tell them my name is Sam Melvin if I need a reservation. Or Cornelius. That's another one I like to use, like at Starbucks. It's fun. Yeah.
Cornelius.
Or karaoke. Karaoke name. Cornelius Weatherbottom III. For those
Weatherbottom III.
Yeah.
Where was it? I was watching. This is off topic. I was watching a.
No. Don't go off topic.
HGTV show. Northamptonshire is a place in England. I go. You just took all the most English-sounding things and stuck them together. Northamptonshire.
Northamptonshire.
Just
Here we have Ryan Littrell drifting, hailing from Northamptonshire, being chased by Shepsta in the FPV. I got to talk with him. FPV pilots, one of the most awesome things to be added to the drifting media arsenal. I love FPV stuff. Hey, now, okay, all right, guy, okay, two A's. Can you
3 C's and an X? Let's go for that.
I think we can work with this. Maybe like a cool nickname, like Power Hulk, Meat Hook, Meat. I don't know, you'll figure it out.
Start stitching letters.
Yeah.
Just hold the key down.
There we got that GTI drift car. It's actually drifting really. I mean, I shouldn't say actually, but because it's a short wheelbase, I imagine. But it's almost an entirely tube-frame car, so you can kind of put in whatever underpinnings you want.
Yeah, wheelbase got to be a big deal with these cars. It's like a lot of long wheelbase cars are sort of the preferred. Is it just a stability thing to keep slides?
Yes. Yeah, longer wheelbase cars I think typically just are more stable and easier to throw. And then you also want near equal weight balance in the car, but then also not exactly, because it depends on the car, it depends on the driver, but you also kind of want to have a little bit more weight off balance, so you can have a bit of a pendulum effect going into corners and out of corners, and having the car being able to recover from mid drift. There's a lot of complicated drift only setup that you're not going to see in other things, which is awesome.
So heading through, I guess that's the exit of turn 6 now. I just noticed they've done some track improvements here at Gingerman. They've got the rumble strips now. They got hash marks over there. They got painted lines too, which is a new addition since the spring. So
we're going to cover that all up.
It's going to be completely black by the end of it. I was at COTA a few weeks ago for World Challenge, and they have yellow anti-cut curbs, and they were so black by the end of the second day they just went out there and painted them yellow again. We're going to have to go out there and paint them all over.
Yeah, we're used to that in this drifty world. And also new to Midwest is we're actually going to be doing a GRIDLIFE Drift night shift.
Night shift drift. Oh, that was so cool. We had lasers at PPIR. It was so rad.
So stick around. Come back with us tonight. You can see the schedule online. I don't want to say what it is right now because I don't have it open on my phone, but I'm going to keep talking until I open it, and I have it right here tonight at 8 p.m. EDT. It's not EST. My friend friend informed me that EDT is the proper way to say it because
that's true.
Of daylight savings.
I said that wrong earlier, so he's probably responding to me.
No, because I made a post. I didn't know that. So 8 p.m. tonight, EDT. We're going to be doing GRIDLIFE Drift night shift with lights. There's going to be a live band in the middle of the track. They're going to be jamming out on guitars with lasers on them. Well, I think actually
lasers.
Well, I heard that they were going to do like some Mad Max stuff where they're going to have the band on the drift car, like the guy taped a bungee to the hood while he's wailing on a guitar, a double neck guitar, which is actually going to be pretty cool, I think. I mean, I don't know if double neck guitars are still. Yeah, they're still cool.
Put a stage on a trailer and drift with the trailer.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. You got big ideas.
I got big ideas.
You've only watched drifting here for just a few minutes. Beamer. See, and you notice how the chase car also went off track there because he's just following the lead of that lead Beamer. So
a lot of responsibility out front.
Yes, I'd rather be in back than in front driving this situation, which to be very clear, I'm not a pro drifter, but I've spent some time behind the drifting wheels. Something.
You can't be around this environment for too long before you get roped into it. At least they stuck me with Forsberg, and now I want to do it. I don't have the means to get out.
Let's hear your dream drift car build right now.
Oh,
based off what you've seen, what are you going to build?
I know it's sort of what everybody does, but I love how RX-7s look.
Mm-hmm.
Just in
FC or FD?
FD.
FD, yep.
And
those are cheap these days. You can get them. I think like $1,000.
I don't. Well, even if it's like a wheel car, I love those cars. But
yeah, they're beautiful.
They're really neat, and especially when they're wide bodied.
Yeah.
Slam them down to the ground. They just look so cool.
But now you're going to keep rotary. You're going to be a purist.
Because I feel like you got to have the Doritos if you're going to run an FD, right?
I agree.
I mean, it's never going to run, but
no, come on.
But
I've been corrected by very many rotary guys that have told me about reliable ways to make them work for at least 1 or 2 laps.
That's better than a lot of smoke over there. We're kind of joking about our GLTC buddy Luke McGrew, who's been doing an Ecotech 2.5 swap into his NC Miata, and he's on engine 5, I think, this season. So
sure.
I think he might be better off with the rotary in that car. But
when they're done correctly, rotaries are the best. They sound so good.
There was an FD at Mid Ohio earlier this year that just sounded like an LMP1 or like an old prototype. Just it was the coolest sound ever.
Yeah,
I want more.
Yeah, I've had pipe dreams of one day having an RX-7, but then I realized that I already have too many broken cars. So.
Yep. So I think with that, it's going to wrap up Drift here in a minute. We've got the track sweepers heading out on course, and I think they're going to blow some of the marbles off, or at least I think that's what's going on. There's a lot of debris on the racetrack. We've got GRIDLIFE Touring Cup qualifying coming up here in a few minutes, and as much as we love the Skid Bros, the
Skid Boys, please.
Skid Boys.
BOI.
The
Skiddy Boys?
Skiddy
Boys.
Shredman.
Shredman? Yeah.
.com?
You can do that.
Don't go to the website.
I don't know. Okay, hold on. Wait, we gotta unpack this.
Let's not. Let's keep it packed.
To learn more about drifting, go to shreddedmen.com. Is that?
Oh God, I'm not Googling it.
Okay.
I don't need that on my search history.
Okay.
But I think we're cleaning up the racetrack because the GLTC guys are coming out, and they're going to be upset if they got to run over some marbles and grass.
It's going to happen, guys.
It's going to happen. They'll make it interesting. So looking at our schedule for the rest of the day, we have some more drifting coming up, and it's going to be, I think the next session is planned for, 5:10 p.m. EDT?
Yup.
I think is what our plan is. And then again, we do it again at Night Shift Drift, which is going to be at 8:20 EDT.
Mm-hmm. We are going to have Dusk Drift, though, as well.
Dusk Drift. Oh, yes. Oh, there is. Yeah, Drift at dusk, and then we head straight into Night Shift.
From dusk till drift. Is that anything? No.
Yes.
Okay. It's something.
We'll do it.
I'm working to say. So, again, the drifters are doing their first, this was like a warm-up. They're going to keep on getting sharper. This is my warm-up. My dad jokes are going to get hotter next time. I mean, I feel like we got some good ones in here, but not the best.
This is like some dirt track.
Yeah, so this is actually, we're about to see this thing throw down some nasty skiddies.
Oh, yeah. This is a new drift build. It's got LS in it.
Mm-hmm. And that's actually the Gingerman himself behind the wheel. That's Bryson Gingerman. He's the one that he always insists on driving the tractors himself.
This thing on a dyno made 200 horsepower and 15,000 pounds of torque.
Yeah. He's only running on 4 cylinders, but each one is the size of that burrito.
Yes, which looks really good.
Looking burrito.
There you go. Take a nice big bite. That looks awesome.
What's that? There's a term for people that are really grossed out by food noises.
I don't know.
Chomping.
You know what I learned about?
I have that.
Oh, what was it? The other day I learned about the phobia for the number 13. There's a name for it.
Ooh.
And it's like a 15-syllable word, and I'm going to look it up because let me look it up.
Why would you not like the number 13?
I was looking because I was at Indianapolis, and there was a whole thing about there's no 13th pit stall there. It's 12A.
Oh, yeah. There's buildings and elevators, and many things have been built.
Triskaidekaphobia.
Okay.
Is the thing.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm brave. I don't have that. I do have fears of deep, cloudy water.
Okay, that's fair.
That don't fly with me.
Understandable.
A lot of different ways to die that I'm not fond of. You know, in movies when people do like needles and eyes, I don't like that either. Belly button stuff. Belly button stuff. Don't get me started. Like in the Matrix when they do that belly button thing that crawls into Neo's belly button.
Oh gosh.
That ain't me. I ain't about that.
Yeah. Well, we got
trailer parked it, man. Oh.
Picking up marbles one by one. He's going to do that for all 15 trillion marbles that are out there. He's going to pick up and throw them off to the side of the track individually.
And those are limited edition marbles that JTP actually accidentally dropped outside of his windows. JTP's a big marble man, big marble fan, and he plays with them all the time. And sometimes they do fall out of his car when he's at angle. So sorry about that, JTP. Your marbles can be picked up back at base HQ. Please stop playing with your marbles on track. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Or do you mean tire marbles?
All of them.
Okay.
All the marbles.
Yeah. That's the hoedown truck over there. That's the guys who are sitting on hay. There's hay bale rides you're going to see this weekend.
Yeah, so looking again at our schedule for the rest of the day, if you're watching live, our next drift session again is going to be at 5:10 p.m. And with that, we're going to conclude the first drift session of the afternoon, and we'll be back in a little bit.
I'll see you guys soon. I'll miss you.
Welcome back to Grid Life Live, brought to you by FCP Euro, and my name is Kyle Heyer, joined by Tom O'Gorman. It is time for Grid Life Touring Cup qualifying, and this is our season finale round of the 2020 year. And Tom, it's been a wild year. We started it back a couple months ago in June, but it has been about 18 months, or give or take a month or two, since we've been sitting here together for a Grid Life Touring Cup session. I'm excited. Welcome back.
Hi, Kyle. I'm so excited, and I can tell the entire paddock is too. There's so many cars. I think that's the biggest thing. I think we have 50 cars. 50 cars. Biggest GLTC field in the history of the series, 2 years into this wheel-to-wheel race series, Grid Life Touring Cup. And this is going to be good.
I'm so excited. This racetrack has been, a track that in the past GLTC ran its second ever event weekend here. I think we started at Mid-Ohio, then came to Gingerman last year in 2019, ran some races there. We were here back in the spring, and the races that we saw there, we didn't have a live stream that weekend, but we saw some amazing races. The top 6 or 7 cars all on top of each other. We had 30 or so, 25 or 30 cars. We've had 50 cars this weekend. That's a ton of cars. I think there's probably 10, 12, maybe 15 cars that could realistically go out there and win this race. And we've got 30 or 35 that are going to be on top of each other running for, the midfield battle. So this is going to be very much like a Formula One event where you're kind of watching the midfield battles along with the one for the race lead. But 15-minute sprints 4 times this weekend. I cannot wait to get these cars out on the racetrack. And we've also seen some competitors come back after some trials and tribulations. Luke McGrew is back, I think, on motor 17 or something like that.
I heard 34.
68, one of those two. But Luke is back. He's got a motor. He's been fast in practice this weekend as well, so Luke might be pretty good.
Well, he was fast at other events. So we should talk about what GLTC is, because this is the first time we're seeing it here at Grid Life Midwest. This is wheel-to-wheel racing. This is, just like you said, Formula One, NASCAR, whatever you want to call it. We throw a green flag, and then when the checkered flag comes out, the first one one across the line wins. So it's not like Time Attack where fastest single lap counts. It's not like Drift where you have, style points and that's it. This is wheel-to-wheel proper club racing, and these cars, all 50 of them, are in the same class. This is a 12.5 to 1 power to weight ratio class, and you get to modify your base weight up and down based on the modifications you choose. So if you have 200 horsepower, you can weigh 2,600 pounds. If you want to add a wing, you got a little bit more weight too. If you want to run a smaller engine, you can take a little bit of weight out. So all of that goes up and down to keep all the cars theoretically at the exact same peak performance potential. And like you said, we have probably 10 plus cars that are going to be competitive, which is for the top spot, which is going to be even cooler when we get into the shootout a little bit later on this weekend. Think about that top 10 shootout. How many cars are going to be just clamoring to even get into that top 10 shootout, let alone how competitive it's going to be?
So we'll touch on the shootout first. What I'm excited for the shootout, basically, if you've ever heard of or seen Bathurst qualifying, basically it's a time trial. Every driver that finishes in, is it for race 2 or race 3 this weekend? I think it's race 3. So after race 2, our top 10 finishers in race number 2 will qualify into race 3 in reverse order. So 10th will go out first, 9th will go out second, and so on and so forth. They will each get one lap with the entire track to themselves, and they'll get the entire live stream themselves. We're going to focus all on them for one lap, and that's your time to shine. We saw this at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course earlier this year, and boy, was it fun. We saw Pervez Randilia slip-sliding out of turn 13, just going for it, power down. It is the coolest thing I've ever watched. And again, and GLTC, why is this so fun? Because you mentioned it, the power-to-weight ratio. You ever want to watch a Honda Odyssey minivan battle an M3 and an RX-8 and a Miata and a Mustang? That's what GLTC is. Mm-hmm. And if you like stock car racing, if you're into NASCAR, well, this is as close as you're going to get to stock cars. I mean, that minivan that Carl Hurdle and the HMA Racing Boys brought to Road Atlanta last year, stock motor, stock transmission. They did some brake suspension, roll cage, and a cool suit mod. That's it. And that's what's so cool about this series is you get incredible diversity, and the racing is some of the closest in North America.
Yeah, and again, wheel-to-wheel racing for GLTC, and we got a little bit ahead of ourselves on the format, but we should talk about also what we're going to see unfold. Right now, we're obviously coming into qualifying. We're starting the weekend off, already having some practice sessions in the books both yesterday and today, and we'll get to the weather as well. But we have 4 races on the weekend. Think of it kind of like a Forza or Gran Turismo championship. You bang out a bunch of quick races, you earn points for each race, and then the event champion is the one that has earned the most points across those 4 races. Each of those 4 races is a 15-minute race. Quick sprint races, lots of action, and then each one's starting grid is gridded by a different format as well. So we're starting off with qualifying, and then each race 2, race 3, and race 4 will all have their own special format to get the thing qualified. I don't think this car is quite at power to weight that we're looking here, but he's doing his best to blow the track off.
This is our pace car, isn't it?
It might be. It might be.
Pretty slow pace to be pacing the field, but and again, we're going to see.
Look at that! It's a Miata MX-5 1000.
Yeah, that's 1000. Yep, you got it.
Whatever it is.
So when we roll out on track here in a little bit, we mentioned ridiculous. We got 50 cars here this weekend. This track is 2.21 miles around, 11 corners. We have 15 or 20 minutes to qualify. That's not a lot of time to get your own space on the racetrack. A lot of cars vying for not a lot of space. So I think traffic in qualifying, again, open qualifying, everyone will get 20 minutes to run their fastest lap. I think that getting your own space is going to be a big problem here. And guys like Eric Cattell, Aaron Lichty, I think they're going to want to be out right at the get-go. The problem is when they come around to start their flying lap, there might still be cars coming out of the pits. So there's a big consideration there.
Yeah, that's something I hadn't even thought of until you just said, to be honest. That's an incredibly good point. Not only are the conditions of the track maybe not ideal, although this is the first time that the cars for GLTC are seeing the track dry. You can obviously see the track conditions are still not going to be super ideal, but 50 cars, that's, when you grid them up side by side and you throw a green flag, there's obviously a lot of empty track everywhere else, but when you just release them one by one on the pit lane, you're going to end up with cars basically nose to tail all the way around, and getting your own space is going to be really tough. So a couple things, I just kind of walked the grid to see who was what and who had had their stuff together early on the grid. A couple big names that we talked about already mentioned. Luke was up there early, Eric Cattell was up there early, Aaron Lichty was a little further back, I think. He's actually trying a new tire this weekend.
Ooh.
He's on the BFG, what do they call it? R1S.
Okay.
So that is an autocross-focused compound tire that is designed to come up to temperature faster. And he thinks because it's under 60 degrees and dry that DOT R compound BFG is going to come up to temp a little bit faster and give him better results, not only in the fast races, but in the shootout and in qualifying. So he's on brand new BFGs. He's ride them before, but not with the car in the current configuration. So that'll be interesting to see how that comes to fruition. Most of the field on the Hoosier R7, which is a DOT R compound race tire. That's kind of the cookie cutter. This is how you build a GLTC car option. Not a lot of street tire cars that I saw out there, except for the kind of staple guy for that, Scott Robertson, who added some aero this weekend. We'll get a good shot of that car. He kind of went the NASCAR, what do they call it?
The
Daytona.
duckbill?
No. It's like the big, the Roadrunner.
Yeah, what do you call it?
The Plymouth Daytona wing.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, that thing. Well, you'll see it on the stream later.
Yeah, it'll be obvious.
But
you'll notice it from 5 miles away.
Yeah, but I think, I was going to say that the weather was a big factor, but I think you're right. The traffic in qualifying is going to be a big deal.
Yeah, for sure. And I think going back to Aaron Lichty, think back to a few weeks ago we were at Road America. In 2019 at Road America, Aaron Lichty won every race in the weekend. That's still to this day the only time that a driver has swept a GridLife Touring Cup weekend. He went into Road America this year trying a strategy. We have season-long points as well, and Aaron was trying to kind of play the strategy because race 2 is typically gridded by your fastest lap from race number 1. So Aaron thought starting at the back of the field and getting space to run his own quick lap would put him at the front for race number 2. The problem is we had a crash and a caution on the opening lap at Road America. The race ended under yellow because the cleanup was too extensive, and what happened was Aaron spent the rest of the weekend driving up through the field. He finally got a win in the final race of the weekend, but I think that was a strategic mistake by Aaron Lichty. I'm wondering about this tire call, if this is the right call. Aaron's been so dominant, making a change, that worries me just a little bit.
A little bit, but look at this. This is GridLife Touring Cup, 50 cars strong on the grid. You're looking at the grid right now. Not only is the entire stream of cars down the left side on your screen of grid, but there's about 10 more cars sitting on the right side up against the wall. Those are all GridLife Touring Cup cars, all in the same class, and as soon as we get this track cleaned up, you can see the track is mostly dry at this point. All the critical sections are certainly dry. Those straightaways where there's not a lot of exertion on the pavement, that's the last to dry up. But this is going to be phenomenal to see. So you see Eric Catil up early on the grid, a number of BMWs. That's kind of been the resurgence, or not the resurgence, but the fresh blood, I would say, of the field has been a huge number of these E36 and E46 chassis BMWs coming in, and not only coming in, but being competitive.
Yeah, they've been really, really solid. And there you see the red Miata on the bottom of your screen. That's that Daytona-esque wing that you were mentioning earlier. And going back to qualifying again, fastest lap was going to take the pole here. But again, we've got 15 to 20 minutes to run your quick lap. We've got, as you mentioned, 50 cars. It's a whole lot. Adam Jabay is kind of the brainchild of this whole operation. And when he is standing at the top of grid here looking down this row, you have to wonder how he's feeling right now, because he's run in this series. He's raced in his own series. That's got to be cool. But looking down a pit lane and seeing 50 cars in his series that you created, thanks, Adam. I hope he's having a good time right now.
Well, and luckily he's not going to, luckily for him, he's not actually going to be able to see all those cars because he's sitting in his race car, which is just on the left side of frame. So he did the 5-minute call on grid and then went and strapped himself into his own race car to go race this weekend.
Adam Jabay does
Adam does that. But he said it's a lot like sending your kid off to school. He's like, I created this place to play, and now all of these cool kids want to come play in my place to play, but he doesn't know exactly what's going to happen. It's like sending your kid off to school for the first time. So we have 50 cars entered for the weekend. Interestingly, only 28 turned practice laps this morning because it was wet. So we have a lot of drivers either opting, I don't need to know the track in the wet, I already know the track in the wet, whatever it may be. They did not go out, but fastest in practice this morning was actually Luke McGrew. He was running his rain tires, and he and Emil Tabu was also on rain tires. Both were kind of in a league of their own in the wet. Brandon Puck, though, in a red K Miata, he was a driver that was just outside the top 10 a lot of times at Road America at our last round, but he was third fastest. Ben Dozman in an RSX was next quickest, and then Eric Catil. That was the top 5. Eric Meadows, Edgediges Sadauskas, Scott Robertson on his street tires, Jake Price and Aaron Lichty rounded out the top 10 in GLTC practice earlier this morning, again in the damp, as cars are now released for qualifying. 20 minutes to turn your fastest lap to grid up for race number 1.
And GridLife Touring Cup this weekend is presented by Haltech. So as the cars roll out on the racetrack and get warmed up, get the heat in the tires, and go for a flying lap, again, finding space going to be a big deal. Kerry is in number 44 M3. Super good at Road America. I think that was his second event that he had done, first or second event. Super good there. So I would expect him to be a contender as well. well this week as we roll out onto the racetrack here. So Ryan Christoph out there in his CRX. It looks like a TCR car from the 80s, which I think is really cool.
Yeah, that's a GLTC exhibition car, so that car is actually partially tube framed. It's not technically legal within the GLTC rulebooks as far as the way it's prepared, but it is fully within GLTC range for performance. So Christoph's within the leadership of GridLife, has held chief instructor roles, has held race director roles, helps out wherever he can, and when he can, brings his race car and gets to race as well. So he'll be racing. I guess when we say all these cars are in the same class, Christoph gets the asterisk next to him being an exhibition car, but he's absolutely one of the cars to watch, especially in the rain. That car's really good in the rain because it's so light. Cars still being released from pit lane. You see Quincy Burke, one of the final cars out, and we're actually sitting just past pit entrance in our broadcast booth, so we get to hear all these cars thunder past, still being released now as the field on their warm-up lap is deep into turn number 8.
Yeah, so again, Eric Cattell in that number 82 came off a really strong round at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course a few months ago. Won a couple races at Road America as well, and it looks like Andrew Worka's out. I think Justin Kelly is the one that's spearheading this drive here, and there's still cars leaving the pits.
They're still coming out of the pits, more and more and more. I just saw Ben Harisco and somebody driving his BMW drives by and his Miata drives by, so I don't know which one he's in. You see Jake Jornstad in his Integra entering turn number 3 in frame. But the first 15 cars or so stacked up down into turn number 10, and this session is really critical because it makes or breaks the flow of the entire weekend. Like you said, Aaron Lichty decided to go for a strategy on purpose. If you accidentally screw up qualifying and you end up 15th when you had 5th fastest potential, the whole weekend is off to a bad start. So cars now just coming onto the front straight to start their first flyer. I see pretty decent gaps for the first couple, but then it's going to be tough for those cars that are not the first 5 out. That whole stream of cars, it's going to be tough to get a lap. Look at this cool camera shot into turn number 1.
Yeah, Justin Kelly leading that. That is an S2000 powered Scion FRS, and that car had some issues last year at Road America when it debuted, but he's gotten that car relatively quick. He won a race at Pikes Peak International Raceway a few weeks ago. That was his only win of the season so far. We mentioned Emil Tab earlier. He got his first win of the season at Road America. That was that first race, I think it was the second race of the weekend that he ended up winning, but it was a really good showing by Emil Tab, and excited to see him again. Andy Smedgard is in the field, ran really well here in the spring, even with a car that wasn't really performing all the way to his ability, so he'll be good again. Pervez Randilia, always a threat to win as well, so there's so many cars in this field I feel can win these races this weekend. Justin Kelly will be the first driver to run a lap here, and he's got clean track, so we'll see what he can put down in lap 1 here.
Yeah, I love this camera shot that we've had now placed out into turn. Whoa, huge slide for Eric Cattell through turn 7 on this first lap. He scuffed in some stickers in the wet earlier today, and now the rest of the field streams through into turn number 8. This is an aspect of the track we don't get to see often from a spectator's perspective or a camera angle, so that's a really cool shot. A couple other drivers that are out there. Woody Hyman has been a contender all season long, as has Ryan Upham, and then you mentioned Kerry James, all E36 BMWs. Those cars have been really competitive, especially at some of the bigger, faster tracks where they get to open up, not only dig out of some slower corners, but then let those cars breathe.
And Brad Adams is here this week. He's making his first start since Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course back in July. So good to see Brad back. He's got some new wheels on the car this weekend he was excited about. So good to see Brad, Uncle Brad as I like to call him. He's back in town this week. So cars across the line here. Eric Cattell will be the first driver across the line. So I wonder if Justin Kelly either backed off or made a mistake. Cattell, a 142.507. Ryan Christoph, second, a 145.795. Emil Tab, now Pervez Randilia. Oh, man, it's going to be scattering as they come across the line here.
Tripod through turn number 2 in the EG. Sponsored by Heel Toe Automotive, down the front, down the straightaway between turns 2 and 3, and you see the rear end of that car really free. But he still holds the provisional pole right now, 142.5 for Eric Cattell. He's got 2 seconds on the field. Pervez Randilia second, Luke McGrew third, and a lot of those cars are going to be searching for that spot on track to get a clear lap. I see Kerry James looks like he's got a pretty decent gap, but he's got an Emil Tab right up his bumper. There they are, headed down into turn number 5. So you see just the size difference of those cars, but the power to weight works out to the same.
Yeah, again, we saw in the spring some amazing racing in the top 6. What we did discover, though, is it's pretty tricky to pass here. You have to be really creative about it. Probably your passing opportunities, probably turn number 11, the final corner, big dive up there. The rest of the track is where drivers with a lot of downforce and lightweight cars like Ryan Christoph are going to have the best time. That's why you see him hounding Justin Kelly here. So the cars will get to stretch their legs in different parts of this racetrack, but I think you're going to see a very clear-cut difference in the middle sector belonging to the lighter cars and the first and third sector belonging to the heavier cars.
Yeah, a whole lot of contenders were just in your shot there. That was James and Emil Tab and Hyman and Pervez Randilia, who has always been one of the most understated cars. Final finally put some graphics on there. I see
Yeah.
a little white checkered flag up the side in the FRS. Looks good. And now here comes Ryan Kristoff up the inside of Justin Kelly, who's having a hard time getting up to speed in qualifying here. So everyone has a lap in the books. Coutil is the provisional pole sitter by 2 seconds. He's got clear track. This lap will certainly be under the 140 mark, I think, as he comes across the line. What's it going to be?
Yeah, well,
not quite, 140.4. So now he's up by 4 seconds as the rest of the drivers are going to start to stream through. Kristoff goes P2, Emil Taub all the way up to second now, and we're just going to let that sit and kind of tumble through for just a minute.
Yeah, we're going to get it sorted by time. It's by position on track right now, which was what we'll use for the race later. There is the 802 of Woody Hyman. He was super good at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course earlier this year, especially in damp conditions. We ran a practice race, and he was really good there. So if we get a little bit of rain, I'd watch this 802 car as one to be competitive.
He was really fast, not only at Mid-Ohio, but also at Road America in the wet. So that Woody is definitely a rain driver. The car behind is Louis Chatroop, who's on some race tires. I think he started his GLTC journey on street tires and has upgraded to the Hoosier R7 as well. So he sits just outside the top 5 and 7th right now after 2 laps complete. Look at the gap Ryan Kristoff's pulled, and here comes Emil Taub now coming around Justin Kelly, who's still struggling a little with temps maybe. Here's that semi-tube frame CRX. It's still front-wheel drive all the way out to the outside of turn 7, and then this is the coolest transition shot. You never get to see this at this angle of Gingerman Raceway, but that toss between turns 8 and 9, tight stuff side by side into turn number 10 for a couple of the drivers.
Yeah, I also want to go back to Pervez Randilia for just a second. That car that Pervez Randilia has is a FA20 unopened, but look who just jumped to 7th. Levi Brown's number 420.
That's what I just did my little bop because Levi Brown is a GRIDLIFE staple. That car was a track mod time attack car for the longest time, and he decided to go GLTC with it. He's 7th right now with a 143.6. Eric Coutil still on pole by 1.4 seconds over Emil Taub, but now that most drivers have finished their second flying lap, we have Luke McGrew 3rd, Kristoff 4th, Upham 5th. Ben Harisco, who has I would call a pretty heroic recovery from his crash at Road America, 100%. Now sits 6th, Levi Brown 7th, Randilia 8th, Chatroop 9th, and Kelly 10th.
Well, you know what I'm looking for? The driver that we shall be searching for is Aaron Lichty. I have not seen him on the timing and scoring, and I wonder, is it the tire change, or is he going to wait for the end of the session? Because I have not seen him anywhere yet, because he has not laid down a time.
And I did see him on track, so he may actually have a transponder issue.
Gotcha.
But I agree. I haven't seen him go by. A couple other cars that I didn't see in that top 10 that we may expect. Although we if you don't see a name in the top 10 here, they could legitimately be outside the top 10. We have so many fast cars.
Titus Aronowskis jumps up to 9th place. That was a name that showed up at Road America inside the top 15. Sally McNulty goes to 8th place in her 780. That's a great effort for her in that Civic, the Civic Si. So she'll jump up to P8.
Andy Smedgard is a name that I was looking for. He's 21st, and he was definitely buried in some traffic as we peeked out the window and saw him go by in turn number 1. He might finally have some clear track as I'm waiting for him to pop into my view once more. There's a good look at Emil Taub, who's looking super composed through turns 8 and 9, and that car sits second on the grid right now provisionally at a 140.7, but Coutil does go under the 130 mark. 139.4 is the provisional pole right now as Kristoff jumps back up to 3rd.
Oh, it's just an all-out scrap here. Again, we're not even halfway through the session, so we're still going to see times fall as tires continue to get warm. And saw Andrew work there. There's Adam Jabay following Coutil. 2 different generations of Civic through turn number 11. We'll see if Coutil can go quicker this time by across the line. He needs to beat a 139.464. As he comes across the line, he will not. He will go a 141.112.
Jabay sits 35th on the grid right now as he's actually on a 100 treadwear tire, so that car's not on the competitive tire theoretically. But Coutil continuing to lap, kind of bringing in those sticker tires, hoping for more clear track, but he's deep into the back of the field right now. Louis Chatroop up to 3rd in the E46 BMW. That's a great effort.
And with how aggressive he has been on start. Look at Benjamin Dozman, 2nd place with a 142.09. That's an unbelievable effort for Ben Dozman. This is exciting.
That's amazing. And we have an all front-wheel drive front row right now. That is an EG Civic and an RSX that are the top 2 on the grid right now. 7/10 between the 2 of them, and Emil Taub, Louis Chatroop are the 2nd row provisionally. Luke McGrew and Kristoff down to 5th and 6th, respectively.
Sally McNulty gets back by Ben Harisco, goes back to 9th. Ben Harisco in 10th. I'm blown away. This is the most jumbled qualifying session in terms of how the lineup is looking that I've ever seen before. That's how competitive it is here this weekend. And again, you mentioned Kerry James. He was a top 5 driver at Road America, 13th right now. Levi Brown, where did he come from? He's 12th. Aaron Lichty, there he goes to 7th.
Finally gets a lap in the books. It's only a 1:41.5, and Lichty often finishes races with fastest lap. That's kind of his thing, is even if he doesn't win the race, he often has the fastest lap, little tag next to him. So for him to only be 7th, he's definitely still struggling with some traffic. We got a good look at a car just a moment ago that's a little bit of a different approach. That is a C5 Corvette built for GLTC.
Oh, right.
And that driver, whose name is escaping me as I scroll through here.
It's escaping me too.
Stephen Cox.
Yes.
He's sitting 36th right now. He actually was racing in Colorado with us at Alpine Horizon on street tires. That car is now on slicks. It's on BFG slicks. So he looked at the track layout and went, I don't think my street tires are going to be so good for this event. Maybe I'll try some race tires.
Yeah, a couple shuffling going on. Ryan Christoph goes back to 5th in front of Luke McGrew. Louis Chatroop is going to run another time that would keep him in. Well, there's Ryan Upham to 3rd. And Upham was so close to getting his first GLTC victory at Road America Race 4. Lost it by about a half a car length. Heart was broken for him there, but he'll be starting on Road 2 if it ends right now. I'm just not confident that it's going to stay that way. There's Justin Lee. He's back this time around. There, I think, was we saw Harisco on through. There's a couple new Miatas. There's a bright green one I've never seen before out there. There's Pervez Randalia, as we mentioned. Unopened FA20, which is a unique car in this field because typically people will K-swap those cars or throw anything other than the FA20 in there. But he's gotten that car relatively reliable with some coil packs that he admits are not the least expensive thing in the world, but he's got it running reliably, and that's a fast car.
So back at the top, Coutil still provisional pole, Ben Dozman 2nd, Upham 3rd, Tab 4th. Chatroop 5th, Christoph 6th, McGrew 7th, Lichty 8th, Harisco in the E46 9th, and Pervez Randalia are your top 10. Woody Hyman and Sally McNulty just outside with Levi Brown down to 13th. Yvitas Aronowskis is in 14th with Kerry James 15th. That's the top 15. As times continue to drop, we have green personal best lap times all over the place through this 46-car field as it stands right now.
This is so exciting. And going back to some of the drivers that we're a little bit surprised about, Andy Smedgard, 26th. Ejidijus Sadowskis, we saw him run pretty well at Autobahn Country Club. He's 29th. Brad Adams, 23rd. Justin Kelly all the way down in 21st place. So there's been a lot of shuffling so far in this qualifying session. Emil Tab now down to 4th. His Chatroop hangs on to 5th right now. Aaron Lichty has not gone quicker. I don't think we've only seen Aaron Lichty not start on the front row twice in his GLTC career. This would be the 3rd time, and this time it might just be on pace.
Trying to still watch out my window and see when Aaron Lichty goes by and see if he's got any clear track or any hope of any clear track. It's going to be kind of tough to keep track of specific drivers.
Pervez Randalia to 3rd place, a 1:44.13 puts him P3 on the grid.
That's a strong run.
Vitas Aronowskis, 13th place. Benjamin Dozman backs up his 2nd. He stays there for now.
So on screen right now, that is Ryan Upham, who sits 4th. That's the driver you said he came very, very close to getting his first win. He's been knocking on the door of podiums and wins for a little bit as he converted that car over to GLTC trim for the beginning of the season, all the way back in February when we raced at COTA.
Brandon Puck jumps to 8th place. I'm loving this top 15. It is the most scattered thing because I think in GLTC we've come to expect certain people to be certain places.
Yeah,
it's not like that today. And if you've been following GLTC, you'll recognize a lot of names that are not there. And I think this is exciting because we have a whole weekend for everyone to sort themselves out, and that means people got to pass each other.
Yeah, that's the fun part.
That's racing.
When we get to go racing, we're basically watching glorified time attack right now, but then we get to go proper racing. I did finally find Aaron Lichty, and he is definitely buried in traffic. He's working his way towards turn 3 right now, and he's stuck behind Scott Robertson, who's not even holding him up. He's just holding his own with the new wing on the back of that car as they work their way towards turn number 5. But you can still see certain spots on this track are still very busy, and that's a key thing that some of these drivers, if they've come from time attack or if they have experience outside of just qualifying for club racing, they know how to get that gap. Or if you're experienced enough to have your kind of stuff together and show up to grid first like Eric Coutil did, then you're putting yourself a leg up for the entire weekend. It's still Coutil and Dozman on the front row. Dozman,
that's an unbelievable effort.
So happy for that guy. And then Harisco jumps up to 3rd just now. I think we missed that one.
Yeah, we did. And
Harisco,
remember, for lap 1 at Road America, lap 1, race 1, he had a slip up in the kink and destroyed his brand new build that he had built for GLTC.
Yeah.
And he managed to put that car back together in basically 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And he's back here on 3rd in qualifying. I mean, I'm so happy for him as we see see Upham in fourth.
Yeah, so it's a front-wheel drive Honda front row, and then we have a BMW second row, E46, E36. We have a winning Formula third row as Aaron Lichty goes a little faster, so Pervez Randelia in the FRS and Lichty in the K Miata will be on the third row. On screen now we're watching Andy Smedgaard, who's been having a hard time getting a clean lap in. He still sits down in 22nd place, but from what I can see, he might get a clear lap this time through. So this might be a high-pressure situation for that yellow S2000. Left side of your screen working his way down into turn number 5. You see he goes for the really tight early apex on turn number 5, comes off the brake pedal now. Super cutting distance line for Andy Smedgaard. That's a cool line I've never seen from that aerial shot before. And now down into turn number 7, the 212 car. That is a K-powered S2000.
And it's a good one.
It's a fast one, and that was really good heads-up driving from the driver of the BMW to let him through. I think this will be a clear lap for Andy Smedgaard. Backsides turn number 8 and flicks that car into turn number 9 as this session is winding down. Only 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, and Emil Tab just jumps back up to second place, a 1:39.891, half a second between Catil and Tab, so put the 14 back on the front row. I saw Aaron Lichty go through turn 1. He was still in traffic, so I don't think he's going to go green on this lap either. But a spectacular qualifying session. This has got to be the most exciting qualifying session.
Smedgaard's huge spin exiting turn number 10, goes for a ride, and that's interesting. He lost it on power coming out of that corner and just goes for a pirouette. Is that him? Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is Smedgaard.
An uncharacteristic mistake from Smedgaard on the lap that probably counted the most of all the laps on this entire session, and he's going to have to reset one more time back in behind a couple of cars that had let him through. He probably will get one more shot as we are looking at the start-finish straightaway from turn 1. If he gets it, no, he pits in. I don't think Smedgaard's going to get any better than 22nd.
Yeah, that's going to be a really interesting race to watch. Yeah. Race number 1 later today. I think it's at 4:40 EDT today. To watch Smedgaard kind of carve his way through traffic will be a whole lot of fun. So I still don't see a checkered flag, so we're still going. There's Edgediges Sadowskis right in front of Justin Kelly in that S2000 powered FRS. So Kelly might get held up a little bit. He was the first driver out, 14th in qualifying right now. That might be a bit disappointing for him, but he's going to try to make this pass here and trying to get a good lap. But I think already out of turn 2 got slowed up just a little bit.
Just a quick reminder on running order. Kutil, Tab, Dozman, Harisco, Upham are your top 5. Rendelia, Lichty, Chatroop, Kristoff, and McGrew rounding out the top 10 as McGrew goes green on that lap. You can tune into Race Heroes app online or on your device if you want to watch the same timing and scoring we're watching, as the ticker on the left side of your screen is showing most recent lap times, not best lap times, but it is more or less in the correct order. If you want to watch the specific timing and scoring, feel free to tune into that app.
I just heard that it might be a different driver in Andy Smedgaard's car. It might not be Andy Smedgaard. So we're trying to figure out who that is right
I hear maybe Ronnie Sullivan.
Oh, okay. So it's not Andy Smedgaard. So that might explain why the line was different and that sort of thing. So that's interesting. We'll get that sorted out later.
Personal best new front row. Eric Kutil goes 138.7. Emil Tab goes 139.8. So that is your new front row, bumping Ben Dozman off the front row. Ben Harisco will stay 4th with Upham 5th. So a little bit of shuffling. Woody Hyman is turning personal best laps down in 12th. And still a lot of green, which means personal best lap times as we scroll down through the rest of the field.
And again, Eric Catil with a 138.759. He has a 1.1 second gap on second place. That's a sizable difference. And Catil has found, again, he swapped his engine. He was at the B18 last year. He swapped to a K24 this season and has had very little issues with that build. I mean, he's had some suspension things break here and there from curb strikes and other stuff, but that car has been super reliable and it's been fast, and he has not slowed down at all from last year. That car is just as competitive as it was, even with a totally different heart under the hood, and I think Eric Catil is my pick this weekend. I think he'll be really tough to beat.
Yeah, I think he may actually disagree with you a little bit from Road America. He walked out of that event weekend, although he won races and won the event, thinking, I might have made a mistake with swapping this for the B Series because the car was faster in different sections of the track, but ultimately it was a little slower. This track is different, though. I think this track will suit the K-Series motor much better for Eric than it will at Road America. I understand why the car was a little slower at Road America because he didn't make nearly as much straight-line speed, but it digs better, and there's a lot of digs at Gingerman.
And speaking of straight-line speed, if you want to pick one car that surprised me, it was Emil Tab's number 14. That's also a new K-Swap build, and that car was an absolute rocket ship, unrestrained firepower on the straightaway. That he was bump drafting people into Mach 3 on the front straight. So that is a car that, especially on the straights here coming out of 10B and into 11 would be one to watch. There's Stephen Cox in that 117.
And the silver BMW from behind, that's Ben Harisco, who sits fourth on the grid right now. Again, that car was crashed with heavy damage through the kink in the rain. Race 1, lap 1 at Road America. And he towed it home, fixed it, and here it is on the 4th position in the top 5 for GLTC. 2 minutes left in the session. We'll probably see that checkered flag coming out soon. Eric Coutil continuing to hold provisional pole position by 1.1 seconds over Emil Tab in a chaotic and busy qualifying session.
And Lewis Chatroop comes across the line. No improvement for him. He will stay 8th. Justin Kelly, P3, jumps up to 3rd with a 139.928. Bumps Dozman to 4th. Harisco to 5th. Upham 6th. Randilia, Lichty. Oh, and there's Aaron Lichty to 2nd place. Finally got a clean lap in there. And he's still 8/10 off Coutil, but finally got himself buried out of the bottom half of the top 10.
Thought about saying it early on and decided not to, but I think one of the good moves would have been to just kind of sit in pit lane or drive around keeping your tires mostly warm but not overexerted, and just turn a lap once the track gets clear, because you can see visibly on the screen how many fewer cars there are actually on track. Brandon Puck now goes up into the top 10, running a 140.6 to go into 9th position. So the new top 10, Coutil, Lichty, Tab, Kelly, Dozman are the top 5. Harisco, Upham, Randilia, Puck, and Chatroop are the bottom half of the top 10, with Christoph and McGrew just outside.
Sally McNulty just jumps up to 13th with a 141.674, her personal best for the weekend. Scott Robertson 14th, and Scott Robertson drives that car here, and he tows a little trailer with tire stuff. I actually had a buddy of mine from the sim racing background text me asking if there was someone that was named S. Robertson because he saw a funny little car driving on the interstate.
That is so cool. Lichty is on it. Look at that, leaving black marks as he transitions for turn 8 to 9. We're going to focus on him as he finishes up this final lap. He can go for pole. He has a clear track. He's on the back straight right now, headed towards turn number 11 as we are checkered flag out, watching for Aaron Lichty. Can he go to pole position? Needs a 138.7. There's the look down the back straight coming on to...
I think that's Justin Kelly in the background, either Justin or Tiffany Kelly. So we'll see Lichty here in just a second. And I think that's Justin coming up out of the corner. He'll come across the line. There's Lichty. Look at him firing into turn 11 at probably, 125, 130 miles an hour, onto the brakes, down a couple gears, back up again, coming to the line. Will it be Coutil or Lichty on pole? 8/10 he needs to improve as he comes across the line. Aaron Lichty will run a 144.1. He will not go faster. Eric Coutil is still holding provisional pole. So across the line, looks like Stephen Cox will come across. We'll see if he can improve at all. But Aaron Lichty, surprising that lap wasn't any faster.
Yeah, he was on it for sure. He might have actually been winding up for a flyer and then got surprised by that checkered flag. I'm surprised it wasn't faster as well, because he was definitely pushing hard through turns 8 and 9. But on a cool down now, most of the track is clear at this point. So Eric Coutil will start race number 1 on the provisional pole over Aaron Lichty. For very familiar names, as always in GLTC competition, with Emil Tab, Justin Kelly starting on the 2nd row. Brandon Puck, a final effort to get all the way up into 5th, and that is another winning Formula K Miata in the center of your screen, just there, the red one. With Ben Dozman, still a fantastic effort in 6th. Harisco, another fantastic effort for 7th. Upham, Randilia, and Chaptroop will round out the top 10.
The red one?
The red one.
That's
you know what? I really like that car because it's not just a Miata, it's a red one.
It's a red one. That was my experience after Ben Harisco lent me his spec Miata at Road America, and Tom misheard me saying, what did I say?
You said it's a race car.
It's a race car, but Tom thought I said it was a red one. We were sort of laughing about that for a little while.
You're racing, Kyle.
You're racing.
That car is actually on track with Max Loop for racing this weekend.
Nice.
He qualified 46th of 46, but that is probably one of the rattiest spec Miatas that gets used the way it should.
I thought it was a rocket ship when I drove it.
Yeah, so he is running Ben Harisco's Miata there.
You saw Jake Price roll through. I wonder where Jake Price qualified. He was really good at Autobahn Country Club earlier this year. 16th place, not bad considering the size of the grid here. So just to sum up for GridLife Touring Cup, our first race will be at 4:40 p.m. EDT. And Tom, your final thoughts on qualifying before we move on to Time Attack again.
Well, I think there's it ended up being a little bit more of a familiar look to this grid than we thought it might at the beginning of the session. I think at the beginning of the session, those drivers that either did a good job to get a gap or be early to grid were the contenders. It's now kind of shuffled out to look a little more familiar. Hang on a second. Emil Tab, 39.8. Did he get a final flyer in?
He might have, because I think he bumped Justin Kelly out of P3. So
he just did. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so we have a very familiar kind of look to the top 5-ish, 10-ish with a couple of wild cards. But I think as we come into race number 1, A lot of drivers set up for success. There's a couple of drivers to watch that are going to be coming through the field, especially if that Andy Smedgard car is being team driven and he gets in it at any point. That will be one to watch. But set up for a barn burner of 46 cars taking the green flag at about 4:40.
GridLife Touring Cup qualifying is complete, and with that, it is concluded. We'll move on to Time Attack, and we'll be back in just a moment.
During the period of inactivity, they roost in trees or caves. Some species roost alone, while others form colonies, up to 1 million individuals.
Dude, that's sweet. Dude, that's sweet.
Feel the difference with Fuel Injector Pro by 104 Plus. Formulated for direct inject engines, Fuel Injector Pro is highly effective with other fuel systems. New Dual-Tech hybrid technology gives your entire fuel system a 5-star cleaning treatment, removing deposits that are robbing you of performance. Fuel Injector Pro reduces rough idle, restores power and acceleration, and improves economy. Is this your kind of performance? Pour in Fuel Injector Pro and feel the difference. Fuel Injector Pro, available now at Walmart.
Early in the weekend, we've seen an amazing GridLife Touring Cup qualifying session, a Time Attack session, and a drift session. So we've gotten a little bit of everything, but now it's time to come back around to where we started this morning with another Time Attack session. Welcome back to GridLife Live, presented by FCP Euro, and our second go for Group A here this afternoon. My name's Kyle Heyer, joined by Tom O'Gorman again, as we sit down and get ready to watch some fast guys go for fast laps.
Hi, friends. Yeah, we're back, and this is the first time that these guys are seeing the track in the dry. This is actually, is that true? This is the first time in the dry? Yeah.
Yes.
So this is actually Time Attack session heat number 4 on the weekend. We've been on track quite a bit with Time Attack, but this is the first opportunity to get dry laps, and there you see Ferris Khartoumi at the front of the field, just in front of Jeremy Swenson. We have three very fast Corvettes at the front of this grid, but Ferris Khartoumi specifically in the twin-turbo Corvette, he wants 128s, and he wants them bad. And he's going to try to get it as fast as he can, because this is the first opportunity to go out there and lay it down. Nice and cool, clear track, and every opportunity to go get that time that he wants.
If there's any car that reminds me of a space shuttle, it's Ferris Khartoumi's Corvette. That thing is an absolute monster. It's like lighting the afterburners every time you come onto the straightaway. It's such a cool car to watch. We'll see what times he can get here, but I imagine it'll be going for some of the fastest times in that category that we have seen so far. So with Time Attack Group A rolling here, it's FCP Euro. Track Mod is what we're going to be watching here a little bit as well. So there's Jackie Ding and his FCP Euro Track Mod, Street Mod, excuse me, car rolling through turn number 11. So as we roll through 11 and get started here, Jackie Ding's going to fire up that twin turbo inline 6 and head down the front straightaway. Is it twin turbo or is it single turbo? Single turbo, excuse me. as we roll through turn number 1 and into 2. And Jackie has been, we talked earlier about him this morning, he's been pretty much on the cutting edge of development for this chassis and this car, especially aerodynamically, with the wings and the splitters. And they actually ripped the splitter off of it at Road America because it was creating so much downforce there. I think there were some mounting points that they strengthened up for this week as well. But really excited to watch these cars get on track. And earlier, track was damp. I think it's pretty much dried out enough that it'll be full speed.
Yeah, this is, other than maybe some debris on track left over from drifting, these are perfectly good track conditions. And again, Jackie Ding's car, that car's pushing 600 wheel horsepower when it's at full kill as he approaches turn number 7. He was a little late into turn number 1. You saw a little bit of a push from the front end of that car. And it is a heavy front engine car, but now definitely got the kill switch turned up as he's nice and smooth into turn number 8. Transitions back and forth with the dab of the brakes, flicking it back into turn number 9. Don't forget there's 3 fast Corvettes in front of him that are still on their flyers. Ferris Khartoumi well down the back straight at this point. Jeremy Swenson second on the right side of your frame. And then the third Corvette. Look, Khartoumi is gone. Where is he? Is he even on the front straight already? Here he comes. I hear shifting on the front straight. Swenson's giving up on this one, but Khartoumi is through 127.0. He wanted 128s, and he didn't get one because he got a 27.
Oh, I think he just broke the sound barrier or something that time through. Didn't hear him until he came by.
And again, we're sitting in a trailer right inside of turn number 1. So as he pulls gears up the front straight, we hear backfiring on approach and then backfiring up as he's now all the way down into turn number 3, rocketing towards turn 5. And the visible front, just straight line speed of that car is incredible.
It's such a cool car. I mean, if I had to, I shouldn't play favorites, but I just love the sound of that thing as they roll on through. So Khartoumi in his track mod car, 127.0. The ASM car running second right now in track mod, a 132.477. Jackie Ding in the FCP Euro Street Mod category, leading that right now at 132.799.
So the track mod car that sits second is Andy Smedgard driving. That's a V8 swapped E46 BMW, and he's in that 132.4 range. Jackie Ding, though, that's a really strong 132.7, and I believe he had potentials for 131s in that car back in the spring. Wasn't able to get it because of mechanical issues and traffic, really heavy traffic all weekend. We're taking a look at Eric Fleming, who's in another one of those really rowdy Corvettes. He's approaching turn number 8 now in that silver car on your screen. He sits 4th fastest in the session, 3rd in track mod at a 133.6, but the storyline is still Ferris Khartoumi at the top with a 127.0. Now we saw Jeremy Swenson bail out of his lap, and he actually just exited the pit lane, is headed back out, working his way through turn number 4 right now. That car is also incredibly quick.
Watching these Corvettes around, especially the turn 8, 9, 10 complex, it seems like these drivers in the Corvettes have to wait really long to get back on power. They're kind of squeezing it in because they have so much power that those long corners, you're just trying to feed in the power so that you're not going to loop the car. They've got so much torque that they could spin the tires well past what other cars would be spinning.
Yeah, and here comes Eric Fleming to finish his second flying lap. Can he improve on a 33? He does, just a little bit, stays in the 133 range, almost 33 on the nose. Coming back to Jackie Ding, that 132.7 is a street mod track record, so he's coming out swinging as well as we're watching Andy Smedgard in that V8 BMW. Look at all the aero on that car. Daba opposite lock and shoots down towards turn number 2. Some box flares on that car as well as he's nice and smooth on the wheel, but some drama as he's now cooling that car down. Goes a little slower on his second flyer.
Looks like a hill climb car with that front splitter on it.
But again, 2 track records have fallen with Ferris Khartoumi's 127.0 and Jackie Ding's 132.7. I believe it was a 32.9 that was the previous track record. We
got Abe Schmucker behind us feeding us information to help us out.
33.0. So Jackie Ding is officially the first car to go 32s in that FCP Euro Street Mod class.
So, and he stays 3rd overall. Eric Fleming 4th overall. Looking down a little bit, Electron Sports back this week in their FCP Euro Street Mod car. Dan Foley, FCP Street Mod, goes up right behind Jackie Ding in 2nd in FCP Euro Street Mod with a 136.438. There's the 77 car, Alex Arteat, back out on track again. That is a Street GT car, which, again, we're missing Kobe Shield this week. Kind of dropped the mic at TT Nats, won his category, and he's not here this week, kind of taking a break.
Well, dropped the mic at TT Nats, but also dropped the mic at every event this year.
Yeah,
one
he dropped the
swept
mics.
the year.
He's broken a lot of mics.
We've got, it looks like, is that the
That's
Mullet?
Grant, yeah, I think that's, is that Grant Mullet? That's over there in the 32 car? I think that is.
Yeah, that's Mullet Racing Corvette. That's off. I'm trying to take a peek at where that is on track. It looks like it might be turn 3 exiting.
Could be. I don't have a view on that, so it could be.
No, it's facing the wrong way for turn 3.
Yeah, it could be 5, 6, or it could be any of the other corners that we're not looking at.
We also have some street contenders on track. Josh Halka is close to the record. He's going to be leading street class right now in his STI, or WRX, I should say. That is, he's standing on a 38.2 right now. The record of 37.7, so he's within a half second of that track record in street class. So 4 classes on track right now: track modified, FCP Euro Street modified, Street GT, and street contenders all on track in Time Attack A right now. We're still watching. That is Eric Fleming, who has gone faster, 132.7, so he's now working his way towards the time that is holding down P2 of Andy Smedgard.
So with these cars on track now, there's that. I love that look of that car. It's so mean looking. But again, this is an interesting track because at Road America, I think cars with a lot of power did really well. There's a lot of straights to stretch your legs here. This is a lot more. There's aero involved, especially in the middle part of this racetrack, really after 6 into 7 and all the way through 10B.
Well, and that was indicated perfectly as you were saying that. You see the Andy Smedgard car that's on screen was really twitchy coming out of turn number 6 because the aero isn't effective at those lower speeds. Now, just now as he turns into turn number 8 and 9, yeah, the car's moving around a lot, but the car is much more reliant on its aero at this point at this speed. He's going to come up on that Grant Mullet car, and that was really tight. That's not a very good spot to try to get out of the way, but they made it work, and now down into turn number 10. I guarantee you Smedgard had to check up a little bit there.
Yeah, the thing about these big aero cars, you mentioned leaning on the downforce. Downforce, it works as a square of your velocity. So, I should say not a square, an exponential or square. Basically, in simple terms, the faster you go, the more downforce you got.
Yes, there you go.
I'm not a mathematician.
I didn't go to college. I don't know anything about math.
I did, and I'm going to be disappointed in that. But again, the faster you go, the more downforce you have. So honestly, you overdrive a little bit. You can kind of lean the car on the aero, as you mentioned. The slower you go, the less effective it is. So then you're really relying on all your mechanical. So there is a lot of corners here that you have to go slow. Do we have a flag on course? I see some safety lights on there at the pit in. I wonder if that's for a car that has stopped.
Yeah, I think they just towed somebody in. Jackie Ding back out on another warm-up. That car doesn't handle its heat very well, so he kind of gets one at a time, but you'll see him come and go from pit lane a number of times. Swenson is out and goes 128.9. Now, that would be a big deal in track mod 20 minutes ago, but he's now almost 2 seconds off the track record in track modified. So Khartoumi and Swenson going sub 130. Is that a thing yet, or is that still going to be a thing in about 5 years?
It's probably 5 years.
Okay.
The thing about Ferris Khartoumi is that, he used to set the bar. I think now he's mining the metal to forge the bar. He's way. I mean, it's just every time we go to a racetrack, he's just crushing it. And now Swenson's got a carrot to chase here in this session.
Yeah, and Swenson was the guy to chase for a long, long time, but it looks like Khartoumi might have stepped that up enough. Another guy I'm impressed with, Grant Walker's going 134.5, and he's in track mod in that Miata as well. We watched him earlier this morning in the wet, and he was the fastest car, I think, of the entire third heat cycle this morning in that damp conditions. I went and checked. He was just on Yokohama tires. He wasn't on Reigns or anything special, but he's in the 34s, which is really fast for that little box-layered Miata.
Through turn number 11, again, a pretty high-speed corner. You come into it, probably in some of these cars, 140, 150 miles an hour on the brakes, downshifting, huck it in, and then get your power down because this front straight isn't necessarily short either. So you're coming back to the line. You want to maximize that pace. A little bit of a slide there on exit. Power oversteer, then into turn number 2.
That's Smedgard, who's got Jackie Ding just in front of him, and Ding is starting another flyer. It looks like Smedgard's given up on this time attack session. Oh, Ding, mechanical issue, goes off, exiting turn number 2 maybe? No, just maybe a driver error.
I think he just wanted to get out of the way of that drifting BMW behind him.
He was definitely starting a flyer, but maybe just got a push coming through the exit of turn number 2, and he's going to bail out. Smedgard just says, drift session time.
Yeah. I mean, I guess when you've done what you came here to do, I think you can have a little fun. You did that at Mid-Ohio.
I was going to say, what kind of idiot goes out on track and drifts around when you're not supposed to?
Yeah, I don't know. People that, I don't know.
I would never.
You would never.
So Khartoumi still at the top.
Hooligans.
27-0. I'll take hooligan. Swenson second, and Andy Smedgard in that black BMW on screen is third. That's all track modified contenders. Eric Fleming fourth, and then Jackie Ding with that new track record, the first street mod car under 133s with a 32.7. Those are the big movers in this session. Oh, we have a new street track record as well, 136.9 from Josh Halka. He's down in 9th in the overall standings, but that 136 is almost a full second faster than what we understand the track record was for street mod.
Pushing the boundaries every single time in GRIDLIFE, and this is true at Road America as well. It seems like every time we come to a racetrack, we're crushing records. every event that we go to, we're seeing records fall by seconds, and 3-4 seconds even we've seen at times. So really cool to watch drivers push those boundaries here.
And there's another cool aspect to Halka, because his dad comes to all these events and drives an HPDE Advanced in that car. They don't do anything to change it. He just goes out and drives HPDE, and then it's a track record car in street mod or in street class in track battles. So that car gets double duty just for the fun of it. On screen now, that's Ryan Frew lapping in his Porsche Boxster, and I've actually coached Ryan a little bit, gotten to drive this car. Those cars are really good. They're just really good.
We were talking about it this morning, and I was kind of laughing because in Porsches in general, if you're talking the rear-engine Porsches, I was discussing how it's like there's a subreddit that awful idea, perfect execution. Porsche's got that figured out. I mean, it just mechanically it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to put all the weight at the rear, but you know what these cars do really well is they get up off the corner great because they have so much rear grip because they have all the weight in the back. They kind of squat and go, so it's really cool to watch.
And Frew managed to work himself up into Time Attack A with his rain performance. He's actually the slowest car on track right now at a 142, which is really fast.
Yeah.
But he was running similar times in the wet, so he's all the way up there.
Our slowest car in the session is running a 142?
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
It's really fast.
I mean, the fact that everybody in the session is faster than that is pretty crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So we were just watching dedicated wheel-to-wheel race cars, and they were 138 and below. So that's pretty amazing. Very different purposes, though.
Looking at Electron Sport, that must be a co-driven Corvette out of Street Mod. So that car's limited to 285 tires. You can see they actually look a little skinny on the back end of that Corvette as we watched it drive away from us. Limited 136.5. And he, I don't know, even a year ago, that would have been really fast in Street Mod. But now Jackie Ding says, 32s.
That'll do it. All right, as we come across the line here, we're starting to see a couple cars retire and head back to the pit lane. We'll move on to Group B here in a few minutes, but just finishing out this Group A session, and again, it's Ferris Khartoumi that's been the quickest one so far, 1:27.097. Then Swenson in his track mod car, and at the top of the board, it's 4 track mod vehicles, then Jackie Ding and FCP Euro Street Mod, then Grant Walker's 460 track mod car, then a few more FCP Euro Street Mod cars, Dan Foley, Electron Sport, Josh Halka leading the way in street category with a 1:36.977 new track record.
So that's 3 track records fallen already at GridLife Midwest. We were questioning whether or not it might take a little longer for the track to come up. Obviously not. Track is playing fast.
It's there.
And again, this is the first time we're seeing it in the drive for Time Attack drivers. So we've got some shuffling, I think, in the bottom, groups B and C. There may be some cars that were slow or didn't go out in the rain, and once we get them back into the dry, they're going to be fast. Andy Smedgaard's still kind of alternating drift and grip laps in that BMW, just kind of hot lapping it at this point. And he's sitting third with that 132.4.
So with the track emptied out a little bit, I think typically you see a lot of drivers go out at the beginning of the session, but is there an advantage to maybe going out later in the session? We saw this in GLTC qualifying. You get a little bit more clear track, but is there a condition advantage to going out earlier?
Well, there's definitely not necessarily earlier for the conditions. It's just kind of a risk-reward thing because if you're in a position where you may not be able to get clear track, which we saw perfectly illustrated with that GLTC qualifying session, there's a lot of cars on track, and sometimes it just doesn't work to get a clear lap. So if you're going to take the high-risk maneuver of just sitting in pit lane and waiting out half the session to finish, and then go out once the track is a little more clear. If something happens in the session where you can't go back out, obviously you've burned your session, but it can really work well. That is Q Lee in his Evo sitting 13th overall right now, in third in street with a 140.2. He's so close, so close. What's the measure of being sub 140? Does that make you amazing, awesome, rad? It's a rite of passage. So Q Lee is so close to getting that paddle.
So, I think we'll see a checkered here shortly, but as we move into, we're going to have Ben from FCP Euro join us a little bit later today. We're still trying to work on the technical connections and inner tubes and all the things that need to go together to make the puzzle work. But once we get there, we'll have Ben from FCP Euro join us, and we're going to have a little bit of break to kind of test all those things. But we'll have him talk a little bit about FCP Euro's involvement with the street modified category and what they do and how they do it. They've been a big supporter of the GridLife live streams, and glad to have him with us this time around. I'd also like to chat a little bit about some rad motorsports buddies that support care packages for cancer patients. That would be Lemons of Love. It's a nonprofit organization that was created in 2014 when founder Jill Swanson Peltier was diagnosed with stage 2 colon cancer. She began chemotherapy. A friend gave Jill a small gift filled with items to help her through her treatment. So what their goal is to deliver chemo care packages, provide programs, and make moments for anyone impacted by cancer. So Lemons of Love doing some really awesome things for people in our community. So they've got a website, www.lemonsoflove.org, if you'd like to consider helping out. But we're going to head back into Time Attack coverage here, and FCP, or Tom, you wanted to...
Well, the Lemons of Love people have a bad habit of giving away free race cars, too, I hear. So they're worth a follow on social media, worth keeping up with, because every once in a while they may give away a free MX-5 Global Cup car.
I want one.
Yeah.
Can I have a...
I don't know exactly how the system works, but I see it pretty consistently. I think once a year they give away a race car.
Well, I would like a race car. That'd be fun.
I would like a race car too.
Yeah, I think we all like a race car. But you're having fun. You told me before that this is way more fun than being on the racetrack, right, Tom?
Yeah, I love sitting in here not driving. I genuinely do a lot of time. People ask me which I like driving. Do I like racing more, or do I like commentating more? And if I come into the weekend as a commentator, I know I'm going to have a good time, flatline all the way across the weekend. If I bring my race car and I go racing, I'm going to have peaks and valleys you've never seen before. And I might have the best time ever, but I'm probably also going to have the worst time ever. So coming in as a commentator, you just get a nice, good baseline weekend.
My stress level is always kind of in the same spot, which is good. But when you got a race car or just a Time Attack car, especially Time Attack, because you put in so much time for one lap. Because they only count one at the end of the weekend. They're not averaging anything. They're not saying, oh, well, you did good on lap 5. No, one lap and it's your best one. So if you don't, if you feel like you've left something on the table or something breaks, that's disappointing to go home and feel like you could have done something better.
Mm-hmm. But a couple guys who are not disappointed: Ferris Khartoumi, 127.0 track modified track record; Jackie Ding, a 132.799 FCP Euro Street Mod track record; and Josh Halka, 136.7. He actually picked up 2 more tenths while we were blabbering on about something else. 136.7 to reset once again the street track record.
Pretty impressive. And Halka, did he have issues at Road America? Did he break something there? I think he's gotten that car repaired. Ball joints, I hear. Yeah, he had an issue in turn 14 over there at Road America. Glad to see that he got it fixed. Road America was hard on cars. There was a lot of things and parts, and I think the curbing has a lot to do with it there. The fact that there's walls like 10 feet from the racetrack in a lot of places, that also has a lot to do with it. Road America is really hard on equipment. I think this week Gingerman's a lot nicer on that. You go off, you just kind of end up going for a little bit of a lawn mowing excursion, but which is nice. It's good to be at a place where you can have a little bit of an oopsie and not have it be expensive.
Exactly. I like that. A little oopsie. I had a little oopsie. That's what I call when you have a little bit of contact in a wheel-to-wheel race, which is never good and never acceptable, but you get a little boop.
And Evan Weider's back this week. He didn't have an oopsie himself. There was an oopsie that happened to him, and and he has that car. He has a new chassis or a new body that he's got with all his
teal, right?
Yeah, another teal car, and instead of his gray one,
right? It looks super cool.
And again, he was involved in a fairly serious wreck earlier this year, and glad to see him back. And he's in good spirits. Saw him this morning, and I'd like to get him in and chat for a little bit and have a conversation. So, Group B rolling on the racetrack right now as we get tires and cars warmed up.
And I've got my fingers crossed for a couple drivers to remember to talk about them. Storylines in this session for me: that first car, red front end, black back or gray back end, that is Sean Krebsbach, who is absolutely capable of being a contender for the street modified track record that was just set by Jackie Ding. That is the Evo that's on your screen right now. A couple cars back, Ben Thorne, who is in street with his K24 Civic, that is the Gears and Gasoline car, and then Mike Amick is also out there in street mod, who's made huge strides with the help of Turning Concepts on that GD Subaru. He's a little bit back towards the back of the field.
Well, one thing I noticed earlier is that, and I was discussing this with Sam, is that this racetrack has had some adjustments made aesthetically to the racetrack. It's now got white painted lines on the verges, and it's also got hash marks over the rumble strips and curbing on track out. That's got to be helpful as a driver to give you a little bit more of a sight point. Is that useful? Is that something that's different from the spring?
It didn't change. Whoa, that was an interesting spin right there as someone goes for a ride.
That is, it looks like it's the
It's a 135 car. I don't have a list of drivers in front of me to call who that is.
Orange Crush Racing Team car.
And normally you could get away with that back in turn 8.
Yeah,
no one would know, but we put a camera back there now. The poor guy got caught on his warm-up lap.
But Matt is the all-seeing eye this week. He's got cameras everywhere.
Yeah.
So he's watching from space. We've got the drone cam. We got it all.
All right, I hope we can watch a full flyer of Sean Krebsbach. They swapped the clutch overnight to get that car going again. Again, first dry sessions out with a new track record just set for FCP Euro Street Mod, and that Evo is one of the contenders at every event for track records. One of the cars that holds multiple track records really across the GRIDLIFE track canon, whatever you want to call it, the lineup of tracks that we race at, and that RS Motors car. Now down into turn number 3. Looks like it's a little bit pushy this morning.
Yeah, a lot of bumps down there. Is it bumpy over there in 3? I haven't.
Not a lot of bumps, so maybe a little bit of suspension work needed on that car. Maybe a little bit of underdamped as the car. You can see it kind of bouncing in the front end, but he's now down into turn number 5. This lap doesn't look magical, I'm not going to say, but that sometimes is the fastest thing, and you can just see how fast that car gets up and goes. Now works its way towards turn number 7. Sparks as the front end dives, and definitely I think that car needs a little more front support to get it handling a little bit better, but it's got the power right now. Krebsbach sawing at the wheel coming through turn number 8, flicks it back into turn number 9. No brakes at all, just lifts and tucks the nose, and now powering down well over 100 miles an hour, 110, 120 probably before he hits the brakes coming into turn number 10B. Setting up nice and wide so that he can use all of that all-wheel drive power. Now tucks down for a late apex and rockets down the back straightaway where, as you said, they'll be closing in on 150 miles an hour.
Up through the gears now and shifting and making sure you get to your maximum velocity here, then slamming on the binders for turn number 11, rotating through, catching a little bit of curbing on driver's right. Not a lot there to use, but just use a little bit. Now track all the way out to the gravel trap and come back to the stripe, and we'll see if this RS Motors Evo can go quicker. Cross a line in FCP Euro Street Mod 132.2.
Holy cow. That is 0.5 of a second faster than Jackie Ding went, and I'm going to go take my shoe off and eat it because I said this lap doesn't look amazing, but he just reset the track record in that car by 0.5 second. Jackie Ding standing on the sidelines holding his hair going, I need another session now, but Street Mod is no joke. And Chris Bickford in Street GT goes a 136.8. What is that in Street GT? Is that fast?
So, again, the RS Motors car going quicker than Jackie Ding and FCP Euro Street Mod. And again, it's funny that they said it looked like it was sort of conservative lap. But I always found, and this happened with DJ Alessandrini and GLTC in the shootout at Mid-Ohio. I'd never seen DJ drive that smooth before, and he crushed everybody in the shootout. So I think sometimes driving real smooth is real fast, even if it doesn't look spectacular.
Yeah, it's an incredible effort, and you can tell Sean is now on a cooldown lap. So the RS Motors car, with a lot of aero support and engineering support from Professional Awesome, that car finally looks like a Time Attack car because it's got stickers on it now.
Yeah,
it's got more than one color.
That's horsepower, too.
I mentioned Chris Bickford, who's the 123 car there centered on your screen. He's classified in Street GT, which would mean he's on 200 treadwear street tires. He's chosen to just run Hoosiers and go unlimited this weekend. So that car on the timing screens will show Street GT. It is not. It is an unlimited car on Hoosiers this weekend. But still a good time in the 136.8 range for that big old Camaro. Joel Morrison is the 3rd fastest car on track right now as the field now finishing up their first flyers. Krebsbach's first lap was so fast, a bunch of them haven't even finished their first flyer yet, and he's lapping them.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. It's fun. We got Abe Schmucker behind us here, and his fist went in the air when he came across the line and saw the time, because we're excited for these guys to constantly push the boundary, as we were talking about earlier, and get those laps.
Abe, you legit jumped off the couch.
I saw it out of the corner.
He jumped off the couch and went, wow.
He hit the roof.
Yeah.
He's strapped to the same rocket that Ferris Khartoumi's car is pulling.
Right, exactly.
I love. Is this a Shelby GT 500? I want to say, or I love the look of those cars. And it's kind of a monster in a straight line too. Saw it at Road America, and just like the car that you drove, you drove the C7 ZR1 in a Time Attack session at Road America. We were sitting up there in the media center, and we have pretty big windows there, and you just see a flash of blue go by, and then that's it. It's gone.
That's
it. It's just shocking to me the amount of power that you can get in what is essentially just a street car that you can just go to a dealership, and if you had the means, you could just buy it.
Yeah.
They should make you sign a thing. There's got to be a thing you got to sign. It's just too much.
I have had that thought multiple times driving cars like that. You drive a Hellcat, and that's another one.
I've not driven one, but I would like to.
No, I'm saying when you drive one, you can just go buy this. But that is the 52 car of Nicholas Gardner, who's sitting, looks like 6th overall in the session at a 139 and some change. And he's also in the track mod group that is now all chasing Ferris Khartoumi. It's Peter Zhang working his way through turn number 5 and 6, followed by Ben Thorne. There's the Gears and Gasoline car. Mia tucks the nose for turn number 6 and tracks out, and I think he's standing on something like a 46 right now. Yeah, 46.0. That car went 141.5, I think, in the spring. And has had some significant work, but Ben hasn't driven on track in the dry this weekend, and the last time he drove on track in the dry, he boinked a wall. So I can understand it being at the 46 mark right now.
Yeah. Well, there, you see the different colored fender on the front,
yep.
And it's not a styling choice. But they again, repairing cars is part of the deal, and I think Abe always says that a car's never fixed; it's just currently not broken. So I think there's a
well, I don't like that, but that's a good way to think of it.
That was Abe's line, but I think people have spent, especially after Road America, where we had so many, and especially in GLTC. DGL Santorini had transmission issues and an axle, I think, as well. We had Andy Smedgard shred the
NAR?
No, he's not in a drift session like he was earlier. He shredded his the stick things your lugs go on. What are they called?
Oh no! I'm just gonna let that sit for the audience to
Oh my God,
enjoy.
I'm so sorry. What?
Wheel studs.
That's the one I was looking for. That's the word. Oh man, everyone's probably going, it's the facepalm emoji all day.
I don't even know what to say.
Don't.
That was great. Normally I'm the one that sounds.
Let's take you take it.
We'll move back. There's Ben Thorne now working his way down turn number 3. Improved about a half a second to a 145.4, and I think it's really easy to underappreciate what that car is and what a lot of the street cars are because they're the most unassuming cars in Time Attack. But that Civic with the K24 swapped in makes close to 270 wheel horsepower by my understanding. That car is properly fast, and it probably only weighs somewhere about 2,400 pounds with Ben out of the car. And I actually was fortunate enough to drive this as well. You can watch that video on Gears and Gasoline's YouTube channel, but that car is really fast, and it's amazing to look at that Civic from the outside and go, that's a Civic.
We talked about this morning, that this car runs very similar times to GLTC cars, just makes the time in totally different ways, but that is as fast as the race cars we saw in qualifying a little while ago.
And we got to do some data comparison with Ben Thorne's car and Eric Coutil's GLTC car back at Road America, and it was almost comedic. If you know what you're looking at with data lines, you see these squiggly lines on the screen, and when you overlay them, the peaks and valleys for those cars were so drastically different because Ben's car was so much faster in a straight line and so much slower in the corners to make almost the same lap time.
Joel Morrison has jumped into second overall and leading track mod in this category, 133.096. Chris Bickford down in third in the Unlimited Camaro this week, at 136.637. That has stood. Actually, that was he just ran his best lap on lap 4. Alex Westergaard in fourth in the FCP Street Mod, number 35, a 139.234 for him. Nicholas Gardner, that's the Union Jack Civic that we're still trying to figure out why that's the case, but it's.
I've asked him before. He's like, I don't know.
I mean, I'm not upset about it.
Yeah, he doesn't know why it's there either. It's just there.
There's someone that's upset about it. Somewhere in the world.
Peter Zhang goes all the way up into 5th with Mike Amick was 4th. I think you already mentioned them, but things shuffling still with a lot of green.
Amick just went there, I think.
Oh, he just did that. Okay, so 37.9 to put Mike Amick 4th in the session. That's probably close to, is that, by my math, should be close to the podium in Street Mod, though.
Well, Josh Hanger is going to add himself, or at least close to that list, only about 3.5 tenths off. Hanger's in that white RX-7 on your screen right now. Got to ride in this car at Pikes Peak International Raceway earlier in the season. And that car makes some great sounds. There is some smoke. And I'm trying to see where
that's
that
out
is.
in turn number 9. It looks like Peter Zhang's car with a huge amount of smoke out of the back, maybe losing an engine as you can see it coming out from just underneath the front of that car. And that's going to be our second major Subaru addressing that we need to do back on the back half of the course. A lot of smoke on that car as Peter's now hopping out of the door.
Yeah, you got to jump out of there. And some cars, and you always have to worry about when you see smoke like this, you have to worry about oil, so you got to slow things down, make sure that there's nothing slippery on the surface. But again, bailing out of that car just because it's not comfortable to breathe that stuff, and not good for you to breathe that.
No, and it's good to see that he's out and away from the car. So we're going to red flag this session. I see drivers trying to stop and help. Maybe someone else has a fire bottle, but the rescue is already on the way.
And of course, we had. It seems like we've had a couple smoky moments today, so trying to get those put out as quickly as possible. And there is a safety team here at Gingerman rolling and getting ready to roll. And cars, again, red flag comes out, you got to stop and let the safety crews do their jobs. And in the meantime, I think this is a good opportunity to thank the partners that are with us again this week, bringing you Grid Life Live. Of course, Grid Life Live is brought to you by Falken, the RT660 tire, peak performance inspired by enthusiasts. And, of course, Grid Life Live also brought to you by FCP Euro, who is the presenting partner of the Street Modified category. We're calling it FCP Euro Street Mod. Every part you buy is guaranteed for life. Haltech, unlock the power. And by Staybill, ready, willing, Staybill. And by Mike's Harder. Dude, that's sweet. I can't wait to try some Mike's Harder later. It's
Dude.
I'm so excited. And Grid Life Live is brought to you by ST Suspension. And by VP Racing, the official fuel partner of the 2020 Grid Life Midwest Festival. So some great partners with us here this weekend, allowing us to bring you this coverage. And Tom, thinking about racing as a whole, things are expensive. And it's awesome to have these great partners with us, because I'm personally thanking all these organizations, because I would not be sitting here right now if we weren't doing these live streams, and it's been a gateway to some really amazing things. Again, we want to thank Falken, FCP Euro, Haltech, Mike's Harder, ST Suspension, VP Racing, and Staybill for coming on board, and truly, sincerely, this has been an exceptional experience. Kind of a homecoming for me, coming back to Grid Life Midwest after doing this for the first time ever in the real world. I come from a sim racing background of commentary and announcing, and this last year was my first event ever announcing, and 18 months later, we've done probably 10 events with Grid Life, and now working with SRO America, doing some stuff over there with one of their race teams, DXDT Racing. So we've been to Dakota, Sonoma, Road America. Just life is awesome right now, and it's all because of these Grid Life live streams. So thanks again to all those guys. So as we kind of sit in a holding pattern here, Tom. Let's talk a little bit more about what's coming up later today in terms of the schedule. So we've got Time Attack going on right now. Then we've got a bit of a break in the schedule. Then we got our next thing. It'll be on stream. Will be Grid Life Touring Cup race number 1. Will be at 4:40 p.m. EDT. Then followed up by Drift, Grid Life Time Attack again. And then we'll have a very short break before we head into GLTC race number 2 at dusk, followed by Drift, and then Night Shift Drift to round out the rest of the day. So lots of fun stuff coming up. This is a fun schedule. We get to race twice today, and the GLTC race in the evening, oh boy, that's going to be fun.
Yeah, we got rain practice last night in similar time, and it's spectacular. Gingerman Racway is... it's no secret that it may not be one of my favorite tracks to drive.
Sure.
A lot of people share that opinion. It is a great racetrack for a lot of reasons. One of my favorite aspects about it is just it's a spectacular place to be from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. And I don't know why. It's just you get the best sunsets, you get the best weather, and it's just a spectacular place to be. Last night it was spectacular because we didn't have a great sunset. We had a lot of rain, but we got a totally clear sky with a full moon that brightly lit the entire paddock after everything had a sheen of water on it. It was still beautiful even though it was cold and wet.
Yeah.
And I don't know what it is about Gingerman, but from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m., man, it's spectacular.
I'm a big autumn person. It's my favorite season. And while it's a little bit cooler than I would enjoy it to be, even if it's a little bit gray, you see the drone shots that Magic Matt's got for us this week, up above, and you see all the trees and the foliage changing colors. You know what I need is I need a glass of cider and a donut, and I want racing on TV.
No, you need a
Mike's Harder. Let's do that.
Hey! Although I did, from the catering booth, I did get some pumpkin pie this morning.
What?
Oh, it was...
Oh, man.
Tom's having a good day.
I went there earlier. I didn't have pumpkin pie, but I'm in the fall. I'm in a mood, and this is what fall special is typically here. Again, we run 2 events at Gingerman. Technically 3 if you include Honda Beat. Not technically under the Grid Life. Is it under the Grid Life? Oh, technicality. But we run, again, 2 official Grid Life events. We run Midwest, usually in June, and then fall special, usually on this date. Kind of flip-flopped them to sort of avoid the COVID chaos. And we're still sort of having to deal with it a little bit, but everyone here is doing a great job. Mask mandatory, socially distancing, plenty of space here. I think last year we had many thousands of people, and this year we've got enough amount to make it feel like it's still a fun event. So thanks to all those that have come out and stayed put here and supporting Grid Life and the car culture and the community that we have fostered here the last 5 or 6 years here at Grid Life.
Yep. So we're still cleaning up. It looks like there was a pretty significant engine failure or something, the front end of that Subaru. A lot of smoke. Peter Zhang there on the left side of your screen got out of the car in plenty of time. That is now put out. He looks good. Maybe hanging the head a little bit, a little dejected. I feel you, bud. Especially recently. But
not speaking from experience or anything.
Yeah, he's out of the car and good, and you know, a car's a car. It's even if it's your baby, you can still fix it and make it better. So we're going to have to flat tow that car maybe a little bit longer before we see Time Attack C. But I want to talk what just happened in the first two groups of those. We have 3 track records that have fallen already. We almost had 4. We thought we had 4, but it's going to be 3. And that was Ferris Khartoumi in track modified 127.0. Then we had a battle in FCP Euro Street Mod, which just happens all the time this year. And it was Jackie Ding who reset the track record from earlier. That was a 132.7. And then Sean Krebsbach, after an overnight swap, not getting the laps in. He's down in B. He's the first car out and goes 132.2 to claim the track record there. And then also Josh Halka in Street goes track record pace in his WRX.
So a lot to digest here in our Time Attack session. I want to give a shout out to Larry McLeod making fun of me for saying stick things for your wheels. I knew someone would be watching that would send me a message about that. So thanks, Larry. I'm glad you caught my fumble, my big fumble for the day. I think what we're going to do right now is we'll probably take a break, and we'll come back here in a few minutes once this cleanup is complete, and we'll be back with more Grid Life Time Attack track battle action from Gingerman Raceway for Grid Life Midwest 2020.
Hey, we still on this weekend for a little?
You know it. I'm in desperate need of some.
What about you, Jim?
No, my sister's getting the wedding. She's getting married, so.
When adventure calls, make sure you're ready to answer. Stable 360 ethanol treatment is specifically formulated for year-round use, so your engines will be ready when you are. Ready, willing, stable.
VP Racing Fuels has been the official fuel of racing for over 45 years, but VP isn't just race fuels. VP's Stay Frosty Race Ready coolant is 100% water-based coolant designed to be track approved and ready to race. It reduces coolant temps up to 30 degrees while also protecting against corrosion and deposits. For more information about VP Stay Frosty Performance Coolants, visit us online at vpracingfuels.com.
Welcome back live to Grid Life Live, presented by FCP Euro, as we sit waiting for a car recovery here in Time Attack. Tom, well, as we wait for this to fire up here, this morning, or I guess earlier in the day, earlier in the afternoon, it's already 3:25 o'clock. We're doing great. Stick things on the wheels.
Wheel sticks.
3:25 o'clock. So far, we've had a really cool weekend, cool temperature-wise and cool spectator-wise. Going back to qualifying this morning in GLTC, we saw a lot of cars sharing a not a huge racetrack. Space was an issue. Come to the race time, though. My concern, that maybe drivers starting towards the back should consider is if you have 46 cars on the racetrack, the more cars you have, the higher chance that someone's going to break or oil down the track or something. So how much of a concern will it be later in GLTC Race 1 at 440 that you have to run the race as if it's shorter than it actually is because of the chance for a full course caution?
Potentially, yeah. You kind of always have to have that in the back of your mind. And for those tuning in, we're watching a cleanup from Time Attack, but we're talking about GridLife Touring Cup, our wheel-to-wheel racing series, where we're going to take a green flag with 46 cars wheel-to-wheel racing in a little over an hour, I think. So 46 cars taking the green flag. Yeah, there is a pretty high potential for something like that. I would say not a high potential. There is a higher potential. If you're racing for 2 hours, you have more time to take your time, if that makes sense. We're racing for 15 minutes. There's practically no reason to take your time anyway. So if you have 46 cars and there's a little bit higher risk that there might be a mechanical failure that ends the race early or an incident that ends the race early, our track record of that is almost none, and I'm going to knock on this wood table right here to make sure that that doesn't happen. But I would say that it doesn't really change much because in a 15-minute race, you want to be leading the whole time anyway. If you're in a 2-hour race, you're racing an endurance race, you might hang back and take it easy on the car for the first hour and a half, and then you're going. But for these sprint races, we're basically doing like a Forza or Gran Turismo championship on this weekend. We're racing 4 times for 15 minutes. These guys are only really pushing the cars for that short period of time. Yeah, the race could end at 10 minutes, but still 15 minutes just isn't that long.
I want to go back to what you just mentioned about the Forza situation. We actually have an esports initiative that we ran earlier this season in both Forza and iRacing. When we were sort of sidelined by the evil pandemic situation, we had the GridLife Hard Times Challenge. Thanks, Magic. We love you. As he runs out the door, just dropping us off some snacks.
Still no Mike's Harder.
No, still no Mike's Harder. We'll get
on,
there.
y'all.
But my point is what I thought was such a fun, a cool thing for me was having Mike's Harder. They sponsored the iRacing event that we did earlier in the year with the Porsche Cup cars in iRacing. We ran a couple races and had a lot of fun with that. Now they're a partner on the actual GridLife live streams. I find that's to me that's really cool that they kind of found. They just threw a box of cheese on the floor. Sweet. So, but again, I think it was really cool to see Mike's Harder come in the sim racing space and then kind of move into the actual live streams. And again, GridLife off season runs GridLife iRacers, which you can join the Facebook page and get involved with iRacing in a way that you can race the guys that are in GLTC qualifying. A good handful of those drivers ran the GridLife events on iRacing. So if you'd like to compete with them, there's also a Time Attack focused one in Forza, which I know ran earlier. I didn't have any personal involvement with that.
Well, that one was really cool because we actually just recreated what the real-life GridLife Time Attack classes are, the track battle classes, and put them into Forza. So if you're familiar with Forza, you're obviously familiar with the point system where you modify your car up to a certain, 675 points, whatever you want to call it. They defined what points levels they wanted, unlimited track mod, FCP street mod, street GT. They told everybody what the point values for those were going to be and said, go build your car in Forza. Turn a lap offline, submit your time with a proof of a screenshot, whatever you want, and then every week we're going to take the top 20 from each of those classes. I think it was 20, and we're going to host a live streamed battle with commentary, with everything, and you're going to do in the moment. You have to turn your lap, and then they had a time attack or a track battle competition in esports, and for that to translate, we basically both had real life GLTC, real life track battle. We also now have digital GLTC and digital track battle on platforms that are super, relatable and super popular, easy to get a hold of. iRacing's a little more challenging to kind of get a hold of and get up to speed than Forza. But if you want to get involved, you can literally join both the Discord channels. There's a Facebook group on iRace for GridLife iRacers, and you can come party with a bunch of these people, that we just watched drive on track over the last hour.
Right, and I think the kind of neat thing for me, and I'd like to get more involved with the Forza thing going forward, but the cool thing for me about the iRacing thing is it feels very much like a GridLife live stream. Now we've got the graphics sort of emulate what we see on the live stream. We actually included an iRacing stream into the Alpine Horizon stream. We were kind of in Roval mode. We did the Charlotte Roval, and thanks to DJ Alessandrini for setting that up. But it was really neat because we basically just transitioned from real to virtual, and nothing really changed except for the environment we were in.
Yeah.
So that's really cool, and to kind of that's where I came from. How I got involved with Grid Life is through esports. My role was, broadcasting it, but and that's where DJ Alessandrini came from. He's not here this weekend. His car broke at Road America, but he got involved in Grid Life through the esports program and found his way into GLTC and is now a regular competitor and now a GLTC race winner. So getting involved in an accessible manner is a great way to meet people and learn.
Well, I was going to give DJ a shout out. Hopefully he's watching or listening. But he has this great line where he says, "I learned how to drive in autocross, and I learned how to race in iRacing." So he takes this experience of real world car control and competition in a very accessible form of autocross, and then he takes this racing game and learns to race on it and takes it to the track in real life and applies that to now be our GLTC race winner. So my point is, if you're out there watching Grid Life Live with us right now, hanging out, going like, I'm never going to be that guy that's out there competing in TrackBattle or competing in GLTC, but I still want to I want to try, I want to start, I want to do that. You can start with iRacing, or you can start with Forza, or you can start in whatever way, and you're still learning, so that when you come to the track, you still have a leg up on that guy that maybe he has a Miata and he likes driving it on back roads, but he heard about Grid Life and now he's here. He's actually got less experience than you do if you've played iRacing.
Absolutely, and my first track day experience at Road America, I'd only ever driven on track in iRacing. I jumped in Ben Horisco's Miata, and honestly, I didn't find the jump that crazy. It was definitely different, but I learned a lot. I'd never heel-toe downshifted a race car before, only did it in the sim. Went down to turn 5, downshifted, and it went a lot smoother. We're going to take a very short break real quick. We'll be right back in a few minutes with more GridLife Time Attack.
That was fun. That was way cooler than I thought it would be. Oh, I thought it would be cool. Yeah, that's a pretty decently set up car, man.
Welcome back live to Grid Life Live, presented by FCP Euro. My name's Kyle Heyer, joined by Tom O'Gorman. Got Time Attack Group C coming out here. We've got Ben from FCP Euro joining us. Ben, welcome to Grid Life Live. Been an interesting day so far. We've had Drift, Time Attack, and GLTC, but of course, FCP Euro is the presenting sponsor of the Street Modified category. We've seen an epic battle there in Street Mod this afternoon. So first of all, welcome to Grid Life Live, and it's been a fun one so far.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been interesting to watch. Although we're obviously sponsoring Street Modified, we have a great time watching Drift, GLTC, everything, all the classes. But it's cool to see some records being broken in our class today. Street Mod cars are getting insanely fast. So it's cool to see Sean and Jackie out there putting down some absolutely blistering times, even though it didn't look like the track was even really perfect. So I'm assuming that things are probably going to get even faster throughout the weekend, which is neat.
Awesome, and again, thank you for jumping on here as well, and FCP Euro jumping on to, again, present the Street Modified category as we've got cars rolling now. Ben, today we've seen, again, we kind of separate our Time Attack into three discrete groups, Group A, Group B, Group C, kind of organized by speed rather than category. So we've seen a lot of cars mixed together on the racetrack in terms of category, but they're all relatively close on speed. It seems like these builds are getting faster and faster. We're seeing times fall by seconds a lap every time we go back to a racetrack. So we got apparently we can't hear Ben on the live stream, so we'll have Eric sort that out as we got was there cars side by side there in 10B there, Tom? So as we wait for things to get sorted out here, I think we'll let them sort this out in the background, Tom, as we get rolling into Time Attack Group C here, and we saw a little bit of a conundrum down there in 10B, some side-by-side stuff. We try to make that, kind of limit that a little bit. Not so fit racing. A couple Sunday Cup cars out here today, Tom, as well.
Sorry,
you good?
Yeah, I'm good. So yeah,
you looked concerned.
Well, I'm hoping Ben can still hear us and we can get his audio level up a little bit more so people can hear. Because we miss you, Ben. We wish you were here, but want to talk to you about what's going on with FCP Euro and especially like you were talking about Street Modified. A couple of cars out there in the Street Mod class, but Spaz Miller is fastest so far with that 140.1 in Street. Again, which track record was set earlier today with a 136 and some change, I think 136.7. And now we're looking at Kevin Wesley's unlimited rear-wheel drive Challenger Hellcat. I believe it's a Hellcat, or is that a Scat Pack car? Big guy, big car. Not Kevin.
I think
car.
I think it's a Scat Pack, by the way.
It is a Scat Pack. There's Spaz, so he's the fastest car on the session right now with car number 55. Running the Falcon tires. I personally run the Falcon tires on my car as well, and it's been cool to see a number of really fast and kind of drivers we consider contenders switching over to those tires and finding more success on them than what they switched away from with that new Azini's RT660. That's a phenomenal tire, phenomenal upgrade from the RT615 that was the previous 200 treadwear option from Falcon. But Spaz is on one of those, as is actually the new track record holder from Street, Josh Halka. The WRX is also on those RT660s.
So cars on track here less than 5 minutes into this session. Had kind of an extensive cleanup process getting Peter Zhang's car up on the flatbed and back out. This is this 62 car. This, I believe, when it came here in the spring, came down pit lane with things going wrong in the motor department, and it was puffing out perfect smoke rings as it came down pit lane. Rob Wilkinson had some great photographs of that as we got a safety truck out on the racetrack here.
Not a Time Attack car.
No, but I wonder. You have to wonder, what category would this be? Street GT truck?
I don't know. Yeah, I guess maybe Abe can come in here and help us nerd out on what track battle class
a Chevy Silverado
goes in. Can we maybe not do that, please?
Yeah.
I don't actually see any car. We haven't seen what the incident might be. It looks like probably just a mechanical because they rolled a flat toe, which means they intend to let everybody kind of stay out lapping while they do a quick hot toe and let everybody get back to running once they do that flat toe out. So safety vehicles on the track down into turn number 3-4-ish area. Do you have any update from? Are we going to keep talking to Ben, or are we doing it a little later?
Hey Ben, we'll just do a little mic check here and see if we got you.
I can hear you guys. I don't know if you can hear me yet.
All right, that's yeah. We'll see if Matt will give us the heads up and let us know, and we'll sort things out in the intertubes here in the meantime in the background, and hopefully have you back. If not, at like 6 o'clock, which is the next session. So, All right, so there's a 55 car on a track. Charles Miller, 139.743, the quickest time that we've seen in this session so far. And Wesley in that big Challenger, 139.899. That's going pretty quick for that big car.
No, well, and what's happening right now, basically, like we said, there's some sort of mechanical issue, some car on track that needs a tow, needs some assistance. We haven't seen where he is right now, but we have a 20-minute session. We're about 6 minutes into that session, and the safety crews decided to go get that car while everyone is circulating rather than make everybody come off track and wait so people can keep their cars up to temperature. We're probably not going to see fast laps while these trucks are on track because obviously you have to slow down when you're approaching those safety vehicles. But this is giving everybody the opportunity to kind of set themselves up, set their gaps, and keep their cars warm. Whoa, we're going to get hit with a tent in a second. Oh my, that was
what just happened?
A giant wind gust just knocked over a easy up next to our tent.
Good to know. Okay.
But we almost got impaled with a tent.
Well, every time you can actually see the dark clouds here. Every year it seems like at festival we have a big windstorm or something come through. Last year at Midwest we had tents blowing across the campus here at Gingerman Raceway. So always get a little bit of weather making things get a little crazy.
Well, and we haven't talked about weather because it's been nice for a while actually, but there is supposed to be some thunderstorms and rain in the area closing in on imagine this, green flag time for GLTC race number 1. So you're looking at that weather that's in the area. You can see it's raining off in the distance. If that works its way here, that could certainly interrupt the flow of the evening as far as this beautiful weather is concerned. We have it now, so these guys in Time Attack C are getting some clear weather. Spaz Miller continues to be at the top, 139.7 for that street car. That's almost... that's 3 seconds off the track record pace, so Spaz has got to step it up a little bit. With Josh Halka's just continue to develop that street spaceship, and you can tell when you look at it that is, while it's a street class car, that is a purpose-built Time Attack car.
Love the fall colors here in South Haven, Michigan. Absolutely gorgeous. Look at the drone shots here. Look how gorgeous that is. As we watch people fixing easy ups around us out the windows.
We're recovering from, I was watching it come at us going, but a couple other cars that I saw on track. I wanted to give a shout out to Taylor Steck, who's 10th fastest on the track right now in her street 350Z. She's working her way towards turn number 3 right now, but she's in kind of the camp of Hawk Brake people, and Hawk Brakes isn't necessarily an official partner of any of these Time Attack events, but they bring this huge crew out, and they all have their own cars, and they all, they'd be here anyway, but they all have Hawk stickers on the side. They're all either working with or affiliated with Hawk in some way, and she's a part of that crew, and it's been really cool to see her come out and improve on every single event, not only at these GridLife Time Attacks, but local autocrosses in Ohio and other events like that. So she's out on track right now. Another interesting driver is on camera right now, and that is a Toyota Supra, car number 90, driven by the real Jimmy Diggs, a.k.a. I believe Jackie Ding. So he went and got this car. It's basically a backup car for them to have for spare parts. Obviously Toyota Supra spares probably not that either affordable or available. It's a brand new production street car. So they just decided to go pick up a slightly damaged, crashed car and brought it out. He's running it in Time Attack, or somebody is. It's obviously not a real name with the real Jimmy Diggs, but he's running that car in Street GT this weekend, and that was that white Supra that we saw a moment ago.
Yeah, so we can't quite get Ben's audio sorted just yet. We're going to try to have him back at 6 o'clock later today, so apologies for that.
If you're still there, Ben, I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, we're muted now. Look at the wind. I mean, blowing the flag.
Yeah,
around.
I actually watched a dirt bike blow off of one of the hills down towards the tire wall of the track. So we got some pretty chaotic winds going out on the track right now. It's not really affecting the drivers. They probably don't even know. They might get a little bit of wind buffeting, but the corner workers certainly know. You can see trying to stay warm. That's out in turn number 3.
And while we're kind of watching all the chaotic weather, we want to extend a huge thank you for Horizon Broadband. They brought in internet from 7 miles away using radio waves. That's fancy. That's physics. I don't know that, but they somehow made that happen. And Matt's very grateful.
I thought you were quoting their tagline for a second.
No,
Horizon Internet. That's fancy.
I mean, look, through the air. Through the nothingness of the emptiness of South Haven airspace, they brought in internet from 6 or 7 miles away. Super cool. So thanks to Horizon Broadband for that. That's why we're here right now, and they did a spectacular job on short notice to be able to do that. So
yeah, that's impressive. I wish I had Abe Schmucker behind me because we do have a lot of Sunday Cup cars out. Actually, the entire field.
That's class.
Anytime you see one of those Honda Fits flash through the camera speed at warp speed. Is what I was trying to say, funnily.
Funnily.
But Matt Williams is leading a Sunday Cup right now at a 154.1, and I think the track record for Sunday Cup is in the 53s, but he's really close, and that's going to be a blue Honda Fit, and Matt is always the class of the field in Sunday Cup. On screen there is Bart Goldenberg, one of our Gold Pass holders in that it's a track mod car, but it's kind of what they have this unofficial class called Roadster Mod, and it's a track mod rules. Just open it. You're good. Unfortunately, that can pop was not a Mike's Harder. We're still waiting for that.
Yeah.
So again, this Sunday Cup, you see just how casual it looks to drive one of those Honda Fits. I think he's on a cooldown right now. But Matt Williams on camera there, another one of the drivers in the GridLife universe, upgrading to those Falcon RT660s. You see the Falcon banner on the front of that car, and I think we've seen track records fall earlier this year. Once they got those tires, those cars got faster.
Did you say the RT660?
Yes.
The RT660 tire. Peak performance inspired by enthusiasts. They are a partner with us here at GridLife Live, so thanks to Falcon. And a lot of drivers have been switching to those lately. And pretty cool tire, I got to say. I've seen this, they're pretty popular down there in the paddock. They must be pretty good.
They are very good. They're on my race car for a reason. So we're watching the leader of Sunday Cup right now, Matt Williams, work his way around the track. Turn 7. See the nose of that car dive down, but not much. Just a little dab of the brakes. Almost just turn in for that corner. These cars are pushing maybe 105, 110 crank horsepower, not even 100 of the wheels. So you got to be committed to go fast around here.
I love watching Sunday Cup cars. I think there are no people in the universe that exist on this planet, or maybe in the galaxy, that have more fun than people in Sunday Cup when they're running in a group together.
That's true.
Right?
I mean, that's true. You get a little string of jelly beans down the back straight, just trying to work each
it's
other's drafts a little bit.
Like having like a billion trillion horsepower is like super fun, but I think something about hucking around a car that weighs 0 things and it has 0 powers of any kind, 0 rabbit power. I mean, it's so fun to watch those guys have so much fun. So much fun to watch them have fun. You know, it's when people smile, I'm smiling.
I love having fun watching people having fun
while
other people are having fun. I lost what you're saying.
That should be our new slogan.
Gotta be honest, I lost what you're saying.
Me too. Sometimes I get ahead of myself or behind myself. I don't really know where I am. You know, I'm just riding the wave of existence sometimes, you know? That how it beats.
Also riding the wave of existence is Tony Skursky in that BMW headed down towards turn 3. And he normally does time attack in a Nissan Juke, which is down for being prepared to race in GLTC, is my understanding. So while he doesn't have his Nissan Juke time attack car available to race, he's going to bring his daily driver BMW out and have a good time, because why not?
You said Nissan Juke being built for GLTC?
Yes.
So down.
Yeah.
Like I've been quoted as saying I think the Nissan Juke might be the ugliest car ever created. But
you think that? I actually don't mind them.
You put a roll cage in it, now it's the coolest car ever made. So,
okay.
I mean, that's true with a lot of cars. So, I mean, Nissan sponsor. But maybe not for that. But I think any car made into a GLTC car is really cool. We saw Carl Hurdle try it with the minivan. Now we got a Nissan Juke. Where's the Scion XB at? Let's get one of those things out there.
That's a great, oh my God, a box flared box?
Yeah,
is that like dividing by 0?
I think you can't do
Probably.
that. I think the men in the white suits come and take you away from doing that.
Put you in a padded cell.
Yeah.
I said no.
Can't do that. It's like the guy that we were talking earlier with Sam about. There's a guy that LS swapped a Mustang, and I think that's illegal. I think there's laws against that. Like they will hunt you down.
Literally.
In Ford world.
I was going to say Fords are known for that anyway. They'll hunt you down. If you're in a crowd, at least.
Yeah. Well, car still rolling here in Time Attack Group C. After this, let's see what our schedule looks like. We've got Time Attack Group C rolling right now. At 4:40 is our next on-stream action. That will be GridLife Touring Cup race number 1, 4:40 Eastern Daylight Time. So that means that it'll be in just about 50 minutes from now, and you can join us again here on GridLife Live, presented by FCP Euro, to be around for the good 50-car field that we've got qualified after this morning. It should be a lot of fun.
Matt Williams did improve down to the 53s in Sunday Cup. That's a 153.5, and I'm trying to pull up Abe's cars to watch because it had track records already in it, and I would love to know if that's a new track record on those Falcon RT660s. So I might go quiet for a second as I try to find track records for GridLife.
I'll try to be as amazing as you, Tom, as we head down the backstretch. Again, a fairly
so amazing I can't multitask, talk, and use my phone at the same time.
I can't use my computer at the same time. So into turn number 11 there, and again, it's very similar, I think, in how you take turn 1, just sort of the opposite. Turn 1's a left-hander, a little bit downhill, and turn 11's sort of the same radius right-hander. Then up the hill on the front straight after you get past the start-finish line, a little bit wide there. Through turn number 1 for the number 31 car. Again, that being driven by Bart Golden Bell. I think I said Golden Field earlier. Golden Bell. Excuse me if I said that earlier in the day. There's the 296 car. That should be who's in the 296? That Nick Steniford, I think, or is it not? Oh, it's Ryan McGriff in that car. Steniford would be in a different one. So Ryan McGriff is in a track mod car. There he is in that. That's high off the ground. It's like an SUV down the back straightaway there. Looks pretty cool. And he'll huck it in here and try to improve. Right now, he's currently scored in 13th in this session overall. We got a couple spec fits that have run a little bit quicker. Tori Skirsty comes across the line. No improvement there. 152.1. Carson Crystal in the 375 track mod car. 7th right now. Comes through his best time of 148.315. As the sky is getting dark on one half of the racetrack, and that concerns me a little bit just because GLTC race number 1 in just under an hour, if it rains, it's going to make things even more chaotic than they were already going to be in the dry.
Yeah, there's a good look at the sky. I'm back. Hello, I can no longer multitask. Matt Williams is so close. The track record in spec fit, a 153.4 by Chad Meeks, who's not, I don't think he's here. Matt Williams is at a 153.5, so he's a 10th off the track record there in Sunday Cup.
Well,
while it may not be the most exhilarating car on the camera, that is still a hot battle for the track records in Sunday Cup. That would make 4 out of 6 track records reset this weekend if Matt can get there.
You know, I think we should make a category for cars that are like, we take a spec fit and we like put a restrictor plate on them and give them like 40 horsepower. And just see if that brings up the intensity. Because my theory is...
They call that B-spec in club racing.
My theory is that the slower you make a car, the better it will race.
My theory is the more a car has to slow down for corners and the faster it is in a straight line, the better it races. Meaning the higher the peaks and valleys in speed, the better they race.
Sure. So basically it's like super low downforce, high power.
So a car that only has 40 horsepower that never slows down probably wouldn't race that well. But
it would be funny.
It would be funny.
Just green flag.
But I would like it, says Kyle.
Are they going yet? And let's see. Will Williams be able to improve on that again? A 153.4 he has to beat. He's at a 153.573.
Yeah, he's so close. This session has, I believe we're pretty close to, if not already at the checkered flag. We have less than a minute in the 20-minute Time Attack session. This is Group C for Heat 4 of Time Attack. And then I think we're rolling back towards some drifting, aren't we?
Actually, we don't go back to drifting until after GLTC Race 1. So I think we're taking a break after this until 4:40. So it'll be about a half an hour, 40-minute break. We'll come back for GLTC. Then we do drift. Then we do Time Attack, GLTC, drift. And that's how we'll end our day at around 8:30-ish, 9 o'clock today.
There's a guy that we should talk about, 375, Carson Crystal, who is absolutely integral to these GridLife events because he is in charge of grid and organizing what happens on pit lane. He's driving that white and black Volkswagen Golf that was just headed away from camera. So Carson, running in track mod front-wheel drive, that 148.3 is his personal best time, and he's recently done a lot of work on that car, but it's not making the full power that it used to. So he's kind of getting it dialed in a capacity before he turns it to kill. But he's also super important to the function of a GridLife event because if no one knows where to go on grid, pit lane is chaos, and Carson keeps it from being chaos.
Keeps it from being chaos. That's fun.
Captain No Chaos.
CaptainNoChaos.com. Don't go to the website. Again, I don't know. Anything I say with .com, please don't go there. And we got the car safety truck rolling here, and I don't know if this is for a cleanup process or if this is just to signify the end of the session. I think this is cleanup time because we've got GLTC coming up again in 40 minutes. So that's actually going to conclude it here for GridLife Track Battle Time Attack. Final thoughts here on Time Attack. So far, we've got one more Time Attack session later this afternoon, but your final thoughts?
If it doesn't rain, it's just going to keep getting faster and faster at this point. And I really think, especially in FCP Street Mod, that that class between Jackie Ding and Sean Krebsbach. Those two cars are clearly neck and neck, and now that Jackie's got a little bit more incentive to push because he didn't really know what he was aiming for other than his own personal goals, now he's got Sean Krebsbach to aim for. They're going to be battling that out. So especially in FCP Euro Street Mod, that car or that category, there's one more car that we didn't talk about much, the Audi TT that we talked about way earlier in the broadcast. That car will also get faster and faster through the event. Just overall, Ferris Khartoumi will get faster. Jeremy Swenson's got a rabbit to chase. I think, again, as long as it doesn't rain this afternoon and then especially tomorrow in the good weather, we're set up for some incredible track record battling in TrackBattle.
Well, Tom, thanks for joining me here for GridLife TrackBattle Time Attack. And, of course, thanks again to FCP Euro for being presenting partner of the Street Modified category. That'll do it for the second session of the day for GridLife TrackBattle Time Attack. Thanks for watching. And we'll be back at 4:40 for GridLife Touring Cup action. So join us again in about 40 minutes for GLTC Race number 1. Thanks for watching.
I don't need a seat. I'm a stand-up director.
Stand-up guy.
What's up, guys? Here we are with our first episode of Race Car Explained. We're going to be going through the braking system on this 2018 Volkswagen Golf GTI TCR. So the first thing you're going to notice is this rotor. It's pretty big, it's a lot bigger than the standard streetcar rotor, and it's also mounted on an aluminum plate. This is called a floating rotor. So what you're going to notice is these little pins are very different and it allows the rotor to actually expand and contract as it heats up. The other thing you're going to notice is it has slots on the friction surface. So these slots actually don't extend all the way past the edge, they actually stop before the edge, and that is because this rotor gets so warm under braking that if the slots did extend past the edge, it could possibly start a crack and crack all the way through the rotor. The last thing you're going to notice about this rotor is it's directionally vaned. So there's vanes inside the rotor here that are directional. So basically, as the rotor spins around, it acts like a big turbine, and it pulls the air from inside and spits it out. So this constantly pulling air and spitting it out is passing air by the hot metal surface, and it's cooling it as you drive. The other thing that makes that even more efficient is the fact that that is hooked to a brake duct. So we're pulling fresh air off the front of the car into the hub that is constantly being expelled through the rotor. So this is constantly cooling the rotor down whenever the car is in motion. Now moving on to the brake pad and the brake caliper, first thing you're going to notice is the pad is pretty large. So the pad is about that big and it's very thick. The reason it's very thick is because we use a lot of pad during a race application. For instance, this rotor in these pads will be changed every second race on these cars. The other thing you're going to notice is this pad compound. So the pad compound is designed to work at very high temperatures. So on a typical street car, your brakes need to work as soon as you get in the car. So the brake compound is formulated to work between basically 0 degrees and up to maybe about 500 degrees. Anything past 500 degrees, the brakes start to fade and you really start to lose braking performance. On a race car, it's different. The entire compound has been formulated to work at higher temperatures. So what happens is you don't have brakes at the colder temperatures. So if you notice when cars pull out on track and they start swerving around under the warm-up laps and they start using their brakes really heavily, that is done to warm up this entire assembly so the brakes work. On a typical race car, the brakes really, their operating range is anywhere between 500 and 1,000 degrees. So anything below 500 degrees, you really have limited braking, if any at all. Now moving forward to the caliper, one thing you're going to notice is this is a 6-piston AP racing caliper. One of the interesting things about this racing caliper is that the pistons are not actually the same size. So the piston on the leading edge of the pad is a smaller diameter than the piston on the trailing edge of the pad. The reason for this is that the caliper is able to apply a greater force to the trailing edge and a less force to the leading edge. What this does is it creates more even pad wear. If we had the same size pistons, all 3 on one side and 3 on this side, the pad would actually wear in a wedge shape, which wouldn't promote long life and wouldn't be as efficient. The last thing you're going to notice about this caliper is all of this bracing on the back side. So you can see it's pretty thick up here, and then these big bolts that go across this whole back section. What they do is when this caliper squeezes down really hard on this rotor, what it wants to do is it wants to flex outward. By having bracing across this, it keeps the caliper really solid and keeps it from flexing. That means a better brake feel for the driver and overall better brake performance for the car. So here we are in the engine compartment. We're going to be talking about the brake reservoir. So the brake reservoir is where the brake fluid is held. This is plumbed into the driver's cabin because on race cars we have bespoke pedal setups that actually have the master cylinders inside. On a typical street car though, you would find right here a big brake booster and typically your master cylinder right here. Because this is a race car, you have a slightly different configuration. So what I will note is this one has 3 separate reservoirs. One for the clutch, one for the front brake circuit, and one for the rear brake circuit. This makes all 3 circuits completely independent of one another. That means if there's a leak in the front brake circuit, the rear brake circuit will still function, or if there's a leak in the clutch circuit, the brakes will still function. Now looking at this, brake fluid is super critical to the braking system on this car. We talked at the wheel about how much heat is generated by these brakes and the fact that they operate between 500 and 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. So when we look at brake fluid, you'll see that there's actually 2 boiling points. The first one is your dry boiling point, which on this brake fluid is a little over 600 degrees. And the second one is your wet boiling point, which on this brake fluid is a little bit under 400 degrees. So that's over a 200 degree difference between the wet and the dry boiling point. Now you're probably wondering what is wet and what is dry boiling. Dry boiling point is this brake fluid without any moisture in it whatsoever. The wet boiling point is this brake fluid with about 3.7% moisture. The reason why that number is chosen is because brake fluid is hydroscopic. Hydroscopic means it absorbs moisture. So as soon as you take the cap off this brake fluid, moisture in the air, humidity, will actually start going into the brake fluid, lowering its boiling point. So for race cars, when we bleed the brakes on these cars, which we do all the time to make sure we have fresh brake fluid, we actually only use fresh brake fluid containers. We never recap a brake fluid. We use the entire thing, put it in the car, and start with a fresh one every time. That is how critical the brake fluid boiling point is to the performance of these brakes on this car. So now that we've talked about brake fluid, let's go inside the car and look at all the cool tech between brake biasing, the pedals, and the ABS system. So now we're inside the car where the master cylinders actually live. So we come here, we see the clutch pedal with the master cylinder and the line coming from the engine compartment. Right here we have the brake pedal and 2 lines, like I said, one for the front circuit right here, one for the rear circuit right there. So the reason why we have a separate master cylinder for the front circuit and the rear circuit is so we can have bias. So if you've ever applied the brakes on a bicycle, you know you have a front brake and a rear brake. If you apply the front brake too heavy, you might go over the handlebars. If you apply the rear brake too heavy, you're probably going to skid. So the reason why we have a brake bias control is so we can control the brakes on the car to optimize the stopping performance of the car. The way we do that is by having what we call a balance bar. So you can see this pedal right here acts upon this bar, but these 2 master cylinders are actually independent of one another, and this bar can put different amounts of pressure on one master cylinder versus the other. This is also controlled by a knob in the center console that the driver can control. So as the driver controls this knob, it spins this threaded portion. This threaded portion biases more brake force to the front or the rear depending on what the driver wants. This is really a key element in race cars because it allows the driver to adjust the car to conditions. So maybe you started the race in the dry when you have a lot of braking force and you really want a lot of the brakes going to the front wheels. If it starts raining, you're going to have a lot less grip on the road, which means you're not going to be able to put as much braking force to the front wheels. To cope with that, the driver will move the brake bias rearward to make the car stop as quickly as it can. Alright, so the next thing we're going to talk about is the handbrake. So we have a big handbrake right here, and this is tied directly into the rear brake circuit. So you'll actually see the rear brake circuit comes into this master cylinder and goes right out of it. The reason we use a handbrake like this is for standing starts and to get temperature into our rear tires. So for a standing start, we can pull this, hold the car from rolling, and we can ride the clutch pedal to get it right at the point of grip, and then as soon as we get the green light, we're off with the clutch and we let go of the handbrake. The other bias adjustment you're going to see, along with the knob that I showed you with the balance bar before, is this proportioning valve. The proportioning valve is a really quick way to adjust the maximum brake pressure to the rear brakes. So one of the issues we have with these front wheel drive race cars is it takes a lot of time to get temperature into the rear tires because they don't do a lot. So we will actually start the race with a more forward bias, something like that. As the rear tires gain temperature, therefore more grip, we can actually knock this down 1, 2, or 3 spots to get more braking performance. What this actually does is it cuts off the peak pressure to the rear. So if this is too far back and the tires are too cold, what will happen is when you initially stab or push the brake pedal really hard, the rear wheels will lock up, which creates a very unstable car. Alright, so now we're going to head over to the other side. We're going to look at the plumbing and the ABS on this race car. So here we are inside the car, And I'm going to be showing you the plumbing in the ABS module. So you can see all the plumbing is done with these soft stainless steel lines. The reason that is because race cars don't have to be road legal. There's a DOT rule stating that you can't have a soft brake line that's longer than 18 inches in your car. So that's why you always have a soft brake line attached to a hard steel brake line. But in a race car, we don't have those same rules. So we actually find it most efficient to run these Teflon lined stainless steel lines throughout the entire car. The reason for that is it makes servicing the car that much easier. If I needed to unbolt this brake bias right here, or maybe the ABS pump down on the floor, I can simply unbolt them and move them wherever I need to, and I don't have to worry about unplumbing and taking the brake connections apart. The other thing I want to show you is the brake ABS module on the floor. So typically ABS modules are found in the engine compartment, but because weight and the center of gravity is so critical to a race car, it is actually mounted on the passenger side floor. In this case, our ABS module is actually turned off because we're not allowed to use ABS in our racing series. But in other series around the world, some of the cars are allowed ABS, and so we have it so we can turn it on if we need it. The last thing I want to show you is actually how we can set the brake bias from the driver's compartment without actually driving the car. So on our dash, we actually have a braking setup dashboard. So this shows our front brake pressure right here. It shows our rear brake pressure here, and it also shows our balance. So if you see, if I pull the handbrake, you can see the rear brake pressure will spike, but nothing happens to the front brake pressure. By using this, we can set the brake pressure, and we can see that right now we have about a 59 to 60% bias on the brakes. We use that to set up the car to get it as close as we can for the driver, and then when the driver goes out, just finite adjustments to where he needs to get it. I hope you've enjoyed going around the brake systems on this 2018 Golf GTI TCR. This was our first episode of Race Cars Explained, and if you liked it, please hit the thumbs up button, and if you want to see more of this, please subscribe. See you next time. I gotta do more yoga. Oh, jeez. Hello everyone, Nate Vincent here with FCP Euro. Today on Race Cars Explained, we're going to be talking about a fuel cell and the fuel system in a race car. Everything from putting fuel in to what differentiates this fuel tank from what's found in a normal street-going car. Let's get started. So right here in front of me, we have the fuel cell from this Golf TCR behind me. The thing you're going to notice is it already has the cover taking off, and you can see that this is a big rubber bladder. This bladder is built out of high-strength rubber, and the reason for it is to keep it from rupturing in the case of an accident. So this bladder can expand to about 5 times its original size before it actually ruptures and spills fuel. The reason for that is if the car is ever in an accident, the last thing we want is fuel going everywhere inside the car. This increases the safety of the car and cuts down on the likelihood of the car catching on fire after an accident. That said, rubber has a lifespan, it doesn't last forever. So this fuel cell actually expires after June 2022. So these fuel cells are given about a 4 to 5 year lifespan of legal use. If the car is to be used after that, this fuel cell has to be replaced. The biggest difference between race cars and street cars is we can't rely on gravity to feed our fuel pumps. Typically on a street car, you can go to the lowest portion of the tank and that's where the fuel will accumulate and feed the pump. But in a race car, because we see high G-force in turning and braking, that fuel is constantly sloshing from one side of the tank to the other. So there's a couple things that are done to this fuel cell to mitigate that. The first thing is it is filled with a foam, basically like a big sponge. And that doesn't actually hold the fuel to one side or the other, but it keeps it from sloshing back and forth. If you imagine, if I had a had a sponge and I turned it up on the side, the water would still run down and eventually drip out of it. But what it would do is it would do it slowly. So really the foam inside a fuel cell is to dampen the forces of the weight of the fuel moving from one side to the other. This makes the car handle better and easier to drive. The other thing you're going to notice is this fuel cell has 4 pickup points in it. One in this corner, one in this corner, one in this corner here, and one in this corner. So basically all 4 corners have what we call a jet pump or a pickup point. So even if these 2 have no fuel on them and all the fuel is rushed over to the left side of the fuel cell, these 2 jet pumps will pick up fuel. Or if the car is braking and all the fuel rushes to the front, these 2 pumps will pick up fuel. So there's always 2 pumps in the system that are picking up fuel. These pumps are called jet pumps because they're not actually powered by an electrical pump. Now these jet pumps are actually run off a Venturi effect from the main pump. So the Venturi effect is based on pressures. So if you have a steady state flow through a nozzle, and this would be the nozzle where it would restrict down, and this is the steady state flow, front and back. What happens is through that nozzle, while the fluid increases in velocity, moves faster, the pressure decreases. Those are inverse of each other. When that pressure decreases, it actually creates a vacuum. The reason it creates vacuum is because between this high pressure area, this low pressure area, and the high pressure area on the other side, this is always searching for equilibrium. Just like a hurricane works, you actually have a really low pressure system in the middle of a hurricane, and all the air from the outside is trying to rush into the middle, and that's what creates a cyclone. So what the engineers at Volkswagen have done is they've used this system to basically feed the jet pumps. So if you have your main fuel pump feeding this system right here, so your main flow is coming from your main fuel pump, and then you have 4 jet pumps that are tapped into this. They feed into this nozzle or the Venturi right here. As the flow is moving through here and this creates a low pressure, it's going to create a vacuum here, therefore a suction, and it's going to suck fuel from those 4 corners and feed this main system. The beauty of this is you don't actually have to have a fuel pump in those 4 corners because they would constantly be starving from fuel and that fuel pump would burn out in a very short time. So if you see right here, you can see this is the main fuel pump and it is actually feeding fuel up through this hose. But using a Venturi principle, you can see that this T right here is actually creating suction because of the fuel flow through here. So all of the pumps on the corners are driven by the fuel that is flowing out of the main pump in the tank. Now, the last thing is all of these 4 pumps are feeding what we call a swirl pot. So there's a swirl pot, which is a big tub right in the middle of this fuel cell where this main fuel pump actually lives right inside. Now all of these jet pumps are actually swirling the fuel around, so they all come in at an angle. And the fuel is swirling around this fuel cell and constantly filling itself up, so this pump constantly has fuel to suck. The reason for that swirl is that swirling effect, the centrifugal force of it, actually overcomes the G-forces associated with braking and cornering. So it constantly has a fuel supply in that bowl at all times. So the last thing we're going to talk about is race fuel. So in these cars, we actually run 100 octane race fuel. Most people think the higher the octane, the more flammable the fuel, but it's actually the opposite. The higher the octane, the more the fuel is able to resist combustion. So that means you can run the engine hotter and you can tune it more aggressively to get more performance out of it without having the engine pre-ignite. Pre-ignition is when the fuel in the combustion chamber actually ignites before the spark plug tells it to, and this can have major damaging effects on the engine's internals. While we run 100 octane in the series we run, most fuel is dependent on the series. So all the cars racing against each other are running the exact same fuel to level the playing field. So if this was a normal street GTI, you put fuel right here. You can see, open it up, but we actually have the air jack system right here. So on this race car, we actually have a separate fuel fill right here. Now, if this was an endurance race car, as this is not, this is a sprint car, you would see a bigger fuel fill here. The reason for that is on an endurance car where you're doing pit stops, where you're adding fuel to the car, you need to have 2 lines in. One is a fuel line in, the other is a vent line for the air in the fuel tank to escape, so you can fill as quickly as possible. Today in racing, all fuel fills have to be done via gravity, which means the fuel is fed from a tank that sits up about 3 or 4 feet higher than the car, fed down into the car. Back in the day, back in the 70s and the 80s in Formula 1, they were trying to fill cars as fast as they possibly could. Some of the techniques were actually to take beer kegs, fill them with fuel, and pressurize them with super high pressure. They could actually fill about 25 gallons of fuel in a car in about 3 seconds. But if the check valves didn't function properly or a line burst, it could become very dangerous on pit road with hot brakes and hot engines, basically spreading atomized fuel throughout the entire pit lane. So it was banned from racing in general. So one of the most important things about racing is keeping our weight as low as possible. To do this, we actually pump the fuel tank completely dry after every session on track. Then, if we know we have a 40-minute session or a 50-minute session on track, we calculate the exact amount of fuel we need for that session. We will weigh that fuel to make sure we have the right volume, and then we add it to the tank. Now for the pump out procedure, it's right down here. So you can see, we actually have a little gauge right here that shows how much fuel is in the car. This is reset every time the car is pumped out. So we don't actually have a fuel level indicator in the tank like most street cars do. To pump the fuel out of this car, we actually have a battery pickup right here that we plug this controller into, and then this connector actually plugs directly into the fuel pump. We can just basically turn this on and this pumps the fuel out. That will make the fuel pump circulate fuel through the system. Now to get that fuel out of the system, we come up to the front. And at the front of the car, typically if the engine's in it, right on the side of the timing cover lives this. This is your fuel line coming in, this is a pressure transducer, and this is your fuel line going to the high pressure fuel pump on the engine. We unplug this little fitting right here, and we have a specially made hose that we plug into this, right, that, and then we can pump the fuel out into a container right in front of the car. In a race car, weight is one of the most critical things, as we already talked about. But one of the other parts that's really critical about the weight is lowering the center of gravity, or lowering that weight as close to the ground as possible and balancing it right to left inside the car. So as you can see, where I'm sitting right now is where the fuel cell lives normally in this Volkswagen GTI TCR. This is actually the standard location where the fuel tank would live under the back seats in the car on a street car. One of the benefits of this location is it keeps the fuel close to the ground, which lowers the center of gravity. It's also relatively in the middle of the car front to back, which means depending on the fuel load, whether it's a heavy fuel load or a light fuel load, the weight on the rear axle and the weight on the front axle doesn't differentiate all that much. That means the car is well balanced whether it's on a low fuel load or a high fuel load. Now looking around me, you can see some of the other components and elements of this fuel system. This is the feed line that feeds fuel into the tank. You can also see right here, this is the fuel feed to the high pressure fuel pump. This is what takes the fuel from the cell and provides it to the engine. And then right here, you can see we have a nice little motorsport connector that this plugs into the fuel pump itself. This is what is unplugged when we pump the fuel tank out. So I really hope you enjoyed this episode of Race Cars Explained. If you liked what you saw, please hit the thumbs up button, and if you want to see more of this, please subscribe. Catch you in the next one.
Yeah, you look at the camera! Yeah!
treat your car says a lot about you. So you do it right, and you do it fast. You use 303 touchless sealant. Just wash, spray, and rinse. For 6 months of protection and shine. 303 touchless sealant. We've got your number.
Feel the difference with Fuel Injector Pro by 104 Plus. Formulated for direct inject engines, Fuel Injector Pro is highly effective with other fuel systems. New Dual-Tech hybrid technology gives your entire fuel system a 5-star cleaning treatment, removing deposits that are robbing you of performance. Fuel Injector Pro reduces rough idle, restores power and acceleration, and improves economy. Is this your kind of performance? Pour in Fuel Injector Pro and feel the difference. Fuel Injector Pro, available now at Walmart.
The changing of the weather and the season signifies the end of the racing season. For GRIDLIFE Touring Cup, it's a homecoming for many of the Midwest-based drivers as they tackle the 2.21-mile Gingerman Raceway in the fall-tinted South Haven, Michigan. As beautiful as the foliage is, I'm not sure I've ever seen anything as colorful and powerful as 50 racing machines lined up on pit road about ready to go racing for the first time this weekend. It's a 15-minute sprint race, but it might as well be 30 seconds with the amount of chaos we're about to witness. Welcome back to GRIDLIFE Live, brought to you by FCP Euro, and my name's Kyle Heyer, joined by Tom O'Gorman again. Tom, qualifying was crazy earlier. We have 50 cars about ready to go racing for 15 minutes. Oh boy.
Oh boy is right. And you touched on it already. You can see in the sky, and especially on those Falcon banners, it is windy and it is actually sprinkling despite the sunshine out here for race 1 in GLTC. And like you said, we're taking 50 cars, we're throwing a green flag, and we are wheel-to-wheel racing, just like you would when you boot up Forza, just like you would if you're watching NASCAR, Formula 1, whatever motorsports you love. This is proper wheel-to-wheel competition, and we have 50 cars about to take that green flag. But this weather is absolutely affecting the weekend, not only because all of practice was wet, qualifying was the first time we had a dry track, but now it may, at any point in this race, and even though it's only 15 minutes, it could just dump water everywhere and throw a really big wrench into this race.
It's generated a lot of uncertainty in the paddock. I got a quick chance to run down and talk to a couple people. Aaron Lichty was one of the drivers I wanted to go seek out. He was going to try some BFG tires. He decided, no, I'm going to go back to the Hoosiers for the race.
Yeah, he didn't like them.
He didn't like them. So tire choice is going to be a big discussion, not only for Aaron Lichty, like a guy that's trying a different brand of tire, but also, I mean, I would not dare go out on wets in a situation like this, but maybe 5 minutes into the race, that's the tire to have. So there's a lot of uncertainty here. I'm not sure anybody really knows what's going to happen in this race. My concern is everybody starting from basically 10th on back is going to be in the middle of what I would call a hornet's nest. It's going to be crazy and chaotic. This racetrack is not that wide. There's runoff, as I do air quotes here, but it's grass. It's not pavement, so there's really no escape route here. If you go off, you're going to go for a ride.
And Kyle, would you call it a whole heck ton of cars?
I would call it a whole heck ton of cars. When we got them rolling through turn number 1 now on pit out, and GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race number 1 is dedicated to longtime Gingerman Raceway employee Albert Rawson, who provided medical services and helped anywhere he could. Albert passed away a few months ago, and his smile will be sorely missed. So again, race number 1 for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup dedicated to Gingerman Raceway employee Albert Rawson as the field rolls out. 50 cars, so I think we had 46 in total. That's 23 rows of race cars. And if you're back in row number 23, you're going to, you know, what I would do is probably just back it down and just watch turn 1, because I think you're probably going to get a couple passes done just watching it.
Yeah, and Gingerman Raceway, not a super wide racetrack, and an interesting sequence of corners greets the green flag. You have turn 1, a fast left, and then a tighter 180 to the right for turn 2. So the car on the outside for turn number 1 actually gets the inside almost immediately for turn 2. We've seen 3, almost 4 wide into turn 1 here. Again, not a wide racetrack. That is crazy to go 3 wide and almost 4 wide. We've had drivers go, 2 in the grass to take positions at the start. One of them is starting on pole. Eric Coutil was the pole sitter from qualifying earlier today, knocking on the door of GLTC track record pace, and he's going to start next to a very familiar winning Formula Miata with Aaron Lichty on the front row. Those two, again, just kind of the class of the field. Everywhere we go, when they're here together, they can't seem to get away from each other, and that's going to be a really exciting battle. But big names through the field, and I believe we're going to see 2 pace laps to really get some temp in the field and back everybody up, because as you can see, we still have cars leaving pit lane. They're not even done yet. That's not the last one. When you see a red Miata and then a black and red S2000, those are the final cars off grid, and they're still not even out there.
It's certainly a bunch of cars that are lined up and ready to go rolling here. In row number 2, Emil Tab, winner from one of the races at Road America. Justin Kelly had a win at Pikes Peak International Raceway. Brandon Puck is starting in 5th alongside Ben Dozman, who had an exceptional qualifying run. Ben Hariska, what a story. Destroyed that car lap 1, turn 1 at Road America. Here he is rolling off in 7th place right alongside Ryan Upham, who just missed out on a victory at Road America. So a lot of people up here that are just craving a victory in this GRIDLIFE Touring Cup category.
Yeah, a couple drivers that we need to keep an eye on outside of that top 10 before we run through a full grid is the first one really for me is Luke McGrew. He's starting 12th. That car has won a race here. He won race 4 earlier in the spring. He's won pole positions in other races at other events, has had a lot of reliability issues, and again, there was a ton of traffic. I mean, 50 cars for qualifying on this 2-point-something mile track, 2.12, whatever it is. Everyone said, even on my fastest laps, I was either passing or letting people by. Ben Dozman was one of them. He said, I passed 3 cars on that lap to end up 6th on the grid. grid. So it was just so packed. I don't think this qualifying order is really the best indication of the actual speed of these cars. Another driver that is actually sharing the car this weekend, that's Andy Smedgard, the car number 212, is team driven this weekend, I think, with Ronnie Sullivan, and I think Ronnie qualified it down in 27th this morning. So that could be another car, especially if Andy gets in, but also as Ronnie gets up to speed.
So
that will be coming through the field.
Word on the street is that Andy Smedgard was going to drive it if it was going to rain. I don't know if they could know that.
No one knows that, and that's the next thing we need to talk about. As you can see, it's getting darker and darker, and there's just no way right now for these drivers to know exactly what's going to happen. I think it's pretty imminent. At some point, this track is going to get wet. I'm going to knock on. Commentator's curse is probably too late. I'm going to knock on this table, but that's the thing is when these drivers came to grid, there was a 3-minute cutoff. When you come to grid, if you were late, you start at the back because there's 50 cars. Gridding 50 cars takes a long time, and I'm going to say it's raining. It's definitely raining.
And so drivers that went out on slicks, this is the time to be extremely cautious.
Well, and
we've got 50 cars out there, Tom. Be very careful.
And that was what I was going to say is these drivers went to grid in the absolute beautiful sunshine 6 minutes ago, and now it's pouring rain. It looks like down in at least turn 1, 2, and 3. This track covers enough distance that it's probably not raining everywhere, but we're going to take a green flag potentially. I mean, at this point, race control still has the choice to make a change.
I would almost recommend that they let drivers come down and change tires. But again, because this is from a driver's standpoint, you go down into turn 1, you're expecting there to be grip. If you're on slick tires and the track is wet by the time we get there, that's a big risk in a field of 46
right.
cars.
And a lot of times if you're watching this kind of weather already happening in grid, there's still a decision to make. What tires do I want? But these guys went to grid with absolutely no reason to go out on wets, and now it's completely wet.
So waiting for the field to come around turn number 11 and see if we'll get a green flag this time. See, cars still catching up on the backside of the track as we sort of evaluate the weather situation here. It looks like there's a safety truck parked over in turn number 11. I'm not sure if it's trying to establish itself in a certain area, or if we're waiting to see what the plan is here. It is raining now very heavily.
Yeah.
And again, if you're on slick tires, this is, and for a guy like Ben Harisco, think back to Road America, he had slick tires on, and that was part of the thing that contributed to the collision that he had in the kink at Road America. So he's just rebuilt this car. If I'm Ben Harisco, I see this situation, I wouldn't go out there. I would pull off, at least change tires before trying.
Well, you certainly have some PTSD, and honestly, the season storyline, other than obviously COVID-19, has been weather. We've had rain races at least once at over half the events this year. So this isn't that unfamiliar territory. You know, these drivers are used to driving in the wet at this point, but it's still a really high tension situation as we are packing up and pairing up. It looks like we're going to take a green flag.
We are going to at least do one more. Are we taking a green flag? We are. All right. Pace cars off. The GridLife Touring Cup race number 1 from GridLife Midwest 2020.
Oh, man.
We're racing, and we're already 3 wide in the front of the field here. Look at Emil Tab up the inside for the race lead as we head down to the first corner.
And these guys have no idea what they're coming into. Look at this field. They're 2 wide, 3 wide, and a couple places. Slip and slide for Aaron Lichty as he goes around the outside. It's Kamiata's on the front row, and look at just how twitchy those cars are. Are we still clean in the background? We are.
Wow, that was amazing. So look at Emil Tab around the outside. Oh, there's a car way faster.
Pervez Randalia off on the outside of 2. Look at the back end of Woody Hyman slipping as the rest of the field streaming up towards turn number 3, but it's Emil.
Yeah, Luke McGrew leads the way. Sorry, we had a power outage here in the stream station. Luke McGrew leads the way. Might be on wet tires there, Tom?
Oh, my God. He took the gamble of the century. He's definitely on his Hoosier wets, and he went to grid in the complete sunshine, knowing it might actually rain.
Wow.
And it's paying off right now as Luke McGrew has the lead. It looks like Brandon Puck is second, but we are still racing. We had a clean start, a couple of offs, but everybody was able to rejoin. One of the big losses we had was Eric Coutil. For some reason, he went off at turn 3. Maybe error, maybe was pushed off. We don't know, but he was slow coming out and let basically the entire field by. I don't even see him on track right now. Oh, there he is. He is exiting turn 3. But right now, look at that car on the screen. That is Luke McGrew leading the way, gambling with the wets, and it's paying off right now, but the sun's back out.
Yeah, we have one win for Luke McGrew in GLTC. It was here a couple months ago, back in June. It was using the field invert, but he's played a strategy call here, and it's working out. Brandon Punk in behind him. Again, I think it was his first event at Road America a few weeks ago. He ran really well. Woody Hyman, we mentioned if it was damp conditions, he'd be in a great spot. Who's that in third? The 150. Oh, that's Brandon Puck. That's second.
Whoa.
Chatroop is coming too.
Yeah, and that is Hyman in third. It looks like he's on his slicks, but Hyman is always good in the wet, so I'm not surprised to see him up to third. Chatroop was that silver BMW with the massive slide coming into frame. There he goes now with Justin Kelly just behind. So Emil Tab grabbed the lead at the start. He's fallen all the way down to about 9th. Christoph has worked his way into the top 10. Now we're watching the field kind of stream past the screen. But wait, there goes Luke McGrew down the back straight now as we work lap number 2. It's, again, a 15-minute race, and it rained as we took the green flag to really turn this race on its head.
Down into turn number 3, there was some side-by-side with Justin Kelly as well. So Luke McGrew leads the way. Brad Adams is right in front of, I think that's Eric Meadows in the number 3 car as he heads down into, I think that's the backside of the course there. So across the line again.
Chatroop, huge slide once again. That was the silver BMW again, completely sideways coming off of turn 11. And what's really interesting about Gingerman, you see that new pavement in turn number 1. It's really dark. That has grip everywhere. The old pavement that's a little bit lighter in color, that has grip offline, but the online grip goes really bad. Luke McGrew continuing to drive away, making, again, the gamble of the century. I still am blown away by that, as now we have a battle for second place between Woody Hyman and Brandon Puck, and then a huge scrap for about 5th place just behind them. There's the toot. Look at them slipping and sliding all the way to the outside.
He's wide.
Of the track,
he's wide. He's off the track. Puck off in the dirt in turn number 3, and through goes Hyman to second place. The 115 gets back on course. Chatroop can't be too far behind, and he smells blood in the water.
Yeah, Puck with that little mistake. It's going to take time to recover as the rest of the field's streaming through. So it's Puck and then Tab. Ben Dozman's held on for another top 5 position. You can just tell from Luke McGrew's gap that he is the only driver on rain tires.
Yeah, and again, that was what a call that was. We said there was no way that you would take a wet tire with how dry the track was at the start of the race, because that was a gamble. If you would destroy those expensive rain tires in the dry, as you see the rest of the field heading through turn number 3 now, especially the C5 Corvette, Stephen Cox being very careful. Another
driver we have to look out for, Bill Griffin, was scored in 8th place, crossing the line that time by. That is a blue BMW E46. He should be in shot right now if it is him. There he is in the background of that shot. He was qualified way the heck down. We don't even know where he qualified, but he's up into the top 10. He might have gambled on those rain tires, or he may just have the confidence. Just in front of him, a driver that really does well in the wet, Brad Adams, came from well down in the 20s up into the 10th position just in front of Bill Griffin.
And we saw Jake Price having a good battle there with a couple other drivers, including Brad Adams. Louis Chatroop has dropped to 6th. Eric Meadows up to 5th. Emil Tab still hanging on to 4th the last time they crossed the timing loop. So Emil Tab still getting a pretty good run. Think about the point situation, the full season points. Emil Tab's right up there in the top 3 in points. This would be huge if he could get this big of a points differential on Aaron Lichty and Eric Coutil.
Yeah, and Aaron Lichty, I don't know where he is. He was scored 22nd last time across the line, so he may have had an issue while our power was out. We didn't see if he went off as well as Eric Coutil. Coutil is still lapping. We're going to keep an eye out for where Lichty might be, but there's the leaders coming across. That's Chatroop leaving your frame, Ben Dozman. Then just behind, Eric Meadows on a huge charge. Justin Kelly's fallen back. Ryan Christoph battling right about where he was, and then that red Civic, that's Brad Adams, who's picked up a huge number of positions so far in this race.
Sally McNulty having a pretty decent run so far as well. She's up to, looked like, if we look down the order just a little bit, she's now 16th. Carrie James up 3rd. Oh, there's a lot of shuffling right now as Edgidija Sadowskis jumps up to 8th place in the grid. Look at Ryan Christoph weaving and bobbing as he come out of turn 3, and up the inside comes Brad Adams into turn number 3 on the brakes. Can he get the car woe down on the wet line? It looks like he'll go by Christoph.
Yeah, and Adams was actually on the preferred line there. The track gets slick in the braking zones as well as the corners, so Adams now has the power down. He's going to pull away from the GT-style CRX. Honda versus Honda as Adams is deep into the top 10 now. I think that's maybe 8th place that he was battling for with Kristoff. As the rain continues to fall, there's not enough to make any standing water, but these conditions really turning this race on its head. I wonder if Eric Meadows looked at his teammate Luke McGrew and went, I'm going to do that too, because Eric Meadows is killing it right now in 6th place, chasing down Brandon Puck and Lewis Chatroop.
Again, those two work together. Luke and Eric work together very closely, so I wouldn't be surprised if they'd made the same strategy call. Look at Brad Adams closing in on Jake Price. He is flying right now. I think that's Justin Kelly right in front of them. That would be a spot for position as well. And there's a big gaggle of cars coming out of turn 3 right now, out our window, that's having a great scrap back there. That would be around, that's way down the order, I think down towards the 30th or 40th place is how far down they are, but they're having a good fight. And there it is right there, Stephen Cox having a look behind a couple of those cars as they sneak through the backside of the course. And having a look as they come up over the crest here.
So we're halfway through this race, 8 minutes in, 15-minute races here in GridLife Touring Cup, and right now it still is Luke McGrew leading the way over Woody Hyman, and there's a great battle, a Spec Miata versus a C5 Corvette. The C5 Corvette's on the driving line, which is going to be super slippery. So watch him as he tries to put the power down, can't do it at all, and he's going to get driven around the outside by all those Miatas. Now these Miatas are basically Spec Miatas. A lot of them even run street tires because it's just cheaper and fun, and they're actually in their own right now because they have some of the better grip. It doesn't matter that they don't have a lot of power because they don't need to use all of it in the rain, and they're having a great scrap with the Corvette and then Tiffany Kelly there in the S2000.
Yeah, she had to replace the throwout bearing after qualifying. That's an issue that they've been chasing for some time, but Luke McGrew continues to lead this race. Last time by, though, Emil Tab is in second place. He's half a second back from McGrew, and he was quicker the previous lap. So Emil Tab might get there and be able to pass McGrew here by the closing moments of this race.
I think we're dealing with mixed conditions across the track as Woody Hyman goes for a huge tank slapper exiting turn 3. He keeps it pointed the right way, but lost some ground off the bumper of Emil Tab, who is back up to second, and I think either Tab has found the driving line or we had a little bit of a dry spell where the rain was less and the track might have come to him. You can see on the back half of this track, it's actually sunny, but McGrew sawing at the wheel, keeping that car just off the preferred driving line, and clearly the driver that made the call of the century today.
Well, Emil Tab was half a second behind Luke McGrew as they came across the line, but now he's nowhere to be found. To see a car off in the dirt, that's over at the exit of turn number 3. He should be able to get back on the course, and he will rejoin the racing line here. But again, Emil Tab was second place as they crossed the line, and now Tab is dropping, or at least out of the view, from Luke McGrew.
Yeah, and that was Brian DeFries that went off, and he was actually another one of the hard chargers from this race. He had qualified well down into the 30s. That's just a casual racer racing on street tires. He was thrilled on that warm-up lap, and he was doing a great job up to 14th until he went off just there.
Tiffany Kelly up the inside of Stephen Cox. That is for position. S2000 versus Corvette. That is done. That is Jorge Ortiz taking one Marchand in the green Spec Miata as they head down towards turns 5 and 6.
Start-finish line, Luke McGrew starting another lap. We are 10 minutes in, starting lap number 5. As he continues to pull away from the field. The battles that I'm looking for just outside the top 5. Who can work their way further up? Aaron Lichty has actually worked his way all the way back up to 8th. He's being scored at. Where did Eric Coutil go? 11th. So Lichty was able to recover a little bit better from his lap 1 issues than Eric Coutil, who are both just inside the top 10 right now.
So Emil Tab still running second place behind Luke McGrew now, and there is, again, Brandon Puck, who continues to run inside the top 5. Good run for him. Chatroop and Eric Meadows going for a battle here as well.
And I can tell from the wheels on that car that Meadows did not make the same call as McGrew. He's just doing a good job making the most of it. As is Chatroop, you can see just how nervous that BMW is trying to get the power down, exiting turn number 2 on its dry tires. Again, this braking line here, you see Meadows moving just a little bit offline to get a little bit more grip. That's what you want to do in the wet. And behind them, Ben Dozman in that Acura RSX, he had qualified super well, is maintaining that position in about 8th place right now.
I just wanted to point out that our timing is showing qualifying. It's set up as a qualifying session on Race Hero, so I think that's kind of confusing. It's done by lap time. Emil Tab's actually second, and it's correct here on our timing and scoring on the screen that you're watching at home, just to help you out. But as we continue, there's Chatroop and Eric Meadows side by side. They're battling for position. Chatroop, super aggressive driver. We've seen him absolutely go after it. Yeah. But Eric Meadows, he's really come to life here. You have to wonder if he's made that same decision that McGrew has. Look how much grip he's got. Look at him slipping and sliding.
So that was a brilliant move by Meadows. He put Chatroop on the dry line into the middle of that corner, and you saw the big slide from Chatroop as he crossed up. Eric Meadows did the over-under and was able to gain the position. Beautiful racecraft, and you could see just the difference in the way those cars make speed. The BMW fast in a straight line, the Miata fast in the corners.
down into turn number 1, and the field it looks like everyone's actually found somehow room to race. It seems like everyone's spread out just a little bit. White flag for the race leader, Luke McGrew. Came here a couple months ago in June, got an invert in race number 4, ended up winning that race. This would be his second career win if he can button this one up and take it home. It's a long ways back to find Emil Tab in second, who has run a very clean race. And think about the season-long points picture. Emil Tab sitting in a great spot.
Woody Hyman third across the line, and those drivers, the class of the field in a big way. The closest battle we have there is now coming at us for 4th place. That's going to be Puck versus Meadows. Meadows is on a charge, maybe. He's now into the top 5. Can he get it to 4th? Another battle in the final corner, maybe some lap traffic. It's hard to say, but it looked like that was...
Meadows is coming for Puck here. This would be a battle for 4th place as they come through turn number 2, and Meadows has the rear grip that the 115 has been struggling for. We saw him go wide in turn 3 a couple laps ago. Here comes Meadows trying to get that power down. It's NB Miata versus an NC into turn 3 on the binders, and Meadows has the inside line. Can't quite get it tucked down there. They should have a run over to turn 5, though.
Yeah, there's not enough overlap on the way into the corner, so he's going to have to hang on to it. Look at Puck. Power down, oversteer, coming down the straightaway now into turn number 5. And they're going to move a little bit off a line, headed into turn 5. This is where Meadows was able to do the over-under. If he can get a run off of this corner and put Puck in the same position he did to Chatroop the previous lap.
And have a look up the inside for 7. That'd be a heck of a place to try to make a pass. Maybe you set him up for 11, Tom. Maybe you don't make this pass. You stay patient. You wait for things to cycle out. You get that run onto the back straightaway and go for it.
Yeah, the key here is no mistakes. You cannot afford a mistake. And there it is, Puck, a little bit of a slide. Meadows is on the grippy stuff. He's off the driving line. Now they have to cross the dry line at some point with this transition between turns 8 and 9. You see a little bit of brakes. The car's nervous for a second as they cross there. There's the twitch from Puck. It was a mistake. I think Meadows is going to have a run.
Cross the line. Still a big part of the field coming through to pick up their white flag for Luke McGrew, coming in here in June and winning his first ever GLTC race. He will return to victory lane at Gingerman Raceway at GridLife Midwest. Luke McGrew gets his second career victory in a wet and rainy, wild Gingerman Raceway event this afternoon. Second place should be Emil Tab as he comes out of turn number 11, but the battle for 3rd is the one we were watching. Actually, for 4th place, it would have been Puck and Meadows and Chatroop all going for it here.
Looks like Puck held onto it. They're about a couple car widths apart coming into the braking zone for turn number 11. So Hyman comes across to take 3rd place, and now it's a quick drag race. And it looks like Brandon Puck, in his second GLTC race weekend, is going to hang on for a drag race at the finish line to Eric Meadows, finishing 5th.
Great run there, and you see Ben Dozman bringing it home in 6th spot there, so that's a spectacular run. He changed some of the gearing in that car, and he was pretty satisfied with those changes in qualifying earlier today. Ryan Kristoff across the line next. It should be Brad Adams. Yes, he's going to get himself a top 10. I think Justin Kelly might have been the next in line to receive the checkered flag. Eric Catil, where is he going to end up? Points-wise, for him and Aaron Lichty, this was not going to be a good race for them.
No, and it's got them on the back foot for the rest of the weekend because, as we mentioned earlier in qualifying, GLTC races build off of the previous race. So we're going into race number 2, scoring off of fastest lap from race number 1. So that doesn't even mean that if those guys were working traffic the entire race, if they didn't get a good lap, they don't get to start in, where they finished just outside the top 10. They might have to start well back in the field.
There's still a big portion of drivers running out there battling for positions as they should have a big portion of the field coming into turn number 11 here shortly. Basically, everyone from Stephen Cox on back still has to come finish this race. They had about a 7 or 8 car gaggle that was fighting for the last couple laps. There, I think, was Scott Robertson coming across the line. There is Tiffany Kelly. And the
Charlie Ensslin comes across, and there's Ronnie Solomon in the Trainer S2000 taking the checkered flag. I just took a quick look. Eric Meadows, who finished 5th, came from outside the top 25.
That's insane.
That's incredible. Great drive
all
for
come down
Eric
to
Meadows.
that tire strategy call, and there's that big gap out, or the big gaggle I was talking about a moment ago. Cross the line, lights blazing on the nose. I think that's the Corvette Stephen Cox. He will head down into turn number 1. Could not use the power, unfortunately, in the wet and slippery conditions here, but I think the rest of the weekend will be tough for him to climb out of that hole.
And I'm going to bet the rest of those cars that were stuck behind him couldn't figure out what to do with him in the corners, and then the Corvette would just rocket down the next straightaway. So that was a really cool battle between about 7 cars at the back of the field.
Well, GridLife Touring Cup race number 1 had a little bit of everything, slipping and sliding. I'm actually really proud of the entire field for going into turn 1 in the rain on slick tires, most people on slick tires, and somehow, at least I don't think, we have any body damage to
I was going to say, once again, we've demonstrated the class of the field that we have in GridLife Touring Cup, and I don't think you could turn a field of 50 cars loose in wet conditions on a surprise like that pretty much any other place and come out with a race like that.
You would have torn up cars left and right in pretty much any other place in this universe. But these guys are so good, cautious enough that we had a few offs, but there's so many cars that sometimes you have to leave a little space and you have to take a little off-road trip to get it done. But everyone did a great job there. And again, I think our timing on Race Hero is a little bit backwards right now, but we'll sort things out for you in race number 2 and cover some of the storylines before the evening race here, which will happen at dusk. And I think with the cloud cover, it might be more like nighttime.
I think so. And just looking at what we have on Race Hero, again, race number 2 will grid off of fastest lap from race number 1, which will give Luke McGrew race winner from race 1. He will have pole position for race number 2. Emil Tab second, Eric Meadows third with that charge. He got a fast lap in there as well. Brandon Puck fourth, Lewis Chatroot fifth. Notable drivers, Eric Coutil was able to turn a lap 9th quickest. Aaron Lichty was 12th quickest. So those drivers are not super buried. Strong performance for Tiffany Kelly, was 14th quick after starting at the back of the field, so she did herself huge favors. A couple other drivers that are going to be way further down the field than they would like to be. Pervez Randalia, 33rd quickest, and a bunch of drivers that just really didn't get clean laps in because of the battling and because of the conditions.
Well, it was certainly a wild one. We'll be back up for race number 2 tonight at 7:25 Eastern Daylight Time, so make sure you join us for that. Lights on and LEDs on if you got them. Turn on those pretty lights and let's make it shine here at Gingerman. We'll join you again for GLTC Race 2 later. However, we got Drift coming up next at 5:10. And again, thanks for watching GridLife Touring Cup race number 1. Check, check. Oh. It's a rainy afternoon here at Gingerman Raceway, and welcome back to Grid Life Live. It has been, well, that was an interesting one. We got Sam back with us in the booth for Drift, and the track is now slicked down, and I think we got our fill of chaos in that race. And we lost power in here, we had some timing issues, and the car's off track and going places, but I think we're ready to go sideways on purpose now.
Yeah, I mean, in the rain, like I said earlier, it's not ideal, but they're still gonna do it. And if anything, it's like kind of more of a show of skill. But I imagine that kind of also translates over to the grip world. Standing behind you guys watching the GLTC race, that was intense. Like, it's so insane to me to see all these cars that came out there on slicks that immediately then had to ice skate. And those drivers handled it so well. Like, seeing them all, like, okay, there's the green flag, and seeing them all drive into the first corner, I'm like, this is about to be chaos. And somehow most of those guys pulled it out.
Yeah. So sideways in a grip car, it's kind of sort of goes against the whole reason why you put the slick tires on the car.
Yeah.
So
not a lot of steering angle, I imagine, on those guys. But if a lot of those, it's weird to see these two motorsport kind of translate into each other, because I think a lot of drift drivers can do grip reasonably well, but also on the same end of it, like a lot of those guys out there, I imagine, have experienced some pretty severe oversteer and have countered with it. So I'd be curious to kind of see. Maybe that's a new competition format we could do. Is kind of like a Le Mans start, of course, because those are the best starts, and then they swap cars. So maybe, hear me out, the Le Mans start could also be like 5-mile race. Like a Tough Mudder race. So like out here, like they got to run through a bunch of muddy obstacles and then go to the grid for the Le Mans start.
I proposed to Adam. Yeah, we thought about doing a Le Mans start. I thought that'd be really fun. Yeah. But there's like safety issues getting belted in and making sure that you're good.
Whatever.
I thought we should do like a reverse thing where you qualify by how fast you can get out of the car.
Okay.
Right? Like I thought that'd be sort of fun.
Except, I don't know, because then would that also inspire them not to wear armor strengths or other safety gear? Like, come on.
I think you got to be belted in as much as you would be for a race.
Yeah,
timer starts when you unhook the belt. And
okay.
You go.
But like, what if someone that is motivated not to hook up their Hans device because they want to win?
Yeah, I don't know. Well,
look,
discussions for another day.
All I know is as long as we can put safety gear into the competition balancer, find ways for guys to cheat safety gear, that's going to end up positive for a lot of parties.
Yes,
that's not true.
100%.
So once again, like it was pouring a second ago, and now we have. Now it's not pouring. The track is still a little bit damp, which is honestly the worst condition to drift in because there could be some wet spots, there could be some dry spots. You don't know, but it's still going to be fun and funny to watch these cars go into the mud, and maybe not.
I think when you're drifting, I think having less grip or more grip is okay. I think you want consistent grip, though, right? That's what you're searching for, so that when you throw the car into a corner, you kind of sort of know what to expect.
Yeah, I mean, you always want more grip, unless you put racing slicks on 140 horsepower S4 team, which I did do once because I didn't know what I was doing.
Yep. Well, that was what GLTC just was.
Yeah, essentially.
we just put slicks on 140 horsepower cars and went for a drive in the rain. So.
Yeah, Chris was telling me just a second about that. Just like the basics, because I knew nothing about the rules and regulations. But so you guys run, weight to power. You're allowed to have X amount of horsepower based on the weight of your vehicle.
Yeah. Yeah.
How does that play out for people? Like, how does that factor into decision making on which car you're going to use? It sounds complicated.
I mean, there's so many moving parts to so many different pieces of Grid Life. But I'm curious to see here as we're sort of waiting. The session was supposed to start a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, they might be waiting to, I guess, see if the track will be drier, or maybe they're getting drivers to grid still, because it's a lot easier to have everyone sent all at once versus trying to get new drivers in there.
They dried it off pretty quick when they did burnouts on it earlier, so maybe this will help dry it out for Time Attack, which could be coming up essentially after this. So, but we had a fun drift session earlier that was sort of damp to dry, and now this will be sort of the same situation, maybe a little bit more on the damp side than it was this morning.
Yeah. The fun part is, of course, there is no tire changes, really. I don't think they really have. Some, you could potentially drift on like a more all-season-y tire, but these guys are already not on the slickest tire they can drift on, just because those tires usually don't last as long, and also you don't necessarily want to use that here for the party car, because the more hooked up it is, the tighter everything will be and more likely to break, and you also don't want to be necessarily the fastest dude out there. But for like competition drifting, you will actually see the most grip possible dialed into a car, which I think a lot of people that aren't like deep into the drift universe don't think about. They're like, oh, those cars are skidding all over the place. I don't want grip for that. No, it's the exact opposite. You want forward momentum still while doing so. So most of these drivers are seeking out maximum grip and also tuning their cars in such a way that that power going to the rear is very, very connected versus losing that power when you go over elevation changes or any other things.
Well, I hear motors.
Yeah,
running
I hear
behind.
motors, so I think they're going to hopefully release the Krakens. Is that how you say it here? At least when it's this wet outside?
Yeah. We'll roll with that.
Release the Krakens. Okay, cool.
Release the hounds, or
Kraken,
let the dogs out, or whatever.
Okay, come on, man. I thought you were supposed to be younger than me, and you're making "Who Let the Dogs Out" references.
That's about the only thing you could reference that's prior. I was born in '98, so I think.
Okay.
I wasn't cognizant of my existence until 2005, maybe.
Yeah. When did you figure out that you were going to die? Let's get before this is going to turn into like a Joe Rogan episode or something like that before we can get in there.
Probably, I don't know. I was probably. That's a hard question. Like when it's like
no, we don't need to go there. It was a joke question. You answered it.
No, but it's like when you go to sleep. Like, do you ever actually know when you fall asleep?
Yeah, every night.
Like the time.
Yeah, I set an alarm.
Because for what? You set an alarm.
All right, here we got some cars coming out here. Looks like we've got our big dog. I'm spacing right now.
Well, you got to say he's doing a burnout.
Well, I'm pulling. Yeah. So, well, they're testing. That's Ryan Literal right there. He's got an RB powered S14. He said it only makes 750 horsepower at 35 psi. So
only?
It's not even that big of a deal. Don't worry about it.
Good to know.
And he just kicks it into that corner, second gear, third gear probably, just going through the gears there. And you got that Falcon Corvette. That's Matt Fields. And yeah, you can see him just with almost no effort at all. He just applies probably like 30% throttle on the car, just kicks out sideways.
Oh, man.
So, yeah, pretty wet out there, but it's also a lot of fun to drift like this because, one, you're not using up tires, and two, like, you're learning a lot about your car and its pendulum movements. We'll see competition in full wet. But we're not here to compete. We're here for some fun.
Absolutely. You're going to shred some skids with the boys.
As they say, shred some skids with the boys. And then that silver S14 there. Who was that? I got his name. I tried to talk to everyone in the pits today. Just really learn about all these new guys out here and, people that have been here quite a bit. That was Blake Tomaszak from Michigan. It's an LS3 in that silver S14. But there's another totally different S14. Still not the same engine that it came with. Almost none of these will run a KA, the motor that came in America, or even the JDM motor much anymore, the SR. But a lot of almost everyone out here is, the LS is, of course, a very popular swap. I think Ryan might be the only one running the R25, RB25, but
you got more torque for the more skids. There's a positive correlation there, I think.
Well, there's two schools of thought here, though. Hold on, does he have rainbow eyes?
He's got rainbow eyes.
That's Colin Zielinski and that boss, just like my buddy Corey that usually drives out here. He's not here, unfortunately, but I'm sure he's at home watching. And you could also notice on the wing of that car, as it is on Corey's, it says thicker than a Snicker. Do you know what that is referencing?
You're gonna embarrass me.
No.
Yeah.
No, I want to hear. What?
yeah.
Thicker. Okay. All right. Sure. All right. Cool.
That's the. Yep. Yeah, you gotta be like when we had Jared Handa in Colorado, and he asked me if I'd ever heard of a band, and he was very upset with me.
Yeah, I could see that. Jared gets really attached to bands, and
he asked me what my favorite pizza was, and then I didn't ask him what his favorite pizza was.
Oh yeah, of course.
Within a certain amount of time, like he has like a 15-second timer that if you don't return the question.
Yeah, pizza, and honestly, don't mess with pizza.
Yeah, you don't mess with you don't.
No,
like
hold on, here we go. We got Ryan coming in backwards. Matt Field throws it a little bit too far backwards, but there's Odie being chased by our FPV, piloted by Shepsta. There's Literal just getting a little out there. No, he's holding on to it though.
They just put like casters on these things instead of having steering.
Yeah, it kind of looks like that when you're in the wet because they're struggling to find that front grip still.
Off into turn 3. This is a high-speed section for the grip cars here, and you're coming in there pretty hot. It's kind of downhill, too, at exit, so it's a little tricky to kind of sight.
One of the things that Matt Field said when I was talking to him, little spin out there, Matt Field had said, one of the Falcon Corvette driver, is that he has each year he comes here every year, but each year he kind of has to spend the first session relearning all the corners because he says almost every corner here is like increasing or decreasing radius, like there's nothing consistent, so this corner he knows that the line means that he's got to pull the e-brake here or got to really lose a little bit of angle so he can link the next corner. Like it's really interesting. You don't really realize that until you're actually on the track driving it versus just kind of seeing here.
Yeah, it's not really I think it's very technically challenging as compared to some places like we were just at Road America. That's a pretty straightforward place. It's hard to get fast at it, but it's easy to learn.
Yeah.
Whereas a place like this, you're going to have a much harder time getting used to the flow of the racetrack.
Yeah, Road America as well. I was only there once, but it's crazy how it's like long, straight, and right angle. Long, straight, and like complete other right angle turning left. Like that track is. I was trying to imagine what drifting it would be like, and be a lot of manjing.
Yes. that'd be something.
There we have that blue Mustang, LS powered Mustang, just giving the haters something to talk about. Driven by Shane Wally, built in his own garage in Detroit.
A lot of like single guy, like not single guys. You know what I'm saying?
A lot of single guys.
Well, I'm saying guys that
we've got to hook them up with the single ladies because I've heard that all the single ladies.
Okay, I know this one.
Do you? Okay.
Okay. But so my question.
Finish the song?
Nope, no, we're not.
I thought you said if you know it, finish.
Well, I know the reference.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, there's another guy off here, but I think my question is like, how many drift guys is it like established shops building these things, or do we see like a lot of guys that are just doing this on their own in their garage? What's the kind of the ratio of people like Falcon that are supporting these big teams, or a guy like this guy just showing up building the coolest thing out there?
Well, I mean, first of all, first rule, drifters can't have girlfriends because you got to have time for a drift car. So that's really important. You'll notice that with all the guys that run shops and own shops, or just in your own garage, girlfriend just won't do because the toge is your wife.
Today I learned that I'm a drifter.
Perfect. You're a candidate. You're married to the handbrake. You're married to the toge, and that's what that's about. No, there are a few established shops that just really focus on drifting. Matt Field's Drift Cave is one. There's a lot of, I think, like single name people that have a team around them. Like another one is Steph Papadakis, who's made waves in many forms of racing. He builds some of the most successful competition drift cars. But yeah, and then there's smaller shops all over the country that just kind of fuel that need of all these guys that are wanting to get into the sport, but not necessarily make a $200,000 race car build. So yeah, there's tons of small grassroots shops. There's a couple big ones, but a lot of these guys are also just privateering, built-in garage, and there's still even a few, in Formula Drift itself still that are essentially quote-unquote garage built. So you get it all here. And then most of these cars here are either demo cars or they are those grassroots dudes that are building cars for fun events like this. Not even necessarily for competition, which is pretty cool because we've seen a lot more guys. I think Colin right here is one of them. Is that these cars are just being built for events like GRIDLIFE just to have fun because they've seen what an awesome raucous time these guys all have out here.
Sure, I think the barrier to entry to drift in a series like GRIDLIFE is relatively low. I mean, you could probably go out, and we were talking about what chassis, what cars are the ones that you should pick for, if you want to just get in for a couple of G's. I think this is a great way to get into drifting.
Definitely.
And I think there's a lot of different builds that you could do. There seems like there's common cars that everyone kind of goes
Yeah.
for, and we talked about that earlier.
Yeah, like this one. A lot of people gravitate towards the S chassis. This S15, of course, the coveted model that we never got here, which I think personally is probably the S15 chassis itself is the prettiest car ever made. But that's just me. What do I know? Uh-oh, got a little hold on track.
Yeah, we might need to go get someone out of the weeds, but
look at those hypnotizing rainbow eyes.
it's like My Little Pony, but it's got like 400 ponies.
Okay, now your references are something that are beyond me. What do you mean when you say it's like My Little Pony?
Well, it's like rainbow. It's like got the the shiny lights.
Yeah.
Go that.
Yeah. What's your favorite Pokemon, kid?
I was never a Pokemon kid.
You more of a fire type?
I was like a National Geographic.
You do Charizard?
Nope.
Water type?
Nope.
Squirtle?
Nope.
You Squirtle man?
Nope.
Grass type? Bulbasaur?
Nope.
Psychic?
Nope. I think that's a profession. I think
you go. Well, it's a Pokemon too, my man. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, we'll talk after this.
Is a Charizard a profession? Can I be a Charizard, a professional Charizard?
Oh my God, Dad, you're making me so embarrassed. For the record, this is my dad.
Yeah.
I'm Sam. This is my dad. Commentary Kyle.
Been around since 1998.
Mm-hmm. And I'm a very mature-sounding 7.
So, car with a tow hook on track, going to go get somebody out of the woods. Hopefully they're not too far off. I don't see anybody off in 3, so it could be on the back side of the car. Oh, there was.
We see one of our BMWs of the pair of these guys are Dan and Gus. I'm not sure which one it is. There's a pair of yellow M's out there. And one is, they both are running the motor that came in the car, but one's supercharged, one's turbocharged. I'm not sure which one of the pair that is. Both cars look super similar. Hopefully nothing too major and just some locked up suspension or motor failure, but we're about to see a real cool drift demo from this Chevy truck.
We were joking earlier that we saw this car go out. We were wondering what time attack class it would run in.
Yeah.
Which I think Street GT might be the place where it would slot in. But
yeah,
I don't know. You could probably slam this thing into the ground and make it slide around a bit.
Have you guys considered like a rental car series?
I mean, I would be in full support of a rental car series.
I don't think the rental car companies would be as pumped.
Probably not.
But it looks like we have 2 separate tow-off incidents, because that is just the carnage of drifting at GridLife. And in general, really, it's just carnage.
Yeah, cars are generally meant to drive straight. You throw them sideways, you can run off, break something. You got to fix stuff up. No,
I mean, I feel
never break anything.
I feel like they should change the way they design cars.
Just again, casters all for.
No. Just rear-wheel drive and power over. As we see some S chassis across the generations there. Team Falcon, Matt Fields, followed by nope, that's Odie. Excuse me. Followed by JTP coming in with some deep angle back there. Justin Pollock, Team Falcon boys out here. All
got people lined up at the fence there hanging out.
Yeah,
I always found Drift as one of the more entertaining spectator sides.
Absolutely.
Of Drift, right? I mean, you line up at the fence, you watch GLTC, and you watch.
Yeah.
I think that's sort of the spectator.
Yeah, you guys have figured out a way to make like GLTC exciting, because I think it is like the compartmentalized, like you're getting the most exciting parts, the start and the finish, all within about the same.
Yeah, there's no boring middle part that everyone wants to skip.
So it's much more exciting to watch than 100 laps around a track. But of course, drifting is always fun to watch. I think because a lot of people, it's almost like the NASCAR crash effect. They're looking for that chaos to see.
Yeah.
And also when we have full dries, you'll see, either later tonight or tomorrow. On this corner right here, you're going to see near the end of this, pretty much the entire drift field just in one gigantic tandem train coming around this quarter. And to feel that in your chest and hear it is just something to behold. Like, it is one of the reasons why I'm here today, and I think why a lot of other people gravitate towards this sport, because it is so wild and wrong, because you're not supposed to do that.
Right. Well, I think
like you said, this is very forbidden as far as what we were told.
Sure.
Cars are supposed to do initially.
Yeah, I mean, I think for a lot of people, you mentioned sort of the NASCAR effect where they're looking for chaos. I mean, drifting always looks like chaos.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it always looks like you're crashing. I mean, I think that's sort of the draw to it, is that they're basically trying to crash a car, but they're not actually going to do it.
Yeah, no one's trying to crash a car, you psycho.
Yeah, but they chuck it in into the corner at 90 miles an hour. And you know what the Scandinavian flick over into turn 1 here?
I like that you're using a Scandinavian flick.
I knew that word. I don't know if I'm using it in the right context.
No, I think you are.
Cool. But they'll drive like at the pit wall.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you're insane, first of all. Second of all, dangerous. Third of all, irresponsible.
No. I mean,
and then they come back out, and it's like this elegant slide through turn
I think
one.
it's safer than grip racing, because grip racing, you guys are crazy. You don't turn the wheel the direction you want to go until you're at the corner. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean,
look, if you're not already pointing towards the exit of the corner before you enter the corner, I think you're driving wrong.
Maybe. I mean, I guess at least when you're drifting, like if something breaks after you, like when you're at the corner, at least you're already kind of going the right way.
I mean,
right?
In general, unfortunately, there's a lot of walls at racetracks.
Yeah.
And, just a very slight power steering failure or even a bubble will do you, or just like suddenly at the last second, like a tow arm were to decide to have a kerfuffle. Then it's a bad time.
One of my favorite words to describe things not going well is kerfuffle.
I really liked kerfuffle. I noticed that earlier you gravitated towards the word gaggle. As we have a gaggle of drift cars, the Team Falcon guys out here. It looks like we got Dye in the lead, followed by JTP. All aboard, all ships ahoy.
Well, someone just jumped off the stern there. So
as Dye, so as you can see, the rain is now begun once again. So no consistent grip for these guys, unfortunately, constantly fighting what is...
Well, I think that it sort of throws a challenge into it. I was mentioning earlier that the first session of the day, they jumped right out there. They look like they've been doing it for years. I think this is
Well, they
cool.
have. These guys have been here since Midwest very early.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, well, they not the whole... I mean, they left and came back.
No, they haven't left.
They've been here every day
it's
for the
crazy.
past 5 years.
And that's why they look so tight, right? Look at that formation. They've been planning this for weeks and years for you guys right now.
Yes. I think what's kind of interesting, though, is that they're forced to figure things out all over again in real time.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Which is, it's interesting to watch their learning process. They come back the next lap, they try something different, and it works, and then they don't do it again because they're really good.
Yeah. But they're also chilling. They're having fun.
Yeah.
Unlike you uptight GLTC guys that are always, I've got to win. Like, these guys are just hanging out.
Can you drift without a smile on your face? Real question.
Yeah, there's a couple angry drifters out there. They're frowning and spitting and cursing. That's not true. I've never seen that. No, usually they just have kind of like the race car mouth, like I think most drivers do when they're in the zone. Like their faces
focus face?
Yeah, focus face is kind of like mouth is like slightly agape and eyes are looking 1,000 feet ahead.
Yeah.
And,
when I rode with Forsberg, I had a stupid looking face because my jaw was on the floor and I was screaming like a little girl the entire time.
Yeah, I've ridden with them I think at most grid lives, but I still remember the first ride I ever did in a drift car in general was with Chris at the Long Beach event. So you've seen, I'm sure, the streets of Long Beach. Walls on all sides.
Yeah,
and it was shocking to me, going through all the gears and then just going directly at that wall and then ripping e-brake and flicking and seeing just walls in front of us, walls to the left of us, and then somehow recovering out the chute in the exact perfect angle we needed to be in. It was mind blowing, and yeah, there is no sensation quite like being in a fast hooked up drift car because your body has spent all these years going, essentially, you have forward and backwards G's that are not really doing too many side variants. Granted, you do have side G's when you're doing hard turning like in a grip car, but the sideways G's you get in a drift car, especially when you do a transition from like full left to full right, is such a strange thing for your brain.
Yeah, that was something I had to get used to real fast, and also the incredible violence of being thrown to one side of the seat and then back to the other side, and then all of a sudden everything smooths out, and you're just kind of cruising.
Yeah.
You got a big billowing cloud of smoke behind you. You're going, whee! And you're having a great time, and then you're like, wow, that was fun, and you want to do it again.
Once you're locked in at angle, it's definitely a fun ride, especially when cars are in these tandem trains, because you can see and smell and hear the car in front of you as you get blasted in the face with some smoke.
Look out the window, and there was a Corvette a foot away, and you're all doing 70 miles an hour and sideways, and a lot of trust involved with that. But having fun. This guy went down into turn one last time and just had it all hanging out.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I did not discuss who this was, but it's cool to see all these BMW. These they're not even beater chassis. They're like good-looking street car M's that are shredding this track.
He's hanging it out there for sure. And here we go. The Falcon boys heading back down to turn one.
Yep, it's super casual entry speed, as you can see right now because of the rain. But JTP holding it together up front, and you can see them just dancing very lightly on this rain, but still, like, they're going so fast compared to what you would usually see in the rain right now.
Yeah, that's for sure. Well, again, you mentioned earlier that you don't really steer these cars with steering wheel. It's all throttle and
yeah. You still do.
There's still a lot of steering.
Yeah,
but I think kind of dancing on the throttle and the brake and the clutch and the handbrake is really what kind of pulls this.
In the wet, you're definitely doing a lot more handling the steering wheel just to try to keep it afloat.
Yeah, you're balancing. which is interesting. And we discussed wheelbase earlier as well, and you see how long the Corvette is in comparison to some of the other cars we saw out there earlier. And again, the stability, and this is true of a grip car too. The longer wheelbase you got, the more stable a car will be. It's like Formula One cars are, they feel like they're 3 miles long from one end to the other, but they're super stable at high speed. So interesting how the two very different forms of motorsport can kind of share that common, the physics aspect, because physics doesn't change. I guess that is an obvious question or answer, Kyle.
Yeah, there's more similarities than there are differences when you think of setup on these cars.
I hear gravity's more intense on drift cars than it is.
Yes, physics has changed for drifters.
Yes.
My buddy Paco, who I usually am here announcing with, couldn't make it out this time. He said that the Golf that we saw earlier, the GTI drift car driven by Mike Day, that car, the wheelbase on that was 97.4 inches, which is the same as an S13 240.
Oh,
so like
really?
Yeah, so it actually is like the kind of one of the more ideal lengths.
I wonder if it looks like it's short because it's got real short. It doesn't have a lot hanging over the axles.
Exactly.
I think might be what it's thrown on. And I wonder if the center of gravity's in a different spot.
It's deceiving when you see like a hatchback drifting because you just assume that there's no weight on the rear, but
sure,
they still try to put, I think, a lot of more weight to kind of extend the rear of it so you can have a more even weight ratio front to back.
A lot of physics involved in drifting.
It's so annoying.
Subconscious though,
can't
right?
Can't I just take my mom's Astro minivan out and do some sick and wicked burnouts in the driveway? Because that's all I want to do in this drift life. You know, that's what makes you a drifter, is drifting mama's rental van.
Yes.
Actual van, soccer.
We raced a minivan in GLTC last year.
Did you?
Yeah. Well, I didn't, but there was HMA Racing. They were out of Alabama. They raced a stock transmission, stock motor 2018 Honda Odyssey in GLTC.
Hey, why not?
And they were like 18th out of 36 cars. They ran well.
That's pretty good.
So until we see a drift minivan, I'm not sure I'm convinced.
Oh, funny you should say that. The gentleman Paco, he is the owner of what he calls the Tofu Drift van.
Oh gosh,
now,
he's got one.
Yes, so it's a Previa, of course.
Okay,
the Previa is the premier drift van,
the coolest car in existence.
Okay,
my mind.
I mean, isn't there a supercharged version on the
street
as well?
Yeah, 100%. And it's from factory. It's supercharged.
Yeah. Toyota was doing some really wild, dumb stuff back in the day.
Yeah, I want one.
Yeah.
So if anybody's got a Previa,
that's
the ultimate cruiser.
You would get along with Paco so well. He's got a bunch of dumb cars.
Is it a dumb car? I feel like it's very practical. You could pick the kids up from school, then go shred the gnar with your bros.
You would say, but I think he's gutted the entire interior and the drive shaft is exposed.
Oh, maybe don't do that.
No, I mean the kids can saddle up on the drive shaft. I guess
I would not recommend that. Do not try.
I don't know. We'll see.
That's the disclaimer. Please do not strap your kids to a drive shaft on your minivan.
Or do.
Or
is what it says at the very end. Or maybe be cool, see what happens. That's kind of the spirit we have in drifting, is be cool, see what happens. As you can see here, it looks like of the two, that one might be... So that's either Dan or Gus. I can see on the door. Who is it? Is it
Dan?
Dan Nikov. What's up? Yeah, so it looks like he got into it a little bit with another driver perhaps, and that front wheel looks like it could use a couple new suspension arms, but you'd be surprised.
Carry a lot of spares generally?
You pretty much have to, yeah. So I don't know how often you guys in the old grippy world carry spares of each corner of the car, but drift guys have not only done that to large degrees, but we also have just boards essentially with the entire component already bolted up, and then you can just pull it off the board and put it in.
Yeah, in GLTC it sort of depends on the driver, but I know that Andy Smedgard, he always brings, he's got an S2000, he brings parts and pieces, and I think Tom's car had 8 parts from Andy Smedgard's collection after Road America.
Yeah, and you gotta share parts with your homies out here.
Yeah, and that's you see that a lot in GLTC as well. So, and I think the community aspect of Grid Life, you see a lot of that, and even in the Time Attack world as well, where you got guys that break stuff, and the guy next to you is like, "Hey, I got one of those," and you help him fix it. And that's what's so cool about Grid Life.
See, in drifting, it's kind of it's a little bit of a friendly competition. Is you try to steal parts off your buddies' cars when they're not looking, and it's like, I've got your 2J. What are you gonna do? And then but you also have to install your motor into their car when they're not looking. It's just a fun drift world.
That sounds like a lot of work.
It is a lot of work. Drifters go really deep into the jokes, and sometimes it's not funny and really time consuming. But that's what I would describe drifting as, not funny and time consuming.
Well, rainbow lights on this car, but the day not looking so colorful as he's getting towed behind that silver.
You are on fire with these analogies. Where did you study?
I didn't.
Did you watch?
I'm a computer engineering student. I know nothing about talking. They just let me do this.
Yeah, but when you fire off these wicked one-liners, I don't know what to do.
They're not good though.
No, they are.
They're really bad.
they're really good.
There's all the announcers that actually that do this for real. They're like, who is this kid? Why is he talking? Why is
Yeah, they would never.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Looks like this looks like the grass is green and the pickle's gonna get eaten. How was that? Is that good?
Beautiful.
No, I don't know.
That's awesome.
I've got to work on these. Can we work on this in the off time? Well, folks, you've seen it here first. The water is gonna be there for us in the rain.
You got it.
Back to you, Kyle.
Well, a tsunami this afternoon has left some drivers wet and defeated. I don't know. We're just
See, now I've rubbed my stink on you, and now you can't.
Now I can't. I'm running out of things to talk about.
Hold on, what's she eating? Is that a fruit by the foot?
It
is. Oh my God,
When's the last time I had one of those things?
I mean, I'm about to go have one right now. I'm gonna find you, and I'm gonna have. There's a lot of weird, bad things that could continue in this conversation if I continued on the path I'm saying. So I'm not going to. But I would like to have a fruit by the foot, and I will find one.
What?
Someone just brought a pickle in here. And
Yeah, Magic Matt brought us a pickle.
I mean, I'm trying to make really bad racing analogies to be good, like my friend Kyle here, but I don't know.
How does he just have pickles?
Well, no, this one's actually a Jared Deanda original. The proof is in the pickle. Just kidding. He says the proof is in the pudding a lot, but it looks like this proof is in the pickle.
The pickled proof is pertinent?
Prickled proof, the peppered pickle. Are we done drifting today? Or not today, but for this session. I know we're going to be back. We got DUSK drifting after this, and then we will have.
Yeah.
Oh no, we're losing them.
Oh.
We got this one is this is Shane Wally in that LS built. Not LS built, LS engined Mustang. Unfortunately, looks like he is having to be scraped off the track as well.
I think the Ford guys got a dart and shot it from the other side of the.
Yeah, I bet there's some Ford purists out here that are very upset with his engine choice.
They hacked the ECU or something. They're like, stop, no more.
Well, hack the mainframe.
Yes,
computer scientist.
Hack the mainframe internet tubes. All right, I think that's going to be it for Drift for now. We come back at for DUSK drifting at 7:55 p.m. EDT, then Night Shift Drift at 8:20. So more of Sam later as we get into some drifting. Sam, final thoughts before we head off to a short break before Time Attack.
Well, the proof
the pickle
looks like
proof?
the water is here and the wind is howling. I'll catch you on the.
side.
I can't do it. I'm not going to do it.
All right.
Thank you for joining us. No, let me do it.
All right.
It's not done just because I couldn't come up with a witty, quippy, pithy, very thoughtful yet at the same time analogy to bring us out, or a metaphor, or just so many word uses, and your limerickal nature is just befuddling to me.
Limerick, yeah.
Do you like
befuddling?
At least I can use big words. Yep.
Conundrum.
Yep.
Yeah.
We appreciate you guys joining us for this drift session of Grid Life Midwest. We'll be back very, very soon with more drifting, but I think between that, you guys are going to do some grippy stuff. I mean, as much as one can in the rain.
Yeah, we got a short break, then we'll be back for Grid Life Time Attack at 6 p.m.
Cool. See you guys.
period of inactivity, they roost in trees or caves. Some species roost alone, while others form colonies, up to 1 million individuals.
Dude, that's sweet. Dude, that's sweet.
Time attack cars to grid. Time attack to grid.
Like those weeds.
It's been a rainy late afternoon here at Gingerman Raceway for GridLife Midwest 2020. Welcome back to Gingerman Raceway. It's kind of wet and chaotic out there, and it's we've had a moment of calm as we work through our HPDE session, which has gone swimmingly so far. Swimmingly because there's about 3 feet of water in some places around the racetrack now, Abe, but welcome back. Time Attack Group A now rolling as we get prepared here to try to get going here. I think this might still be the tail end of intermediate, maybe?
I
Looks
think so.
like it.
It appears that way, but you know what?
Got Time Attack soon.
When it rains, it's a dice roll on who's actually going to show up.
Yes.
The last session went really well for a lot of drivers, and I would not expect very many of them to take the opportunity to try and go faster. Here, it's just it's an opportunity to see if you can go fast enough in the rain.
Well, wet records do exist, and I think this would be a good place to maybe try to go for some wet records, Abe, or not that many drivers necessarily want to go for those. Or
wet records are a very strange thing. We started to keep track of those, I think, 2 or 3 years ago at Mid-Ohio, and we did so just as another fun thing to do because we as an organization really appreciate the drivers who are working on the development of that kind of racecraft. And well, people have responded to it, and it's a thing of pride. And they want that wet record. And so Alex Moss is the current holder for Time Attack cars. He's about 0.7 of a second off of Eric Cattill's GLTC record.
Well, before we get rolling here, we'd like to thank some of our partners that have allowed us to be here this afternoon. And GridLife Live, again, a production that takes a lot of people and a lot of places to get here. So, of course, GridLife Live is brought to you by Falken, the RT660 tire, peak performance inspired by enthusiasts, and by FCP Euro, presenting the presenting partner of the street modified category. Every part you buy is guaranteed for life. And by Haltech, unlock the power. Stay Bill, ready, willing, stay Bill. And GridLife Live is brought to you by Mike's Harder. Dude, that's sweet. And by ST Suspensions. As well as VP Racing, the official fuel partner of the 2020 GridLife Midwest Festival. So with that in mind, thanks again to our partners for being a part of this production here this afternoon. And it started off, we had a pretty promising early afternoon. Things were dry and looked good. And now things have sort of slid into damp, moist, wet, underwater. And it's sort of created this, in Time Attack, we always see when it gets wet, we see less cars go out on track just because people, again, if they can't break the record, like why take the track time and why risk tearing up the car?
So it's really a judgment call between me and the timing and scoring lead on whether or not a session counts as wet. And we've decided that an entire session has to be wet in order for it to count. So trying to discriminate between, Group A being wet and Group B is dry or almost dry, it's too complicated. So if it continues to rain, I imagine this session will be wet. We'll see.
And, of course, we've had a couple car recoveries today, and as we wait for, that's a beautiful shot there. There's a little bit of clear sky coming in the distance. That's the west, so it should be coming towards us. That's good. So we should have a little bit of clear, and that's good because we have a GLTC race at let me just double check the schedule, 7:25. So if we get this nice clear weather, it'll be clear, at least better than we had earlier because we had that go down into turn one. It was raining, pouring, and it was chaos. So 7:25 will be GLTC race number 2. Time Attack in the meantime. We had a couple car recoveries earlier today. We want to take a moment to thank Rescue Guys Motorsports Safety, the official safety team of Gingerman Raceway in South Haven, Michigan. And they've been a great team for us today. Had to do a couple polls earlier today, and appreciate them offering their services to help get cars off the racetrack when they can't get off on their own.
One of the things that I really like about these guys is their ability to do hot pulls. You don't see a whole lot of that. There aren't that many tracks that have the teams that will do that kind of work. But with so much on-track programming, it really is an asset for us to be able to get cars on and off track quickly when there's an incident.
And for those that don't understand what a hot pull is, it's basically when you can go out there and retrieve a car while not making everyone come back to the pit lane. You still can let cars go around the track at reasonable speed past the incident site.
So you might be used to seeing a hot pull during a professional race. That's pretty common. But during a track day or a club racing event, hot pulls are not that frequent.
I think we got cars rolling now, and this is Time Attack Group A officially beginning now as we've got cars rolling on track. There's that TTRS you were talking about. That's so fast and so fun looking. Josh Halko's back out on track in the number 7 Subaru. And the Boxster's back out as well. So cars rolling. We've got a handful of them as we prepare to run some laps in a very damp, if not wet, racetrack.
Yeah, and it's not a coincidence that almost all the cars that take the track are all-wheel drive here. So few people using rear-wheel drive cars, but predominantly Subarus, Audis, Evos, things like that. Enjoy the opportunity to go out and get some good experience.
Toyota Supra joining the racetrack now, and this is the number 90. And
I believe that's Jackie Ding.
Okay, so jumping in a different Supra this time.
Yeah, if you recall, he had an on-track incident last year at the Speed Ring, and he lost his TA90 V1 and picked up V2. So this car is kind of an homage to V1. They're in a place now where more parts are available to do a repair, and they're going to fix that car up that they bought out as a crashed A90 Supra.
Gotcha. Okay, so I guess it's sort of a different goal to accomplish versus the one that they're building for the street modified, the FCP Euro street modified category, where they're sort of building that to be the all-out, car go up and get it. I think this has a different approach.
Well, and they're kind of running their own shop, and they've got a business, and so now they're in a position where they've got some experience with this chassis, and parts are available, so they'll have the opportunity to work on fixing it up and kind of refreshing it.
For sure. There's the Orange Crush Racing Team car heading through turns 7 and 8 and into 9, that kind of right-left sweeping complex, and taking their time to work around the racetrack here. South Haven, Michigan, where we are today, population 4,400, founded in 1869. One of those little towns that you'd never know there's a racetrack here unless you were looking at it from up above. But it's not too far off Lake Michigan on the East Coast side. The weather has been fiddly today, to say the least, but normally when we come here in June, the weather is typically really pretty. We always get one big storm on one of the days to just blow everyone's tents over, but again, this time it's been a little bit trickier with the rain and the wet. So there are a couple cars now getting after it here on timed laps here, Ed.
So this session appears to be wet. I don't know if this will remain for the rest of the run groups. But you can see spray coming off the cars as they move past here, start, finish. Time to beat the wet record of any car at a GridLife event at this track is 158.350. And that was set by Erica Till on Hoosier Wets during a GLTC qualifying, I believe, which is a darn fast time.
Yeah, that is fast.
And Snap Understeer, Alex Moss, has a 59.0, so he's about 7/10.
So we'll see if that wet track record will fall here. I want to go back to something you mentioned about the spray. How important is tire selection in comparison to drivetrain here? So will all-wheel drive help you more than having good tires on a rear-wheel drive car?
I'm speculating, but I would say that the answer is no. So all of these max performance or extreme performance summer tires, they're not known for being spectacular in the wet weather. So I've run one lap of America before, and a tire that you would pick might be a compromised tire versus something like a...
Whoa! There's the 330 going around for a loop.
Little drifty boys there. Who is that? I think, is that...
not on the timing screen.
Vladimir
Skirta. Yep. Halka had to go off to miss him a slick spot there in turn number 7. So just waiting for a clear opportunity. The corner workers will signify when he's good to loop that car back around, if he can get it turned back around. I imagine all-wheel drive should be pretty easy to get out of that spot.
You'd imagine. So we see coming through here, that's, what is it, Dan Foley? 2 minutes flat.
That's pretty close. I mean, he's getting after it. He's certainly pushing. He's not taking a breather here. He's going after this record, I think, as he heads down into turn number 2. Comes in with the right-hander, and now he's going to stand on the throttle and just kind of drive it with the steering off the corner. Right here, you're going to get into the power, go up through the gears, and head down to turn number 3, and you got to be very careful on the brakes. Sort of driving the dry line here, and we'll see if he adjusts that line through turn 3. No, tucks it in tight.
So there's a real lack of grip here coming through turn 3. The cars will tend to understeer, and it is a chore. You've got to make a gear change or 2 before you get the car really moving in the right direction.
Through turn 5 and up into 6. Can he get the car turned? Looks like so far so good. I think he's still on the track. Hard to see over the berm there.
So for 2 or 3 years, I actually raced an Evo 10, not too dissimilar from the one here on screen. Only that one's a lot nicer. It looks a little bit more racy. When I was doing GridLife Time Attack, cars were a lot different then in that they were not so extreme.
Sure. I mean, I think we've seen sort of this movement towards having super huge aero and all this torque, especially in the track modified category. Like Ferris Khartoumi's car has got more power than the NASA space shuttle. I mean, we've seen that trend, but I think there's still something to be said about having a car that looks at least closer to stock.
Yep.
And getting the most.
So
out of it.
I don't know. I would say that we've seen some maturity in the classes. Like they've really grown and they've developed, and the drivers are all very, very competent, but also the builds are getting more and more serious, right? So at the time, I had a high-power car, and it was in the low 500s, and now it's like, well, that's pretty common.
Yeah.
In the what is now the FCP Euro Street Modified class.
Yeah, show up when you got 950, and then we can talk. We saw Ryan Frugal for a bit of a loop at the exit. I think that was over turn number 3 over there. There's the Orange Crush Racing car, which I think, who's in that? The 135 or what? 170? What is the number on that? I think it's Charlie Enslin in the 135, running third right now, the unlimited all-wheel drive category, 212.052. There's that 133, Dan Foley. No improvement that time around, so he'll have to go again. Snap understeer car, currently second in the FCP Street Modified category, 3/10 back with a 2 minutes .655. Getting kind of dark out. Need the headlights turned on to see.
Yeah, just about.
I think it's the cloud cover doing this because I don't think we're due for sunset for another hour and a half or so. But when we get into GLTC Race 2 at 7:25, it'll probably look very dark because of the cloud cover. And everyone's required to have headlights this time after the chaos we saw at Pikes Peak. So.
You know, I was in the timing tower following race 1, and I couldn't believe the amount of light coming from the front of Emil Tab's car. He's got
big
the LED light, like the headlights, and a giant light bar.
Yep.
So
he'll be good. He'll be set.
He'll be lucky if he's in front, but I feel bad if anyone is in front of him because they are going to be blind when they see this. So we've got the TTRS here on screen. This happens to be my favorite car that's come to a Grid Life before. This car has won one lap of America, which is a really impressive feat, and is, I would say, lightly modified for the street modified class. When you look at the aero, it's very, very unassuming. Everything is done under the hood and to the major driveline. There's really no substantial amount of aero and chassis development on this car.
A really cool looking car. I think I had a family friend that's got one of the older Audi TTs that, like, you know, kind of look more like a bug.
Sure, yeah.
But I thought that was always a really cool car, and it's the newer models are very, very cool looking, very low slung and neat.
So I got a little bit more detail about this car, the TTRS, during the last break. And on max attack mode for that car, they're just shy of 700 wheel horsepower.
Oh, wow. That's not insignificant.
So that's a lot of jam.
Yeah. I just saw it through the window of that number 90 that's out there. That is indeed Jackie Ding behind the wheel of that car right now. I don't know who it says on the time.
It's the real Jimmy Diggs,
who
I believe is Jackie Ding's alter ego.
Gotcha. So he's out there going after it right now through turn 1. The TTRS sweeps on through. Nice and composed through there in the wet. Now on the brakes for turn 2. Tuck it in tight. This is a tricky corner in the dry. See the car wiggle there a little bit through the mid-corner and get it set up on exit. We'll see how much counter steer, if any. No, pretty hooked up on exit there.
So what I'm understanding about the TTRS as a car, and here I am gushing about this car and how much I love it, and that's true. One thing that's not really recognized is that, like, I don't think people realize that this is a really capable track car, but quite practically, it's not that capable off the showroom floor. So the things that drivers experience when they buy a brand new car is that it tends to understeer because there's so much weight on the nose of the car. But they've modified the differentials, and they've adjusted the suspension and the sway bars and a number of other things. And now this car is incredibly well sorted.
Well, he was getting after it there at the exit at turn number 6. That's a tricky corner, that double left-hander combination. To get that car hooked up and going is tricky in the wet, but certainly on the throttle there, kind of using the steering to correct it. The all-wheel drive cars are interesting to me because in a front-wheel drive car, when you slip, you pretty much just smash the power down. It doesn't really matter what you do with the steering wheel; the car will straighten itself out.
Right.
I feel like an all-wheel drive car is somewhere in between where you can use the power to help the car a little bit, but you still have to counter steer.
Well, and it really depends a lot on the drivetrain. My experience with the Evo 10 is if you have it in a particular drive mode, depending on what you're doing, the car can actually pivot about the center in a way that's really unnatural, but like. Easy to drive, but it feels unusual.
Yep. I think that's Vladimir Skirta again over there at the exit of turn 6. This is a big trouble spot in GLTC at spring kickoff a couple months ago. Again, the way that corner sets you up, it basically drags you right to the right edge of the racetrack, and the car's already loaded on the right side. So if you miss just a little bit, you have all this weight on the right side. You drop a right rear tire, and then all of a sudden all that grip goes away because that's what you're balanced on. So it's a really challenging technical corner to get just right, and Skirta just got a little bit wrong there. But the other thing we love about Gingerman, not a lot to hit, so just get back out there and go again.
Keep going. Yep. So coming around that lap, Snap Understeer had a 2:01, so no improvement there, but continuing to get things dialed in here in the Marine.
1:59.978 is the quickest lap that they've run, which I think is about, a second off the wet record. So,
yep.
And it hasn't, I feel like it stopped raining. It's sort of, doing what it did before where it's threatening but not doing it. So I wonder at what point does this become a dry track again? Because at some point we're going to have to get there.
Oh, that's great. I am looking. I don't see him on the timing screen, but I believe that's Brandon Renvek, who was the co-pilot for the one-lap TTRS.
Gotcha.
That won one lap of America last year.
Oh,
as well.
okay.
So Andy Smedgard built an S54 swapped E36 M3, and Brandon's been running that in street class for most of the year. Kind of hit or miss on events. Not able to really run a full season. He has 20 children. So it's difficult to get to the track, but we love having him here, and his wife's a good sport as well, and they've been with the series for as long as we've been around.
Cal Fortner out on track now in the number 14. Looking at the timing screen, he has laid down a time in this session. It was only a 2:25.685, so I don't think he was getting after it entirely. And there's Josh Halka joining us again. He ran a couple laps earlier in the session, 4 to be exact. He ran his quickest on the latest of those laps, 2:07.530 in the street category.
So Cal definitely loves the opportunity to drive in the rain. I remember last year he was out at Autobahn Country Club during our wet sessions and had a goal that he wanted to be the fastest in the rain at that event, and you know what, he was.
Wow, yeah. Well, you can see drivers that are comfortable with the rain the way it is, I think you'll see them kind of hang the car out, maybe just for a little bit of fun as well. We talked about this in drift. When the track's slicked down, you don't really risk damaging your tires very much in comparison to if you were sliding around in the dry.
So we see the track drying out here. Snap Understeer doing a 57.0, which is a fantastic time. And there's still spray coming off the car, but it's not actively raining anymore. So I imagine my counterpart in timing will say that this session is not wet.
Yeah, just beat what would have been beating the time by about a second. So it looks like that goalpost had moved just in time to keep him from snagging that record. Not obviously an official thing yet. We'll find out later what the deal is there. But down the straightaway into turn number 3 again. This has been a challenging part of the racetrack. Actually, this is into turn 5 and 6 now, which this is where we saw Skirta go a little bit wide here, kind of tiptoeing that time. And up into turn 7, 8, and 9. This is such a fast section. Turn 7 feels like it goes on or turn 7 and 8 really go on forever. They're sort of all one long bend before they sweep back into 9, the left-hander.
Yep, and most cars that are really quick will probably do just a light lift or a brake tap to get the car to turn into 9. I can tell you in a high downforce car, it's quite an experience because there is just so much grip there if you've got the aero to support it.
Yeah, I rode with Tom O'Gorman at spring kickoff in Kobe Shields' Camaro, and it was so interesting feeling the car kind of leaning on the right side edge and then Tom having to kind of step it out to get it to fully rotate.
So looks like we've got an incident on track. I think Cal's car is...
Ooh.
Yeah, he's got a little
something dragging.
Torchy boy down there. You should probably get off track and black flag there right quick.
Yeah. Is it a fire or is it something just dragging? I feel like it might just be something dragging. We'll have to get a better look at it here in a second. When he comes up over the crest, we should be able to see. Well, I do see smoke coming out of the car now, so it could be flames. And,
so he was working on a different forced injection setup for that car. Anytime you're working on something that really hasn't been done a whole lot, you're bound to run into challenges and unforeseen difficulty. And I imagine, yeah, it looks...
Yeah, there's a little flame out the underside there behind his...
No, it's...
Is it? What's going on?
You know what? It really just looks like his underglow. So shame on him.
Well, is it actually? I don't know. I feel like there's definitely underglow. But maybe it's just spray.
I don't know. He might be dragging
I could have sworn... Oh, man. If that was all... Wow, there's a bunch of grass that someone kicked up there. Maybe it is the underglow. Wow, that would have been... That's embarrassing.
Silly boys.
You know what? I saw
the orange and it was flashing, and I was like, well, it looks like fire to me.
You're on fire, Ricky Bobby. Well, Josh Halka doesn't have anything dragging. That car's high enough off the ground, and you could be able to see it clearly. Excuse me.
One of the difficulties with the street class cars is with limited opportunity to add aerodynamic components, these cars have a very conventional ride height, and for some cars, it's really difficult to manage airflow both above and below the car.
Okay, I think I'm doing the Ricky Bobby voice. I think I got karma coming back to me for doing that. Cal Fortner, I think he's just come down pit lane, so he'll come back in. Again, it's still Group A, technically, so I think, again, we've only had 9 drivers, actually make that 8 drivers actually take times, and this is sort of what we expect when we get wet weather like this. Going back to, let's talk a little bit more about our upcoming race in GLTC, which kicks off in about an hour. We saw qualifying, kind of wild, had people mixed up here and there. Then race 1, we took green flag. Well, we took the pace laps in dry conditions. The track started becoming wet during the pace lap. We took the green in full rain conditions with the majority of the field on slicks. So I don't think that qualifying or the first race was really indicative of the true pace of anybody in that field. So come race 2, if things stay drier and we get a dry race, how chaotic is that going to be? 46 drivers all completely mixed up with really no semblance of speed determining where they were?
And I had to go back and double check to make sure that this was the largest GLTC field that we've ever seen.
I'm pretty sure it's by a fairly sizable margin, right?
Yep.
I think at Road Atlanta last year we had high 30s, 38, 39, something like that. But 46 is what we had qualify, and I think we had 46 for the race. So that's a significant number. And I was terrified when we went off into turn 1 with slick tires and rain, and we had 46 cars in the grid, but we didn't damage anything. Just a couple cars going off track here and there, just avoiding issues. But they did a really good job with that. We get checkered for Group A here, so it looks like the Snap Understeer guys will, in FCP Street Mod, they will stay at the top of the board at 156.1, the quickest lap that they did.
They're going to come talk to me, and they're going to appeal for that to count as a wet record, and I'm going to have to disappoint them by saying no chance.
Yeah, it definitely was not raining when they took especially that lap. The 57, you might have been able to argue. The 56, it was definitely drying out at that point. So the sun is sort of making its way down the horizon. It's still again about an hour and 15 minutes until the official sunset time here in South Haven, Michigan this evening, as there's the 575 Clay Davidson rolling out on the racetrack, and I think he's just going to have to come back around. I think actually, unless he's going out in Group B.
It looks like the release of B.
Yeah, so I think came out, went by the timing line as a Group A competitor, but he will be.
The transponder loop here at Gingerman Raceway can sometimes pick up those pit passes. It causes chaos for our timing team.
I'm sure it does. They've been doing a great job today behind the scenes, keeping everything up and running as we get that on the racetrack. That 575, that car makes the coolest sounds.
It does make some pretty cool sounds.
And is that Peter Granberg?
I think it is, yep.
Did we see him earlier today? I think we did, but I don't know if his transponder was working. I don't recall seeing him on the timing sheets. Maybe
I can't recall either.
But that's is that supercharged or turbo BRZ?
You know what? I should check. I don't know.
It's forced induction for sure. I'm fairly certain it's turboed. And again, I've been a big fan of the BRZ FRS platform. I still want one really bad. But Granberg's is nicely built. I think it looks really
That said, I will say that it's not been a great day for the boxer platforms.
It has not been. What did we ever find out what happened down there to I can't remember the name of the driver that went off, but
we've had 3 specific Subaru related motor problems today, which is it's unfortunate, but
in terms of damage beyond the motor, I mean, I know there was.
Well, I can't speak to that one.
Gotcha.
I'm not sure.
Sure. Well, unfortunately, racing isn't always, again, as you always say, cars are never fixed. They're just currently not broken, and sometimes they are broken.
Yeah, I think
for a few guys.
There's a temptation for a lot of drivers that are interested in going to the track but maybe haven't been, to think that they have to be able to do A, B, and C modification before they would ever even think of going to the track. And, as things progress, it's like, well, the car's never really done.
Yeah.
It's just not broken, and when it breaks, you're going to fix something, and then you'll race it and run it harder, and then something else will break, and then you'll fix that. And what you're doing here is finding the weak points, and you fix them.
So I guess this might be too general of a statement to just address in general, but do you think cars are generally, for track use, would you think if I took a stock BRZ out on the racetrack, would that be more reliable than trying to build it up I mean, is there a risk versus reward sort of deal with changing out parts and starting to do all that work? Because from OEM, they're built to go for 100,000 miles before you start messing.
I think it's an interesting question. And, if you don't have a whole lot of competition experience or a lot of time on the autocross, jumping onto a racetrack is there is opportunity to learn there.
Sure.
I don't know many people that would, having never driven on track before, go out into a stock BRZ and be so fast.
Right.
They would be at the mechanical limits of the car.
Sure. Yeah, and I think the other thing to note as well is just the best thing that you can change in your car is the driver. Make it, learn as a person piloting the vehicle to get to that limit. It's going to take time.
Yep.
So I think maybe there's value in kind of working up to the limits of the car and then saying, oh, how can we push this farther?
Yep.
Now I'm confident on the
so
brake. Let's kick them up.
The Gears and Gasoline guys in maybe July did a video that was talking about the best first track car.
Yes.
And I thought that was a really informational video. And in practice, Hondas are generally very good. And the reason that they are very good is because mechanically they are very sturdy. They're not the fastest car usually, but any car that you can go to an HPDE and run hundreds of laps and not be worried about the mechanical components is a good one. Because if you spend time fixing things or money fixing things, that limits your opportunity to do more track days.
Sure, absolutely.
So let's say your budget annually was $2,500. If you can use all of that money doing track days and not any of it fixing things that break, that's way more seat time than you would get if you had to fix a car that was a little bit temperamental.
For sure. Richard Cho, see him sliding through turn number 7 right now. I think if he puts some neons and lasers on that car, he could probably go out and drift later tonight. He was had a lot of angle in that car coming through the 789 complex.
Speaking of drift, I'm told that MS7 is now for the remainder of the weekend going to be focused exclusively on drift.
Actually? That's so funny. Yeah.
It's a car that can run 132s here at Gingerman and
so
also be one of the drifty boys.
Well, I mean, I guess why not, right? I mean, I think everyone's got to have a little bit of fun. I think that's why I liked watching the drift stuff is because, even if you're not into it, you're still kind of into it.
But it's really hard to describe. I don't know how emotive the watching drift is on the live feed, but I can tell you in person, the thing that is so fascinating about drift is how violent and visceral it is. There's noise and smoke and debris, and it is an experience.
And after riding with Chris Forsberg at Pikes Peak International Raceway a few weeks ago, my experience riding with Chris was how violent the transitions are, and then how smooth it gets once they find that angle. Going from left to right, you're slammed sideways, your helmet's hitting the roll cage. All of a sudden, oh, there's the spot, and then you're just kind of gliding on that for the entire corner. It was a lot of fun, and thanks again to Chris Forsberg. Unfortunately, he's not here this weekend, but Peter Granberg is on the racetrack, and he just ran a 2:29.15. I think taking it sort of easy now. He's trying to find where the limits of grip is in his FCP Euro Street Mod car, the 511. I love the aesthetics of this car because it's got I think the front fenders have had something done to them, whether he's just cut fence in or
it looks like it has a little bit more presence.
Yes, but I like this car because it looks sort of stock, but it's got a little bit of a more aggressive appearance to it. Tastefully done aesthetically, I think.
Just on a Sunday drive here in the Porsche 911.
That, I think, is Brandon Ham in Street GT. And, again, I think if I had that car, I'd be taking it easy, too, just trying to figure out where the limit is before I go after it. But talking about Porsches, there's the 495, which is Richard Cho, who we saw sliding around a bit earlier. Getting after it here into the braking zone I think we're over here in turn 7. And kicking it out. You saw him go after the throttle.
Slipping and sliding, shredding the gnar.
Because why not, right? Again, we talked about tire damage. Tires are not cheap, and when you can light them up a little bit and not burn them off, it's got to be a lot of fun.
Now, that's probably not what you should be doing in this session, but It does make for good TV.
For sure. I wonder, so Falcon, presenting sponsor of the live streams here, has the RT660 been a tire that we've seen a lot in Time Attack yet? I know some guys in GLTC have run it.
Definitely. Yeah, the RT660 is, I think there are 4 or 5 drivers at or near the front that are all running the RT660, including Josh Halka, who has had a whole lot of success this year. I'm sure at least in part because of those tires.
Yeah, it's been a cool tire that we've seen kind of infiltrate the paddock a little bit. We've seen a lot of cars run it in GLTC and Time Attack at HPD as well, and of course FCP Euro, the presenting sponsor of the street modified category. FCP, they got a really cool deal. Basically, every part that you buy, including consumables, is guaranteed for life. Now that's sort of their slogan, but it's also what they do. Brakes, guaranteed for life. I mean, go anywhere else and try to find me that. I mean, that's pretty cool. So thanks to FCP for jumping on board. Cool guys over there, and I'm sure they got to be pretty thrilled with kind of being presenting sponsor of Street Mod, because that's been a very competitive category this year. We're missing the Canadians, our friends from over the border this year.
So Street Modified, I mean, it seems like every year there is one competition class that stands out above the rest as having the most number of high caliber competitors. So we've seen it in Unlimited, and over the last couple of years we've seen it in Track Mod. I think this is the year for Street Mod, and it's been spectacular to watch because the progression has been faster than I think anyone thought possible.
Yeah, and the Street Mod category, I think Jackie Ding has sort of been, for me, at the forefront this season. He's been, again, PhD Racing, they've been working hard on that car and that platform, and then Alex Moss has been competing as well. They actually went back and forth a bunch at Autobahn Country. I think Alex Moss was the one that walked away there with the victory at Autobahn. It's hard for me to remember that. There is a bit of a loop for the 85, that being Fiona Liu. Get that car back rolling and back straight again, but slippery surface out there still.
I think there's some
shenaniganry happening.
Fiona Liu, because Fiona is spelled with a PH, and I don't think that's right. I think that's actually Fong, who is a longtime GridLife supporter and just in general funny man.
Yeah, you know what I was thinking of is because there's a Fiona Liu that we've seen in GLTC before, and also Time Attack, I believe, in the Pika S2K that comes out of the Jackie Ding shop over there. So that's why I was thinking there was like maybe a misspelling, and that I was where did the Silver S2000 come from?
I think
there's some funny
belongs
business.
to Fong. Yeah.
Gotcha. Well, Clay Davidson out there rumbling around in the FCP Euro Street Modified category, 219.661. Only 6 drivers have gone out in this session. After we conclude our Time Attack sessions, this is it for Time Attack for the day, and we'll restart with more Time Attack sessions tomorrow at 11:20 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And after this, we go to a very short break, then GridLife Touring Cup race number 2, which is going to be super fun to watch, then Drift for the rest of the live stream until about 8:30 p.m. this evening, Eastern Daylight Time.
I love Night Shift Drift, man.
So it was so fun at Colorado, and to do it again here, kind of back at the hometown. Again, I think for me at Colorado, where we were in the announcing booth was far away from the track. They weren't drifting over by us in the announcing booth. This time I can look out the window and see them going after it, so this will be fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's so unusual seeing the Time Attack cars hard on the brakes into turn 1 in order to make that turn effectively. And the drift guys are effectively attempting to lose control of the car on their way into turn 1. It's just the entry speeds of some of these drift cars into turn 1 is just crazy.
So last year in June at GridLife Midwest 2019 was my first ever GridLife event that I had ever visited in person. It was doing the announcing for GridLife Touring Cup. I got to ride with Tom O'Gorman in his old TCA Civic race car that they basically pumped up the rear tires to like 50 psi and put slicks on the front, streets in the back, and they went sliding around in it just for fun. I climbed in with Tom, and he asked me if I knew that I was getting in with him for a drifting session, and I lied and said yes. We went out on the racetrack, and we went out there, and this is a front-wheel drive Civic that I was like, what are we going to do in this car? And Tom was clutch kicking and Scandinavian flicking the car everywhere, but I distinctly remember following some of the Falcon cars down into turn 1. And we're riding behind him, and Tom's a great race car driver, so we were able to keep up with him on the straights. Get down into turn 1, Tom aims at the wall. I'm like, this guy, I just met this guy like an hour before. I was like, this guy's going to kill me. We get down to turn 1, and all of a sudden, whoop, back the other direction, and here we are sliding in a front-wheel drive race car Civic behind 600 horsepower Mustangs. It was the most visceral, insane, chaotic experience. Remember, this is my first GridLife experience ever. I didn't know what I was getting into.
And was this like your first time in any kind of fast car on a track?
Yes, it was. So, and speaking of the devil, he just walked in the door. we're talking about you, Tom. But that was my first experience on a racetrack at speed in anything. And then my second experience on a racetrack was at GridLife South last year, 2019, with Luke McGrew in the
Challenger,
in the Bilstein, the white and black Challenger, which that car was insane in a different way with the straightaway speed. We came out of the pits, and I go, I don't know if I can do this. I mean, because I'd never been in a car like that. I mean, as silly as it sounds, I was so new to the track community that this whole thing, this GridLife experience.
But now you're just like a veteran.
I feel like it. I mean, you walk around, people say, "Hey, Kyle," I'm like, I feel like I'm part of it now, which is really cool. But I strongly recommend. Obviously, this year has been a weird year, but when things get closer to normal, and again, we're social distancing, mask wearing, all the normal things around here. But once things return to pre-2020 levels, if that ever gets there, you definitely should come out. And I'm not saying this because I got no horse in this race. I just think you should come out and do it because it's fun, and because it's an accessible way to A, get your car out on track, and B, if you're not comfortable with that, or you got a significant other or a family, come out and watch it. Because trust me, for what you get for the ticket price, GLTC is worth it all on its own. Just come out here and just watch GLTC, because I promise you will not leave and feel like you didn't have a good time.
It's just so good.
It's so good. And then the Time Attack thing, you get to wander the paddock and look at all the Time Attack builds and talk to the drivers. And especially for younger kids, if to get into motorsports, this is, you go to a NASCAR race or an IMSA race. IMSA gets you a bit more than NASCAR, but you can't really know the drivers very well. Here, you can walk right up, ask them questions. I mean, it's very, because they're just guys, That's the cool thing.
And gals.
And gals. Guys and gals. But you can just do that. And that's not something you can get at the higher level of professional.
And one of the interesting things about club racing and commonly about Time Attack is that this is a labor of love. No one is making their living coming out to compete and do these events. People do this because they enjoy it, and they want the personal challenge of trying to win.
Absolutely. And I know, in some of the advanced or advanced HPDE groups, if there's a guy or a person that or a way to get into it, you can ask people for rides, and that's what I did. You ask for rides, you ride along with people. That's really cool. I know Tom last year when I got in the Civic, the belts didn't even get close to fitting around me because he had, I think there was a 10-year-old or 11-year-old girl that went before me in that car. So can you imagine being 11 years old and having that experience? I wish I was here when I was 11.
It's probably going to change your life forever.
It will change your life forever. That's why I'm still here. I could have gone away and never come back, but I'm still here because I care about it, and I think everyone else will too if they go. That was the big thing for me, motorsports. I feel like you have to go, and watching on YouTube, watching on the stream is one thing, but being there is a totally different experience. And campfires, I'm a big fall person. I think I went over this earlier. I'm totally into the whole cliche pumpkin spice.
You love pumpkin spice lattes?
Well, not even lattes, but just like all the flavors and scents and smells that come with autumn. I'm super into it. I don't like necessarily the weather, but this having a campfire right now, it sounds like an absolute blast. So I think when things calm down and we were looking for somebody, but Clay Davidson out here still having fun using the track time. That's the thing. Track time for the price track time per dollar is pretty good around here too. So you get a lot of experience on the racetrack.
Yeah, 4 days here at Gingerman. It's just a fun opportunity, and it's a family affair. So
yeah.
I did my very first GridLife as a competitor in 2016. I didn't know anybody, and here I am now doing the live feed.
Yeah, it really is. And again, I know it probably sounds at home like, oh, it works, but no, seriously, you should seriously come. They're like, I'm actually telling you, Bob, Dan, and Martha. I don't know if anybody's still named Martha, but come, seriously, show up, and I promise you will not regret it. I don't know 2021 scheduling yet. I think nobody really knows what's happening, but there will be at some point a 2021 schedule. We do have another event this year, so actually if you're down south near NOLA, we're going to NOLA Motorsports Park November 6th through 8th, so that's an opportunity there as well. I don't know if we have spectators for that yet. Do we know? I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Okay,
but
I'm not
I do think it's an excellent opportunity to get some gumbo, and
yeah. Or elephant ears, whatever. Is that the name of the thing, or is that a food item?
You don't know what an elephant ear is?
I have no idea what that is.
Imagine a flattened piece of dough, like kind of like in the shape of a pizza crust.
Okay.
And then you put it in a deep fryer.
Oh, so it's like kind of like a funnel cake, or what's what I'm looking for? Fried dough.
Yeah.
It's just fried dough. Another name for fried dough. I've never heard it called an elephant ear before.
That must be a regional thing.
It's got to be. I'm from Rochester, New York, so any upstate people watching, I'm a garbage plate person, but
see, garbage plate does not sound good.
No,
I know that
it's a local delicacy. But it's like, do you call soda pop or soda, or if you're from the South, you call everything Coke?
So I'm from Indiana, And I call it soda, even though that's not conventional in Indiana, because I think people who say pop sound silly.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely say soda for sure. You know, I had roommates from Long Island that always say they're opening the draw, and I was like, there's an R at the end of that word. You got to use it. It's a drawer, not a draw. Drive me nuts. So now that we've made so many people in the chat angry at home, it's very divisive when you start chatting about regional differences and what you call things.
So we've got Time Attack C rolling out here, but again, not very many cars. So you'll have to excuse the tangents that Kyle and I go on.
Well, yeah, I think we're just trying to keep people hanging out because we were waiting for cars to get back out on track. We got cars back out on track now. Look at the people enjoying the day.
That's such a fun spot to spectate, kind of in between 4 and 7. There's a spot way out where you can just drive your car out there and see a decent portion of the infield of the track. It's a nice place to watch.
This is a great spectator racetrack. I think because there's not really a lot to block your view. There's not a whole lot of walls. There's the spectators, the way they're placed, there's no real need for catch fencing in a lot of the areas. So there's nothing blocking your view. Great for photography. If you're into track photography, this is a good place to come do it because of how much access you can get and the angles that you can get as well. This is an interesting racetrack because of the way cars flow, especially through the back half of the track, the way that they're kind of leaning on suspensions. Really cool, dynamic way to capture. So missing James Houghton today. He's messaging me on Facebook. We miss all our Canadian buddies.
So I told you we'd have some criticism from our drivers here.
Yep.
I've already gotten messages, angry messages, to wonder why that's not considered wet track.
Already? Okay, well, it's not my decision, so everyone can be upset with Abe. We'll let you take the
as they tend to be.
Oh man, yeah, I'm hands off with that. I'm just the guy that tries to make everything sound good.
Well, one of the
which fails miserably.
I guess one of the more interesting parts about Time Attack is it is very much a builder's kind of racing where finding loopholes and tricks and gotchas in the rule book is part of the experience.
Sure.
And I think it's a lot of what some of the drivers enjoy doing. And so one of the caveats to having some rules and restrictions necessarily means that rules enforcement is really important.
Sure.
So as you get closer to the unlimited level, the number of rules goes down, and those classes are remarkably easy to enforce. It's the instances in like street class where you have this bizarre gray area that no one's thought about. We've been doing this for 6 years, and we go through the rule book hours at a time every single year, and invariably someone will come up with a scenario, and you're like, man, I didn't think of that.
I didn't think of that. Yeah, for sure. I was also going to ask you, there's an RX-7 out there that I remember seeing here in the spring. And it came down pit lane, and it had an engine issue, and it was puffing out perfect smoke rings out the exhaust.
Oh, that's Brian Blaine.
So, yeah. So do we know more about this car? Because I love that car. It's so cool.
I think it's an LS swap.
So it is an LS swap. Because I thought, considering it exploded, I thought it was a rotary. I was like, oh, it's got to be. But do you know anything else about this car? Because I think it's one of the coolest looking cars.
No, Brian has just been running with us for like forever. And he's a really good sport, and he's always fun to have in the paddock, and yeah, the car's pretty cool.
It's really neat looking. You see him rolling through turn one there. Big light bar on the nose, which I think is neat as well. In the BRZ out front, do we know whose car this is? Is that wouldn't be Dewey DeWitt's, is it?
I don't think so.
I know that because he's got his normal car back this week.
Yeah, he was out. I don't know if he was in the dry session or not.
I didn't. The dry session earlier, I feel like we saw him at one point today in the morning, I think, but it's been a little while since then. So coming back to Group C here, Time Attack, and the sun is definitely setting. I actually want to look up what the sunset time is here in South Haven, Michigan today. 7:23 p.m. is what I'm seeing. So that's about a half an hour, 35 minutes from now. But it already is getting dark because of the cloud cover. That light has been reduced way down. And again, I think headlights on from here on out through the end of the session and into GridLife Touring Cup Race 2 before we do night shift drift. So Tegan Tossison on that in the 321. Grant Davidson right now out behind him, Mullet Racing, then Tim Beek. All the way through fifth. So cars on track now and rolling as they come across the line. The track definitely still got tinges of damp weather, but it's still relatively dry out there, I think.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I think the track is drying out a little bit, but with the sun not out, it's going to stay wet for the remainder of the day.
Yeah, and we saw this earlier, how long it took. Does he have LEDs wrapped around the passenger seat?
Man, I hope he does.
That you see what I'm saying?
I think I see it too.
The 321. Who is that? Tegan Tossin. Is it Tossinson in the 321? I don't know how to pronounce that name.
Could be Thostensen.
Thostensen. Ooh, I like that better. Thostensen. We got to get a closer look at this car because I'm pretty sure he's got LED strips wrapped around the passenger seat.
I think the white BRZ is Tim Beek, actually, number 505.
Yeah, well, I think it was a Subaru, the 321 is.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, I think so, unless I'm going crazy, which is very possible. It's been a long day. 32, I think, is Grant Mullet in that car again, going after it. I think that car had a loop around earlier in the day, but he's gotten that thing back up and going. Beek against Thostensen is in the Subaru street all-wheel drive category. Tim Beek is in the BRZ in the street rear-wheel drive category. A lot of street, some Sunday Cup fits out there. The not so fit racing number 8, 219 178, and then the next I think that's the only Sunday Cup fit out there right now. Unfortunately,
yeah, I don't really know why that is. Those guys should go out and play in the rain.
You'd think that they would love to.
It's such a low risk activity in a fit because you're not doing more than like 70 miles an hour on the front straight before you hit the brakes. So like it's a fun place to learn about car control in the rain because you're just going slow.
I remember I had my first on-track experience as a driver at Road America a couple weeks ago at our last GRIDLIFE event. And I was driving Ben Harisco's old GLTC Miata, which is actually here racing today. And I was following Kevin, who's one of our timing guys, in his fit as we roll out of turn 3. And it was a little slippy sliding. I got to watch him kind of hang onto the car a little bit, which was fun because I was going so carefully in my Miata that I was able to not have that oversteer situation that Kevin had. So I don't know. Is Kevin here this weekend? Do we know if he's around or is he? I'm not.
I think he is, but I haven't seen the name on the timesheet, so we'll just have to see.
So about 10 minutes left here in this Time Attack session before we'll have a very short break. So if you're watching at home and you'd like to return for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race number 2, that will be at 7:25, which is about a half an hour from now. So make sure that you tune in for that. We're going to step away for a few moments before we line up the grid. It'll be Tom O'Gorman and myself back here for that race. And cars coming back around to take the timing line again. We'll see if we see any improvements.
You know, it's not that I don't mind commentating GLTC, but when you have a pro race car driver
Tom is awesome.
hanging out,
yeah.
You put him to work.
So just for people that don't know, and I know in the GRIDLIFE circles, Tom's a very well-known person and driver, but Tom O'Gorman, who was in here for GLTC Race 1 earlier, he is a 4-time IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge race winner, finished 4th in the 2019 Pilot Challenge points. He's also won at Daytona in the IMSA Pilot Challenge race there and at Sebring. He's driven for a couple different teams, but he's also won a TC America, TCA, and TCB title, driving back. That was 2017, 2018, I want to say, were the years that he ran that. So Tom is a very accomplished racer, and the way things have worked out, he's not currently in a pro-level car. We were having a discussion earlier today. I want to see Tom back in IMSA or SRO somewhere because he needs to display his talents for everyone to see because he's an amazing race car driver.
Yeah, pro racing is tough.
It's tough, and that's the industry. I mean, that's just how it works. And unfortunately, Tom kind of got the short end of the stick there. But I think what he got to do is go out and he won at Daytona, and that's something that can't take away from you.
Yep.
Is you have won a trophy at Daytona or at Sebring. That's something that they can't take away, even if you can't drive the TCR. So he drove the Honda Civic Si TCA car. He came from driving a B-Spec Fit the first couple of years,
which is still it's still in the family. It's here at this event.
Yes, which is really cool.
Charlie Enslin owns that car and runs it now in GLTC, but now it has a K20 motor.
Yes,
and it's rowdy.
Yeah, it is really rowdy, but it's so cool that the car that Tom literally started driving is here at GRIDLIFE, kind of following him around. But so he started out in the Fit, then moved to the TCA Civic, ran 2 seasons of that, won a championship. Despite a lot of odds stacked against him. Then the following year ended up driving for an Audi TCR team in IMSA, and the following year ended up doing a full season in LA Honda World's TCR program in the 37. So that was a really cool progression. I didn't know Tom until he was already driving the LA Honda World car, but went to Watkins Glen, saw him there, and every time he would get in that car, it would just go a second faster than everybody else. It was just amazing to watch. They had some mechanical issues here and there that sort of prevented him from
one of the tricky bits in BOP or in pro racing is balance of performance.
Sure.
Right, and so it's a really often difficult to see the true potential of a driver because they want the racing to be close. And so, you know, throughout a weekend, it's pretty common to add ballast into a car. And I think it was the season that he won a championship in his TCA car, he had the equivalent of an NFL linebacker in his car as extra ballast for the entirety of the weekend consistently.
And he still won, if I recall correctly.
He did.
Which is so cool. But again, yeah, Tom's a great dude, a great race car driver. He does run in GLTC. He was just at TT Nats, I want to say, the other day. Or he's down at NCM Motorsports Park, which I think is where TT Nats was. So he ran that car there, had a bunch of issues, parts breaking. That car is almost fixed, but is not here this weekend, so Tom will be in the booth with me this weekend, which is where I met him last year in June. So good to be back, kind of reunited in that sense. But Tom's a good friend of mine now, and it's pretty cool because, you know, coming from the other side of the fence in the motorsports world, I always kind of looked up at race car drivers as being different in some way. I was always afraid I was going to interrupt them and ruin their day because this nerdy little fan wants to come talk. But after meeting Tom and visiting him while he was working at during his IMSA stretch, it was so cool to have that kind of access to a guy and really and kind of learn about him. And now we're good buddies, so it's really cool for me to be on the other side of the fence and get to experience that. So session still about 2/3 of the way through. Tim Beek still he did basically 3 laps and called it quits. Brian Blaine is second. In track modified in this session, 2:16.584 is what he's run.
So still a little bit of debris on track here on their way. I think that's 8.
Yeah, transition over into 8, which I would imagine that this has to get cleaned up before GLTC gets there. Otherwise, GLTC's going to clean it up
or they're going to clean it
with
up
their splitters. So, and I think hitting sod at like 90 miles an hour is not fun, I would imagine, because there's a pretty sizable chunk of dirt over there as well. They don't want to punch a hole in anybody's body work.
So many of these drivers have social media programs. I know that, Eric Till Racing, he is very, very active on Instagram talking about builds and documenting the stuff that happens in his Instagram stories. And if you are a car nerd and you want to see the more technical aspects of putting together a winning program in GLTC, he is an excellent person to follow.
Yeah, so Eric Till Racing, I know... I'm trying to think. Well, we already touched on the YouTube channels. We didn't mention Jackie Ding's YouTube channel just yet.
Yep.
Jackie Ding has a YouTube channel. He also does not only real-life vlogging and that sort of deal, but he also does some sim racing stuff. I know he was just doing the iRacing Bathurst 12-hour, I think, the other day, or the Bathurst 1000, one of those things. So Jackie kind of does a little bit of gaming, does a little bit of vlogging on there as well. Who else got YouTube channels that we don't know about? DJ Alessandrini has one as well. He uploads some race footage as well as some iRacing-related content there. So Alessandrini is another one.
One of the really amazing things about GLTC is just how bite-sized watching races can be. So after the live feed is over, if you want to go back and watch a race, usually the races get segmented out and uploaded as separate features. And I think it's kind of cool to be able to sit down, while you're eating lunch or whatever, and just watch a 15-minute race and be able to do it start to finish in a really bite-sized way.
Right, and I think Sam mentioned earlier, basically you're taking the most exciting parts of a race, which are the beginning and the end, and just cutting out the fat in between. And what you end up with is a race that, especially with 50 cars, it can't get boring. There's no physical possible way for it to get boring, because when there's cars next to each other, on top of each other, it's always entertaining to watch people slice and dice. And I think that's what is so interesting to me about GLTC is we have this format where everybody's in the same class, so you don't have to worry about who's, a Pro-Am silver, who's running, 500 horsepower versus, and their cars are all, they have different features. Some have ABS, some don't. But the rule set is a time attack style rule set, which leaves things pretty open to interpretation. But again, modifiers to kind of balance things out. It sounds like it's complex, but really the rule book's like 3 pages, which is really small.
It's very simple. And my wife and I are big fans of professional motorsport. We watch F1 pretty consistently.
Sure.
And we have been to multiple IMSA races and things. And my favorite race format is the multi-sprint race format because I think endurance races can be really tricky, especially if you're spectating in person,
Yeah.
because it's very difficult to know what the strategy is and what's happening and,
Sure.
and who's doing well.
Yeah, I think anytime you add a pit stop, pit stops are cool from a team aspect. It complicates how you enjoy the race from a trackside perspective. When you're on TV and you're watching GridLife Live, it's a little bit easier because you know what's going on. Hopefully, usually, we know what's going on. But when you're at the racetrack, it's a lot more challenging.
And one of the consequences, if you think about like maybe even Formula One as a comparison, I'm biased, but I think the Formula One qualifying is arguably the best time attack in the world.
And
I think it's extraordinary.
Yes. And speaking about the Formula One, how they qualify, what I always loved is the intensity of when they're coming back to the line. The time's expired and everyone's coming back to the stripe, and you're waiting to see what the time is. That's so how I feel about how our GLTC Top 10 Shootout is, which is a new format that we do to qualify for our third race. Is we take the top 10 from race 2, and each driver gets a lap to run their best lap. You get one chance, and the entire track is to yourself. So we're all waiting for that to come across the line. The intensity is there.
Well, and the way it's presented, I think, is really neat because as a car is on our hot lap, the next car will go out on their warm-up. And so what you're left with in the programming is, 10 to 15 minutes of straight hot laps from the fastest cars in the GLTC field.
And it's really cool because you can focus on one guy for that entire lap, and you can watch the differences between Stephen Cox or Eric Cattell or DJ Alessandrini or Tom O'Gorman. When they're going into the corners, you can really focus on what's that car doing different, and you can see it. And we like to crank the volume and kind of get zoomed in real tight because it just amplifies that experience. The GLTC Top 10 Shootout will be tomorrow afternoon. If you're on the East Coast, 3:35 p.m., 12:35 p.m. if you're on the West Coast. So make sure that you are tuned in to that because, trust me, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. We have 2 races tomorrow as well, 5:20 and 7:30. So more.
So you provided time zones for the people on the East and West Coast. If you are watching this and you are international, thank you for watching our program.
I know, again, angry typers. I'm sorry. There's Google. That's just the one I know off the top of my head. But I'd love to give you the time zone. What's Paris? Is Paris like 6 hours ahead, 5 hours ahead? What's the people in Paris can watch GLTC tomorrow?
Yeah, I think Paris is 5 or 6 hours ahead.
All right, so that'll be 8:35 p.m. for people in Paris. I don't know. All right, I think we're wrapping up Group C here. I don't think there's anybody really left making laps. The not-so-fit racing car, I think, has just come on through the fit down into turn number 1. Looks like the quickest lap we saw for that car, a 2:19.178. So with that, it looks like, whoa, big slide, big moment there in turn 2. Just having fun, I think. Wrapping it up.
So what are we running here on next?
Next is going to be about a 20-minute break. I'm looking at Saturday. Let me change over to Friday. So we just finished up Time Attack. We've got about a 25-minute break, and then we head to GLTC Race number 2, 7:25 p.m. So final thoughts on Time Attack before we close up that and head on to that tomorrow.
I think everyone's hoping for dry weather, right? We saw one fantastic session today, and almost every front of the field driver sees the opportunity. Maybe it's the only one we get. But times are still impressive. I mean, seconds over seconds faster compared to last year. I know that at our fall event last year, we were amazed with how quick all of the cars were relative to previous sessions, previous 2019 events. And we're seeing the same pace of improvement even now, where I think the FCP Euro Street Modified class is, I think, about a second and a half faster than they were last fall. And that amount of development, when everyone is trying as hard as they are, seeing those kinds of gains is really impressive.
It is really impressive. We'd like to thank our partners for the GridLife Live broadcast this afternoon before we head off into a short break that will lead us into our second GridLife Touring Cup race of the weekend. GridLife Live is brought to you by Falken, the RT660 tire, peak performance inspired by enthusiasts. And by FCP Euro, the presenting partner of the Street Mod category. Every part you buy is guaranteed for life. And by Haltech, unlock the power. GridLife Live is brought to you by Staybill, ready, willing, Staybill. And by Mike's Harder, dude, that's sweet. And by ST Suspensions. And GridLife Live is also brought to you by VP Racing, the official fuel partner of the 2020 GridLife Midwest Festival. Thanks for watching our coverage of Time Attack GridLife Track Battle from Midwest 2020. Thanks for watching.
I gotta do more yoga. Oh, jeez. Hello everyone, Nate Vincent here with FCP Euro. Today on Race Cars Explained, we're going to be talking about a fuel cell and the fuel system in a race car. Everything from putting fuel in to what differentiates this fuel tank from what's found in a normal street-going car. Let's get started. So right here in front of me, we have the fuel cell from this Golf TCR behind me. The thing you're going to notice is it already has the cover taking off, and you can see that this is a big rubber bladder. This bladder is built out of high-strength rubber. And the reason for it is to keep it from rupturing in the case of an accident. So this bladder can expand to about 5 times its original size before it actually ruptures and spills fuel. The reason for that is if the car is ever in an accident, the last thing we want is fuel going everywhere inside the car. This increases the safety of the car and cuts down on the likelihood of the car catching on fire after an accident. That said, rubber has a lifespan. It doesn't last forever. So this fuel cell actually expires after June 2022. So these fuel cells are given about a 4 to 5 year lifespan of legal use. If the car is to be used after that, this fuel cell has to be replaced. The biggest difference between race cars and street cars is we can't rely on gravity to feed our fuel pumps. Typically on a street car, you can go to the lowest portion of the tank and that's where the fuel will accumulate and feed the pump. But in a race car, because we see high G-force in turning and braking, that fuel is constantly sloshing from one side of the tank to the other. So there's a couple things that are done to this fuel cell to mitigate that. The first thing is it is filled with a foam, basically like a big sponge. And that doesn't actually hold the fuel to one side or the other, but it keeps it from sloshing back and forth. If you imagine, if I had a sponge and I turned it up on the side, the water would still run down and eventually drip out of it. But what it would do is it would do it slowly. So really the foam inside a fuel cell is to dampen the forces of the weight of the fuel moving from one side to the other. This makes the car handle better and easier to drive. The other thing you're going to notice is this fuel cell has 4 pickup points in it. One in this corner, one in this corner, one in this corner here, and one in this corner. So basically all 4 corners have what we call a jet pump or a pickup point. So even if these 2 have no fuel on them and all the fuel is rushed over to the left side of the fuel cell, these 2 jet pumps will pick up fuel. Or if the car is braking and all the fuel rushes to the front, these 2 pumps will pick up fuel. So there's always 2 pumps in the system that are picking up fuel. These pumps are called jet pumps because they're not actually powered by an electrical pump. Now these jet pumps are actually run off a Venturi effect from the main pump. So the Venturi effect is based on pressures. So if you have a steady state flow through a nozzle, and this would be the nozzle where it would restrict down, and this is the steady state flow front and back. What happens is through that nozzle, while the fluid increases in velocity, moves faster, the pressure decreases. Those are inverse of each other. When that pressure decreases, it actually creates a vacuum. The reason it creates vacuum is because between this high pressure area, this low pressure area, and the high pressure area on the other side, this is always searching for equilibrium. Just like a hurricane works. You actually have a really low pressure system in the middle of a hurricane, and all the air from the outside is trying to rush into the middle, and that's what creates a cyclone. So what the engineers at Volkswagen have done is they've used this system to basically feed the jet pumps. So if you have your main fuel pump feeding this system right here, so your main flow is coming from your main fuel pump, and then you have 4 jet pumps that are tapped into this. They feed into this nozzle or the Venturi right here. As the flow is moving through here and this creates a low pressure, it's going to create a vacuum here, therefore a suction, and it's going to suck fuel from those 4 corners and feed this main system. The beauty of this is you don't actually have to have a fuel pump in those 4 corners because they would constantly be starving from fuel and that fuel pump would burn out in a very short time. So if you see right here, you can see this is the main fuel pump and it is actually feeding fuel up through this hose. But using a Venturi principle, you can see that this T right here is actually creating suction because of the fuel flow through here. So all of the pumps on the corners are driven by the fuel that is flowing out of the main pump in the tank. Now, the last thing is all of these 4 pumps are feeding what we call a swirl pot. So there's a swirl pot, which is a big tub right in the middle of this fuel cell where this main fuel pump actually lives right inside. Now all of these jet pumps are actually swirling the fuel around, so they all come in at an angle. And the fuel is swirling around this fuel cell and constantly filling itself up, so this pump constantly has fuel to suck. The reason for that swirl is that swirling effect, the centrifugal force of it, actually overcomes the G-forces associated with braking and cornering. So it constantly has a fuel supply in that bowl at all times. So the last thing we're going to talk about is race fuel. So in these cars, we actually run 100 octane race fuel. Most people think the higher the octane, the more flammable the fuel, but it's actually the opposite. The higher the octane, the more the fuel is able to resist combustion. So that means you can run the engine hotter and you can tune it more aggressively to get more performance out of it without having the engine pre-ignite. Pre-ignition is when the fuel in the combustion chamber actually ignites before the spark plug tells it to, and this can have major damaging effects on the engine's internals. While we run 100 octane in the series we run, most fuel is dependent on the series. So all the cars racing against each other are running the exact same fuel to level the playing field. So if this was a normal street GTI, you put fuel right here. You can see you open it up, but we actually have the air jack system right here. So on this race car, we actually have a separate fuel fill right here. Now, if this was an endurance race car, as this is not, this is a sprint car, you would see a bigger fuel fill here. The reason for that is on an endurance car where you're doing pit stops, where adding fuel to the car, you need to have two lines in. One is a fuel line in, the other is a vent line for the air in the fuel tank to escape, so you can fill as quickly as possible. Today in racing, all fuel fills have to be done via gravity, which means the fuel is fed from a tank that sits up about 3 or 4 feet higher than the car, fed down into the car. Back in the day, back in the 70s and the 80s in Formula One, they were trying to fill cars as fast as they possibly could. Some of the techniques were actually to take beer kegs, fill them with fuel, and pressurize them with super high pressure. They could actually fill about 25 gallons of fuel in a car in about 3 seconds. But if the check valves didn't function properly or a line burst, it could become very dangerous on pit road with hot brakes and hot engines, basically spreading atomized fuel throughout the entire pit lane. So it was banned from racing in general. So one of the most important things about racing is keeping our weight as low as possible. To do this, we actually pump the fuel tank completely dry after every session on track. Then, if we know we have a 40-minute session or a 50-minute session on track, we calculate the exact amount of fuel we need for that session. We will weigh that fuel to make sure we have the right volume, and then we add it to the tank. Now for the pump out procedure, it's right down here. So you can see, we actually have a little gauge right here that shows how much fuel is in the car. This is reset every time the car is pumped out. So we don't actually have a fuel level indicator in the tank like most street cars do. To pump the fuel out of this car, we actually have a battery pickup right here that we plug this controller into, and then this connector actually plugs directly into the fuel pump. We can just basically turn this on and this pumps the fuel out. That will make the fuel pump circulate fuel through the system. Now to get that fuel out of the system, we come up to the front. And at the front of the car, typically if the engine's in it, right on the side of the timing cover lives this. This is your fuel line coming in, this is a pressure transducer, and this is your fuel line going to the high pressure fuel pump on the engine. We unplug this little fitting right here, and we have a specially made hose that we plug into this, right, that, and then we can pump the fuel out into a container right in front of the car. In a race car, weight is one of the most critical things, as we already talked about. But one of the other parts that's really critical about the weight is lowering the center of gravity, or lowering that weight as close to the ground as possible and balancing it right to left inside the car. So as you can see, where I'm sitting right now is where the fuel cell lives normally in this Volkswagen GTI TCR. This is actually the standard location where the fuel tank would live under the back seats in the car on a street car. One of the benefits of this location is it keeps the fuel close to the ground, which lowers the center of gravity. It's also relatively in the middle of the car front to back, which means depending on the fuel load, whether it's a heavy fuel load or a light fuel load, the weight on the rear axle and the weight on the front axle doesn't differentiate all that much. That means the car is well balanced whether it's on a low fuel load or a high fuel load. Now looking around me, you can see some of the other components and elements of this fuel system. This is the feed line that feeds fuel into the tank. You can also see right here, this is the fuel feed to the high pressure fuel pump. This is what takes the fuel from the cell and provides it to the engine. And then right here you can see we have a nice little motorsport connector that this plugs into the fuel pump itself. This is what is unplugged when we pump the fuel tank out. So I really hope you enjoyed this episode of Race Cars Explained. If you liked what you saw, please hit the thumbs up button, and if you want to see more of this, please subscribe. Catch you in the next one.
Yeah, you look at the camera! Yeah!
What's more chaotic than racing 50 cars on a slick track on dry weather tires? Racing 50 cars on a slick track at night. The sun has fallen below the Michigan horizon, and with water-laden clouds hanging overhead, GRIDLIFE Touring Cup drivers will find themselves reliant on their headlights, much like they were in Colorado a couple months ago. Then we had a couple drivers out there without headlights. That has been remedied for tonight. Not complete darkness just yet, Tom, but it is dark enough to be a spectacle at the very least.
A spectacle it will be, not only because of 50 cars, as you mentioned, not only because it is still damp, no longer raining, but also we got some party lights on half of these cars or more. You're going to see some spectacular style points on the extra lighting today. Some oons on a bunch of those cars underneath.
I love it.
We're going full party, and look at this beautiful. What did I say about Gingerman from 7 to 10 p.m.? It is 7:20 p.m., and look at how beautiful it is.
It's absolutely gorgeous, and you know what's even more gorgeous is the 50 cars we've got lined up for Grid for Race number 2. So there was a couple dramas that we had. We found out that Luke McGrew, Emil Tab, and Eric Meadows were on wet weather tires, as we suspected. Yeah. I didn't know Emil was, but we got that sorted out.
Which, may I just say, makes what Brandon Puck and Woody Hyman did to finish in the top 5 on dry tires even more impressive. They held off drivers that were on wet tires. So go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say we're gridding up here, and again with those wet weather tire decisions, looking at the racetrack right now, well, it's pretty much nighttime. The track is not dry. It is probably not going to dry. So a slick tire, probably not a great decision here. If you don't have dry or wet weather tires, you're probably just going to be on street tires if you have them, or tough it out on slicks if that's all you got, which might be the case for some of these drivers.
Yeah, I think there are definitely a handful of drivers. Unfortunately, with where the production booth is, we can't really walk the grid and see what tires are on what cars super easily, but we can guarantee that there will be a lot more cars on correct tires for the conditions, because if you didn't get to watch race 1, it was a wet race, but they pulled a grid. They had a 5-minute mandatory call time. They all had to be on grid within 5 minutes of releasing because there are so many cars. It takes that long to grid them all up. It was sunny with a threat of rain when they came to grid, and then within the 5-minute window of them having to have been on grid, it started to rain on that on that warm-up lap, and we went ahead with it. We started 50 cars going into turn 1 with absolutely no clue what the conditions were other than the warm-up lap, all on what they assumed was going to be a dry race, and we made it through. It was a fantastic race with very minimal teething issues. Obviously some slipping, sliding. We had a couple of cars off on that first lap, but in general it was a spectacular race, and now we're gridding up based on fastest laps from race number 1, which is kind of adding to the chaos in my opinion, because it's completely out of the ordinary for a race to go that way, and now they have the fastest laps from race 1, setting the grid for race number 2, which has some really interesting implications for the grid.
So going back to the morning, or the earlier afternoon, we didn't really get a great idea of who was necessarily fast in qualifying because the track was so full and busy.
Yeah.
Well, now they got a little bit of room to race, but it was wet and people were on all sorts of different strategies, and there was a couple cars off track. So I don't really know if anybody knows who's the best car to beat here this weekend yet. We know Luke McGrew's good on wet tires, but that's because most other people weren't on wet tires. So who knows what's going to happen? Look at the skies here, Tom.
God.
It's absolutely gorgeous, and it's time for GridLife Touring Cup race number 2. Firing up the motors, 46 cars strong on the grid here this evening, and I'm so excited. Hometown for GridLife Midwest weekend. Typically we do this in June. It'd be a little bit warmer outside. I'd be wearing shorts and a t-shirt, not jeans and a hoodie, but I'm ready to go racing, Tom. GLTC, one of the most spectacular spectator series in this country, because we get to watch the best builds of the cars that you can buy, and the attainable race cars go out there and battle door to door in a single class format. So excited.
And if you're just joining us on GridLife Live, this is GridLife Touring Cup wheel to wheel club racing. These cars are all in the same class. We're going racing for 15 minutes from the green flag. It is open passing, open racing, everybody jostling for position for the 15-minute race. When the checkered flag comes out, the first one across the line wins. This is not time attack. This is not drifting. This is proper competitive racing. And we again have almost 50 cars coming to the grid. There was another discussion going back to race number 1. There has not really been a moment or a process that even needed to be considered for what makes a rain race. Now, GridLife does track rain records, so I'll reference back, like Eric Coutil has the wet weather record here at Gingerman Raceway. It was a 158 and some change. This is not considered necessarily wet track record weather, but this would be a circumstance where a race might be declared a rain race. In other series, they have a process for declaring a race a rain race. That is not needed to be considered in GLTC yet. That's not something that has ever really come up. And now, as with many times throughout GLTC's year-and-a-half history, there is some discussion about whether there is going to be a process for that in the future. So there doesn't need to be one for this race because everyone knows what the conditions are going to be. But last race did raise some questions. What do we need to do in the future if it goes to, we have to be on grid within 5 minutes of the release, and then all of a sudden it starts pouring rain? The safe thing to do is to call it a rain race, give everybody the chance to change tires, and I think that will be looked at heavily by the stewards for ongoing weekends. Obviously, at this point, we kind of know what we're getting, and it's not going to change much, but still learning curves for the from GridLife side and from the competitor side for GLTC.
So just about ready to have cars roll off here. I think they're just checking out a few more things on the racetrack. We have lighting in a couple of corners, primarily to light up the corner stations. This was a discussion after our races at Pikes Peak International Raceway.
Speaking of learning curves,
Colorado, we learned there. You learned there abruptly on the start. That
don't go on the umbrella is what I learned. Go on the green flag, not the umbrella.
What happened was, and I noticed this when you took the green, I was confused for about 3 seconds, then I realized at Colorado we took the green flag, nobody could see it because it was so dark. So we've changed that. We've got some lights around the corner stations, which should make it a lot easier for drivers to know what flag state it is, just a safety thing. We want to make sure everyone knows what's going on. And the lighting stations will help people spot a couple of things, corners a little bit easier. What I think is going to make this track challenging to race at night is you look at other racetracks that have very bright candy striping for curbing. Got none of that here. The curbing is just track color, but they do have some white hash markings this time around.
And if you noticed on the shot, at least I think out towards turn 3, there is some LED rope laid in the grass along the side of the track. There it is
Oh,
on the left
that's
side.
awesome.
So we may, I don't know that it necessarily helps the driver.
Sure.
But it looks cool, so why not?
I cannot believe. Oh, I'd be amazed if this lasts the rest of the weekend without getting run into. We'll see how that goes.
Maybe, yeah. I think we should definitely start now by saying we need to figure out who's got the best LED lights for this race, and then give them a little accolade at the end. But there's a cool shot from what will be our drone during the race, and what the drone pilot uses to fly.
And we should be able to get a pretty good look at the racetrack once we're airborne here with that drone. At PPIR, I think we had some amazing aerial shots in the nighttime, and it was sort of funny because the reason why some of the drivers didn't have lights at Colorado is because they were told, we're at a NASCAR track, it's going to have lights. Well, it did. It was like a couple 60-watt bulbs hanging from some ropes around the racetrack, I think is what we had. But some drivers entered the race and did not have headlights on their cars. That's the new rule now. You have to have lighting on your vehicle, and Emil Tab is one of the drivers that has opted for a pretty sizable light bar on the front of his car. He should have no problem seeing. I think people in front of him might have a issue looking in the rearview mirror with him behind.
Now that's an interesting choice to me because those light bars are not particularly broad. Sure. They're very they kind of give you one direction. They point straight ahead. How often on a racetrack when you're racing around a road course are you looking straight ahead? If you think
Not very.
Exactly. You want to be lit out to the left, out to the right, where your eyes go.
I want to be lit.
So I honestly look down to last year. What's that?
I was going to say, I want to be lit. We can get Mike's harder and get lit.
You want a... Dude, that's
there you
sweet.
Go. Oh, look at you with the product placement.
I got you one too.
Oh, thanks, man.
There you go.
So we also can.
What was I saying? Okay, so
GLTC.
coming back to
Yes.
last year's race, we did have a night rain race last year, and it wasn't that we had to question whether there were lights, needed. Everyone knew they needed lights. But a bunch of people realized their lights were absolutely not sufficient. Aaron Lichty was one of them who he basically went out and was like, I can't see, so I'm just going to drive behind this car in front of me, and I'm just going to finish this one. And he cruised around following the brake lights. So a lot of these drivers, if they thought, I'm going to put a big light bar in the front of this car, they may be surprised how limiting that still is. But I think Emil Tab's fine. Look at how much bright that is.
Yeah, he should be all right. I notice Eric Meadows has a right headlight out, which might be an issue. You see Ben Dozman there with an LED light bar, kind of where the splitter would be. No actual headlights from that car. Eric Attil's got his underglow going and rolling. What's here? Okay, so I'm going to go back to NASCAR at Bristol earlier this year. They tried to do underglow. They did not do it as cool as we do it, Tom.
No.
They had it under the rear end of the car, and it was by manufacturer. Here, you can just throw LEDs wherever the heck you want them, and it looks awesome.
Kind of a subculture who can one up the LED game more and more. I did my best to up that game a little bit at PPIR, and I got a couple good shots out of it. But I think some other people threw down even better for that. But once again, coming back to what we're going to see here, this is going to be a 2 warm-up lap process as we get all 50 cars out onto the track. We still have cars leaving the pit lane as you're looking at some of our front runners exiting turn number 7 down towards turn 8. We still don't have everybody off the track, off the pit lane, but it was Luke McGrew who won race number 1 earlier today with the fast lap of the race as well. He will start on pole alongside Emil Tab. Both drivers raced on rain tires earlier today.
Just got a note from the guys from the number 117 Corvette. A new clutch being installed in that car, so they will not be racing in race number 2. Unfortunate to hear from that. They should be ready to come from last place tomorrow for Stephen Cox in that 104 performance team car. So really excited to see how they'll run out tomorrow. And thanks for dropping by and giving us that information. It's awesome. Any information I can get, I'm very grateful for. So as we got the field lining up here, one of the discussions I had with Abe earlier is getting, I don't know if it was with you or with Abe, getting enough or all the cars at the back of the field gridded up in time in the 2 pace laps that we have. It's hard to do, but you got to get formed up and be double file all the way back, all 23 rows by the time we finish our second pace lap.
And that's exacerbated by the conditions, obviously, because if you're the last place car, you're already the slowest car on track if you're gridded by lap time. Whoever that is, I'm sorry. But that's just the mathematics of it. And then you also have to figure out how to catch the field who left the pit lane 2 minutes ago in tricky conditions. So it's just really tough. You see the pace car on the front straight right now, starting the second warm-up lap. Most of the field is now down towards the second half of the lap. Now we have the drone in the air. There we go. So it's all headlights headed towards turn number 1. Going back to race 1 results, Eric Meadows charged through the field, coming from, I think, 26th up to 5th. He gained 21 positions, was the highest number of positions gained at 21. But he had the third fastest lap as well. He was on rain tires, so he will start third. And Brandon Puck was the highest finishing and fastest car on slicks. He was still on his slick tires. He starts fourth. Lewis Chatroop was also on his race tires, his slicks, and he starts alongside Brandon. So those are the front three rows. But it is the rain tire cars that dominated not only in the results sheets but in the fast laps, which is going to put them up towards the front. A couple of other contenders we should reference before we just run through the order. Aaron Lichty and Eric Thiel, who were both on the front row for race number 1, had some issues on that first lap due to weather, and they were only able to set the 12th and 15th fastest laps on the 9th and 13th fastest laps on the starting order. So they're going to be starting much further back in the field than they expected when they took the green flag on race number 1.
Can I just say that those LED strips on the inside of turn 5 there and a couple other corners, if we did like 3 or 4 more of that, that's like, you know how Coda has the corners painted?
Yeah.
How cool would that be? We got to do that next year. Oh, I'm so excited now. All right, grid it up. Let's run through the starting lineup here. It'll be Luke McGrew alongside Emil Tab on the front row, Eric Meadows and Brandon Puck in row number 2.
Lewis Chatroop and Ben Dozman coming on the row number 3 side by side. Then Ryan Kristoff and Woody Hyman will roll off on row 4 side by side.
In row number 5 it'll be Eric Cattell in the number 82 Civic Si. Then Ryan Upham in 10th in the number 13.
Justin Kelly and Aaron Lichty door-to-door on the 6th row, taking the green flag.
And in 15th and 16th, Brad Adams and Jake Jorenstad in the 21 and 23 respectively. Then Sally McNulty and Brian DeVries, 17th and 18th. That's how they're coming across my timing loop. That's probably how they will start the race as we go on through. Edgeditch, Sadowskis, Kerry James are going to be sharing 19th and 20th. Jake Price, Bill Griffin, 21st, 22nd, Tom.
I want to give a shout-out to Max Toyer, who I don't actually remember where he finished in race number... Oh, he finished in 20th. But had the 13th fastest lap in a brand new race car. He's been working on that car for most of the season after getting rid of what was kind of his like beater car last year. Took most of the year off to build this brand new black E36, and
he will be starting 13th.
He starts 13th on this race on straight up lap time merit. So that is awesome for Toyer. He'll be fun to watch. But again, a lot of this field now on the proper tires. They are gridded up for a dusk night race number 2 in more known conditions than race number 1 for sure.
GRIDLIFE Touring Cup is presented by Haltech Engine Management Systems as we head down the back straightaway into turn number 11. We're going to be 45 cars strong as we streak on through the final corner here at Gingerman Raceway. 15 minutes on the clock. We'll see who makes it out the other side of the dark. LEDs glowing, lights glowing as well. The sun has disappeared behind the Michigan horizon. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race number 2 as we wait for the green flag, and still waiting as they come to the line. Going to be a drag race down to turn number 1. Green flag flies, and we're racing in GRIDLIFE Midwest as we're 3 wide already on the run down to turn number 1.
It's a big jump for Lewis Chatroop busting inside deep into turn number 1. He's going to take third away from Eric Meadows, way back from 6th, but he's balked it a little bit and maybe missed a shift. So we're side by side for McGrew and a breakaway for Emil Tab, who's now gone to the front. These guys slip sliding, coming up onto the front straight. The rest of the field, look at Eric.
Wow!
Oh my goodness, he's up from 9th into.
That's unbelievable. Down into turn number 3 now. It's the 14 that takes the lead away from Luke McGrew. He'll tuck it in tight. Now Cattell's up to 3rd place. He's by Brandon Puck. They're 3 wide behind him. Eric Meadows in the middle. And there's a whole lot of cars going down into turn 3. Now they're going to streak down through 4 and 5 and 6.
And I'm not sure where Chatroop actually went, but here comes Cattell up onto the back of McGrew. They're deep on the brakes, and Cattell showing a nose. Look at Woody Hyman on the inside of Ben Dozman as they enter turn number 5. Behind them, I think that's McGrew now. Or sorry, that's Meadows now. Kristoff is in there. Big slide from somebody.
I think that was Chatroop. Yeah, he's hanging it out sideways through there. I think that's Tiffany Kelly that's gone by. Brad Adams is going to look driver's left. There's Aaron Lichty tucked back there. 3 wide for the lead. Eric Cattell around the outside. Emil Tab in the middle. McGrew on the inside now. Slip sliding as they try to get rolling. McGrew slides sideways, and Cattell is through to the lead. Side by side for second now. NA versus NC Miatas.
Oh, and McGrew had no chance. He was on the dry line, and even if you're on wet tires, there is just no grip. Cattell to the lead with the LEDs and headlights aglow. Now it's Emil Tab second, McGrew third, and he's got an attack from, I think that's Brendan Puck, coming back at him for 3rd place.
Oh, big dive on the inside. Can he get it tucked in tight for turn number 10B? He does. Cattell tries to drive away. Emil Tab now holding up the train as they come out of 10B and get up through the gears on the backstretch.
And Puck almost got into the back of Emil Tab. They look like they're going so slow, but they are absolutely on the limit of adhesion. And here comes Woody Hyman now up the inside of Brandon Puck. That's the red and black BMW E36. Doesn't have the power, but look at him on the brakes.
Way late behind Emil Tab into the braking zone. Tab's going to take the with a wet line run a little bit wide. Hyman's really good in these damp conditions, and he's going to go through a couple spots as we come across the line. Is that only lap 1? That was wild.
That was lap 1. And again, remember, Eric Coutil has the track record in the way, and he knows exactly what he's doing now. He's on the ideal tires. It's not at least a little bit of a surprise that he's gotten to the front, and I expect he might start driving away. But look at this battle for third place. It's now Puck. Hyman is back to 5th as McGrew is coming back around the outside at him. This is new pavement. There's decent grip. They're so tight. Oh, man, that is close. But look, it's on at the wheel, and now up towards turn number 3. Slipping again as they cross back onto the old pavement. Fireball out of the back of the MX-5, and Luke is not going to have any grip on the brakes on that outside line. Hyman's easily got the advantage, now closes the door going into turn 3.
McGrew has spent months building this car, replacing and replacing the motor over and over again. Behind him, a dive for position.
That was Smedgaard. He's gotten into that car now. He said he was going to drive the car only if it was wet. So Smedgaard taking the reins.
Big bobble for McGrew. They're almost lost the car on the entrance at turn number 5. Can he get the car rotated in? Nice and tidy now as they head through 5 and into 6. And behind him, you mentioned Smedgaard, that bright yellow car. I think that's either Justin or Tiffany Kelly, and behind them, one of the Myriad Motorsports cars. But Andy Smedgaard clawing his way through the field here early in GLTC race number 2.
This is a battle for the podium. Brandon Puck, Woody Hyman, and Luke McGrew all in frame. Emil Tab slightly ahead. Look at the slide for Hyman. And McGrew is struggling just a little bit. He was the master of race number 1. He looked like a hero because he was one of the only cars on the rain tires. Now that everyone's got the equal conditions on their tires, it's a little bit of a different story. But again, Smedgaard, a huge charge. Aaron Lichty, a surprise, no help really on this race. He's still kind of mired just outside the top 10.
Rain racing has not been Aaron Lichty's strong point this season. Think back to Mid-Ohio. Started on the pole, went down to turn 1, which is turn 4 at Mid-Ohio on the initial start. Ended up in the gravel trap. So Aaron seems to struggle a little bit in these low grip conditions, kind of buried right now. But Luke McGrew, we saw him slide around bend. Dozman continues to run in 6th. Andy Smedgaard, though, after lap number 1, was the 4th fastest car on the racetrack and was way farther back than that in positions. Up the inside, that's Brandon Puck on Emil Tab. That would be for 2nd place.
And Brandon Puck is impressing me very big time this weekend. He was a new car for Road America, was just outside the top 10 for most of the weekend, but now we've come to Gingerman, and he has come to life. I have to wonder, he must have rain tires as well, because there's no way he'd be keeping up with all these cars on rain tires if he wasn't. Whoa! Emil Tab shoots off turn number 1. He runs wide, and he's out of this one. So that puts Brandon Puck up to 2nd, and now Woody Hyman up into 3rd as the battle for the podium is fizzling just a little bit. The next battle, here comes Emil Tab back onto the track, so he's made it. Andy Smedgaard is almost up into the top 5.
He's driving so fast right now. Look at the lap times. 1:59.9 for Smedgaard last time through. That was quicker than Coutil by 2 seconds last lap. Wow. He's coming and coming fast.
And it's worth noting, Andy Smedgaard went out of his way to get rain tires. They ran down to Tire Rack this weekend. They went down to get Hoosier Wets, and it's paying off big time right now. He's the fastest car on track by a long way, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him on the podium by the end of this one.
Brandon Puck has to play rear gunner for Eric Coutil if Coutil wants to hang on to this. This is too big of a speed differential for Coutil to hang on for too much longer. Up the inside, that's Luke McGrew. That would be for 5th position. Smedgaard through in turn number 6.
Whoa, that was a big slide for somebody right behind. I think that was Dozman, who might have just dropped a rear tire, but this is the battle for 5th place right now. We talked about him, and now you're seeing him for the first time on camera. Andy Smedgaard, look at the confidence on the brakes. He knows where the grip is at this place. He's got the tires to maximize it, puts Luke McGrew on the dry line, and Luke has no chance. Once again, now Smedgaard up to 5th.
That was an epic drive around the outside of turn number 7. He's got the grip now through 8. Going to transient maneuver that thing around and head into 10B. He is a man on a mission right now. Smedgaard, remember back here, his GLTC debut was at this track a few months ago. Ended up having motor issues, retired the car early. He's back for revenge this time around. There's Jake Price around the outside of Sadowskis here in turn number 7. Well done for Price.
Oh, look at him, and he's sliding. Sadowskis putting on a show, even if he's losing track position. That's the 770 BMW. He is running some drift sessions here this weekend, too, as well in that car. So he knows exactly what he's dealing with. I actually lied. That's Smedgaard up to 4th, and he's charging hard not only on Puck and Hyman, but Coutil is still not even out of reach for Smedgaard at the pace he's at.
It was a 2.8-second gap between Coutil and Puck the last time around. As they come this time through, it'll be the completion of lap number 3. Coutil across the line, a 1:58.7. That's a really fast lap. Puck, a 1:58.9. Hyman, Smedgaard still quicker by 2 seconds again, a 1:56.7 for Smedgaard. He is flying right now.
He's unstoppable right now. The only thing limiting him from catching even Eric Coutil is how long will it take him to get around Woody Hyman and Brandon Puck. I don't think it's a question of if, I think it's a question of when, as they are now racing side by side. Super tight stuff. Hyman to 2nd place, and look at Smedgaard. All he needed was that little exchange, and he's in this battle. He's up the inside of Brandon Puck down into turn number 3. This is new pavement as well. There's good grip. He's going to be able to get the K24 in that S2000 powering down. He's got Brandon Puck on the dry line, and now look at you see it accelerates away, even though Puck has the same exact power, not able able to put it down on the dry line as they're now down into turn number 5. Shallow entry, and then they get transfer onto some new pavement once again. These guys battling for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. But Coutil, the longer this battle goes on, the more he has an opportunity to pull away. Once Smedgaard's in the clear.
Oh, I'm telling you what, though. Eric Coutil only pulled away by 2/10 last time by. I'm not sure he's going to have the pace. Here comes Smedgaard up the inside of Woody Hyman. This is for 2nd place. Big slide there at the exit of turn number 7. Now into 8. Smedgaard going to do this crossover transition here expertly. This is where he's going to be really good, is setting up Hyman for a pass here into 10B. And look at Brandon Puck hanging in there, waiting to see if he can do a strike back here on the inside.
He's trying. These are battles back in turns 5 and 6. This is kind of back halfway through the field. That is Sally McNulty coming at us with the yellow headlights going through turn number 3. I don't think she has rain tires. She might be struggling on some Hoosiers there. But this is kind of the back half of the field as we take a quick breather from that front battle. There you see some Oons underglow. I love that. Some Spec Miatas towards the back as we will pick back up on that battle for 3rd place and 2nd place. Eric Coutil, there he is coming into the final corner. You see the underglow, and then Smedgaard's clear. Look at him. That's number 2. Smedgaard is in 2nd place now, so he's got, call it 7 more minutes to try to run Eric Coutil down. He's been putting in laps 2 seconds faster. Again, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when he gets
2 seconds faster again, a 156.7 to a 158.2. Eric Coutil, if he knows who's behind him now, that's got to be getting him a little bit nervous. He didn't know who was behind him before. Now he's going to look back and see that yellow car.
I don't think he's going to know who it is. I think it's going to be a total surprise because it's just headlights to Eric Coutil. You don't know who's behind you. It's just headlights, and you're going to see him coming. He's going to be like, who the heck is this coming up? But he's going to realize it's Smedgaard pretty quick. And that gap is almost just completely evaporated at this
just
point.
Going away. And the gap at the line was only 3.1 seconds. That's a lap and a half from when they crossed the line that Smedgaard would be there. So it's just a matter of time. Coutil better get going and run because Smedgaard is flying. Hyman 3rd, Puck 4th, McGrew 5th. Checking down deeper in the bottom half of the top 10. Emil Tab down to 8th. Justin Kelly 9th. Eric Meadows 10th. Christoph Tiffany Kelly, Upham, Jornstad, and Pervez Randelia up 12 spots into 15th place.
That's a great charge for him, and he was saying that the way the differential of that car is set up, he basically has no grip if he's on race tires in the rain, and he's struggled in the rain at other races too earlier this year, so that's not a surprise for him to come off of race 1 saying, I just got nothing. But now he knew what tires to put on. He's up to 15th. I think he finished 33rd last race, so that's a huge charge. A little bit of brake flow. Oh, and lap traffic's coming into this one. That's something we never see in GLTC.
Yeah, there's a lot of cars here, and the speed differential's enormous, so Smedgaard's going to see this. He'll smell blood in the water and very quickly run down Coutil if he wasn't already. Coutil's now looking in the mirror going, oh, who's this coming? And I think by the time Smedgaard blows on by that flash of yellow, he's going to go, I know exactly who that is.
Yeah. Looking at turn 1 right now. Again, these are kind of cars in the back half of the field, waiting to pick that battle back up between these two. Whoa,
that's a car off.
Sadowskis.
Who's that behind him? Is that Justin Lee, maybe?
I think it is.
With the purple underglow, I think he just got a little bit off. Did a great job pulling that car back on course as we wait for the leaders to come across the line. You see the gap closing in the braking zone. Smedgaard closing. Remember, ABS in this car, I believe, Tom, compared to Eric Coutil, who does not. His brakes are also unboosted. So Coutil's braking performance, while it's been good in the past, I think he's just going to get out-dragged here in the braking zones by Smedgaard.
Yep, and remember, all these cars prep to the same power-to-weight ratio. They can get there however they want, so that S2000 is going to be a little bit heavier than the Civic, most likely. Probably able to make a little bit more power. Both of these drivers taking percentage point penalties on their weight for the aerodynamics that they're running, et cetera, but this S2000 is just alive. And Eric Coutil is the first to say, the only place my car is not the best in GLTC is on the brakes. I don't have ABS.
Okay, if our timing screen is right, Andy Smedgaard started in 25th position, up 23 spots. That is unheard of to go from 25th to battling for the lead here in, 5 laps?
Yep.
This is unbelievable. And here he comes running them down. Now they can fit them both in one camera shot as they enter. I think we're over here in turn number... a car off the track. I think that might be Felipe Gonzalez in the Myriad Motorsports car. I think he's gone wide as the battle for the lead intensifies through turn number 6.
There's also an amazing battle for about 10th with Emil Tab, Ryan Christoph, Eric Meadows, Tiffany Kelly. There's a ton of them battling. We saw them at the bottom of the frame going through turn 1 as we watched Eric and Andy power towards turn 5. So battles all over the place, and that one's about 5 cars deep. But the one that matters the most is the one for the win. Look at the rear brakes on the S2000 glowing. Flicks it into turn number 9, and a huge slide for Coutil. He's still sideways. There he goes.
Hanging on the rear end of that car. Eric Coutil has won double-digit amount of times in this series. Andy Smedgaard still single digits. He's still getting in there, but look at the dive on the brakes into 10B. Halves that lead. He's going to dive way deep into turn 10B. Almost runs off the racetrack.
Oh, that's so much confidence in the grip. He knows knows that it's going to be out there eventually, but you got to just chuck it in. And look
Here
at the run he's got. It's going to be side-by-side run down to turn number 11, and Eric Coutil is on the slick wet line. He's screwed at this point. There's nothing he can do.
Down into the braking zone, Andy Smedgaard to the race lead from 25th to the top spot in 6 laps in GLTC at GridLife Midwest 2020. He's on through. Andy Smedgaard, P1.
12 minutes into this 15-minute race, so we'll get at least one more lap, if not 2. I don't see a white flag.
Should be 2. I don't see a white this time by, so I don't think Coutil's going to have anything to respond. Smedgaard is just in another zip code today.
Yeah. And Coutil's finally hit the 156s, but look
lap
now
traffic.
Smedgaard's in the 54s. Yeah, the only thing that is going to affect this race at this point is the lap traffic. We do have some safety vehicles on course to maybe hot toast somebody or protect them from an impact zone. So there may be a standing yellow somewhere out on the track, but everybody knows they're there. They have plenty of lights they'll be able to see. It's actually lighter out on the camera than it is on the track. If you're here in person, this is a proper night race.
Yeah, again, the exposure on the camera is sort of adjusting for what we can't see right now. But all we can see is the yellow flash of Andy Smedgaard, who has just continued to impress us. Lots of lap traffic to negotiate now through Jorge Ortiz. Another one of the Specniatas. Coutil going to slice and dice through it. Rainbow lights flashing as they head through turn 6. This is the best series in North America. Tell me otherwise, Tom.
I can't. I won't lie.
I mean, and through turn 7 now, still some more lap traffic for the leaders to contend with, but Smedgaard's done a nice job. Eric Coutil did close the gap a little bit through that area, but next time by should be white flag for Andy Smedgaard to come from what is essentially, oh, look at Coutil dive on the brakes there into turn 8. Tried to close that gap, and he did in traffic.
And now he's got, so this is an interesting point. Eric Coutil has been at the front of this race for so long, he hasn't really needed a reason to experiment. He's just been lapping, doing the same thing every single time. Now he's got Andy Smedgaard not only as a rabbit to chase, but as a reference point, because if he sees Andy doing stuff, he can say, oh, if Andy can do that, I can too. So I wouldn't be surprised now to see Eric be able to match the pace that Andy's done.
Remember that there was a 2-second lap differential. It's only been a half second since they swapped positions. Yeah. So Eric Coutil's definitely figured out, hey, that's my rabbit. I'm going to go chase it, and that's what he's done right here. So next time by should be the white flag lap for this field. Andy Smedgaard from 25th to 1st. Coutil, second place right now as he tries to run the leader back down. Into turn 1, some
that is
traffic.
Lewis Chatroop and Bill Griffin battling. Chatroop, I think, is on dries because of how slippery he had been. He got a great start narrow. There's the leader, Smedgaard, into turn number 1, deep into lap traffic, going around the outside of Quincy Burke in that RX-8. And then behind him, Eric Coutil, who's lost a little bit of ground. Now the gap at the start-finish line, 1.6 seconds this time through. Woody Hyman still running 3rd on the final podium step. Aaron Lichty's all the way up to 4th, so that's a good rally for Lichty after a slow start. Brandon Puck, Kelly, Christoph, Tab, Meadows, and Upham are the top 10 with Rendelia just outside.
And Rendelia's up 16 spots in his own right, so he's had a great run in conditions that do not favor his Scion FRS. So Andy Smedgaard works his way through the backside of the course now, past the LED strip. Another car off. Is that Chatroop? And that's right in front of our race leader as they try to sort some things out here. There's Bill Griffin taking it easy through here. I think not to follow Chatroop off course, but Smedgaard is just in a league of his own today. This is an unbelievable drive as he heads through turn number 7 here, Tom.
We still have an awesome battle just behind Ryan Christoph with Emil Tab, Ryan Upham, Eric Meadows, and I think Rendelia is in there as well. Though they were all less than a second apart crossing the line. Sally McNulty goes for a spin through turn number 8, but is able to rejoin.
Eric Coutil has lost a bunch of time on this lap. I think he's lost some confidence, and he's trying to weave his way through traffic carefully. There's Chatroop. He's back on course. Woody Hyman going the long way around here. But for Andy Smedgaard, I'm just so impressed by the drive that he has had, the patience that we saw. He wasn't, he wasn't taking it easy by any stretch, but he was very patient, didn't force anything that didn't need to happen. We still haven't seen if it's been a white or a checkered, so we'll not call it until we see it. But as they come out of turn number 11, this should be coming to the checkers, and I see a flag waving. Is that a white or a checkered? It looks like a white to me.
I think a white is waving, which means Andy Smedgaard should be coming onto the front straight right now to potentially take the first win of the weekend for that car. Waiting for the flag to change.
That looks to be checkered. So checkered flag, Andy Smedgaard from 25th to 1st, claws his way through the field, runs down Eric Coutil, passes him, gets it done. Smedgaard goes to victory lane at Gingerman Raceway for GridLife Midwest in 2020. Eric Coutil, see the brake rotors glowing on that car. Eric Coutil, strong effort, but just didn't have the pace there at the end. Then Woody Hyman, Aaron Lichty, Brandon Puck. So impressed with Brandon Puck's performance this weekend. Justin Kelly up 5 spots to 6th. Christoph, Emil Tab, Upham, Meadows, the rest of your top 10.
Just scrolling through the field to see other impressive performances. Jake Price picking up 9 positions. Pervez Randelia picking up 16 positions. John Raymond, who drives a basic Spec Miata, picks up 12 positions in that race to finish just behind Scott Robertson in 23rd. That's a great performance. Quincy Burke picking up 8 spots. So obviously number of drivers dropping significant positions in order to make it possible. There's Raymond there in the 131 car. In a normal condition, that car would be a last place GLTC car every day because it's just not fast enough for GLTC. Put it on the proper tire, on the proper conditions, and he is a solid mid-pack, having picked up a bunch of spots.
There's still a couple guys battling. I think is that Bill Griffin, one of those 2 cars, and it might have been Quincy Burke, the other one. Yeah, Bill Griffin and Quincy Burke going at it here as they come back to the checkers. They still haven't taken it just yet as the rest of the field sweeps on through. So what a race, what a drive. Tom, that was awesome. And if there was any doubt in anyone's mind that GridLife Touring Cup is the wheel-to-wheel series that you would like to watch, well, I think we just, I think they just did the advertising for us. I don't think we have to say anything more. What an unbelievable race.
Totally sells itself. Beautiful conditions for that race. Look at even more neons down through the turn 1 section. So let's talk implications of what we just watched. Sure. Now we finish race 2. And we move to race 3, but first we get to do the top 10 shootout tomorrow morning, and that means the top 10 drivers from this race, Andy Smedgard, Eric Coutil, Hyman, Lichty, Puck, Kelly, Kristoff, Tab, and Upham, will all get to finish, and Meadows is in there as well. He will get all 1 lap with the track completely to themselves to turn a single best lap that they can put down, and that will reorder that top 10 for the starting grid of race number 3. You're not going to want to miss that. We get to focus on each of those drivers and see exactly how hard they're driving the car, exactly what lines they're taking. You can see every motion. It's some of the best cinematography we have in the GridLife Live broadcast. The rest of the field will start the race in their finishing order. So there may be some shuffling in the top 10, but the rest of the field will start where they finished for race number 3, which is coming up tomorrow.
GLTC Top 10 Shootout tomorrow afternoon, 3:35 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and then, of course, GLTC Race 3, 5:20 p.m., and GLTC Race 4 to conclude the points weekend down at 7:30. We did notice that Luke McGrew finished 35th, and I'm hoping and praying that it's not another engine, because he's struggled to get that car reliable. I'm hoping he seemed confident. I'm hoping for his sake that he just slid off into the dirt and got stuck there, because that would be a whole lot cheaper and less expensive than to put another motor in there. But Luke, to go from first down to 35th from race 1 to 2, not the start of the weekend that he probably wanted. I guess now we're sort of the midway through the weekend. But final thoughts before we head off to the top 10 shootout tomorrow. I think the driver, to me, that is the biggest surprise is Brandon Puck is battling up here like he's been here forever. This is only his 2nd GLTC event. Someone's got to go give him a trophy and a high five, because he probably had more fun than everybody else out there.
I bet. And just pulled up the weather real quick. Coming into tomorrow's top 10 shootout, we should be, knock on wood, dry and about 55 degrees tomorrow afternoon when that session comes up. So all things equal, with a dry track back on those normal tires, we get to see the 10 fastest drivers do a shootout going into race number 3. We haven't talked about it yet also, but race number 4, we always invert up to 12 cars at the front of the field, which means race 4 is always the craziest of them all. If you think that was action-packed, we get even rowdier by the end of race number 4. But that's all action for tomorrow. I think everybody on this grid is hoping for just consistent, predictable, dry weather tomorrow. I think that's all they want.
I think that's all they want as well. Thanks for watching GridLife Touring Cup race number 2. Next race will be tomorrow afternoon, 5:20 p.m., but the GLTC Top 10 Shootout, 3:35 p.m. This has been GridLife Touring Cup race number 2. My name's Kyle Heyer with Tom O'Gorman. We'll see you tomorrow.
Boo.
Here for GRIDLIFE Midwest 2020.
I mean, it's already happened.
I'm saying we're just getting started.
You're biased, man. I heard you say multiple times that last bit. You know, oh, you're not going to find anything cooler than this, or I bet this is the best thing you're going to see today, and I'm sick of it.
Yeah.
It's biased and it's not fair.
Well,
it's not fair to my boys.
If you got 50 cars with underglow.
We're about to see some
okay,
underglow
all right,
bands,
okay.
and you're going to see.
I'll concede that you've got some underglow.
You're going to see hubcap spinners.
Okay,
You're going to see.
all right.
You're going to see donks. You're going to see whistlers.
Donks.
They're going to go woo woo. Okay, this is what you're going to see.
All right. Well, hey, I'll trust you.
Look, the kids are going to bed.
Did you know about the elephant ear thing?
I was going to ask you about that. Are we doing some animal abuse here, or what?
No.
Is
So
this?
okay. So apparently, elephant ear is like another name for like a fried dough.
Okay.
And
they're not real elephant ears, so it's a lie?
Correct. Yeah, but like I have never in my life heard them called that before.
Is that false advertising? Are we not selling exotic animal body parts here?
Really unfortunate if that was the case.
Okay. Yeah, look, at least be honest about what we're doing. Let's either sell some chopped up exotic animals, or we need to just call them dough flat thing.
I just heard bread fried dough. That's what we always called it.
Bread disc.
Bread. Yes.
See,
fried.
I think if it said bread discs, people would be like, "Hey,
look how fun this is."
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you off, but look how cool this. I mean, we got the blur. What do they call it? Bokeh blur or whatever?
It's called MDMA. You wouldn't. You see, you weren't there during the rave scene in the '90s with you know, we used to have these street races out in the desert. And, you know, like, everyone would be like, oh, what you got under the hood? I'm like, you want to see under the hood? And then, like, yeah, pop the hood. And then I pop the hood. And then they're like, oh, more than you can afford. Yeah. It's you weren't, yeah, it's,
yeah.
The 90s were wild.
I feel like did you hear I just had like a musical laugh? I was like,
yeah,
you know?
that was
I had
good.
a note. We should write a song.
You're still amped up for your race.
I'm
and I'm
so
happy.
amped.
You're bringing such good energy. Have you even introduced yourself and myself? I know people, you know, they heard you a lot the last time, but let's say they just tuned in.
Okay, well, my name is Kyle Heyer. I'm the quote-unquote voice of GRIDLIFE.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
oh, wow.
and then you're Sam Nalvin, so
yeah,
welcome.
I'm your boy.
You're the guy that knows what we're about to do, because I don't know anything about the things that we do.
It's your boy Sam, and I'm the drift expert. You can ask me right now anything about drifting, and I will have an answer.
Yes. How many?
Enough.
Okay, fair enough. I'll give it to you. All right. Hey,
see, already with
okay.
the street glow, we got glow. See, that car is. I was wondering when I saw how much of his bodywork was exposed. I'm like, you better be showing me some lights in that car. That's Shane Welly in the LS Mustang, and followed by our Miata boy. So the track is not perfectly dry. We're still playing around with the grip here, as you can see. The rain, I think, is done for right now, but it's now cold enough out that this probably won't dry during the session. We might start to see a little bit of tire smoke. Drifting, of course, if you're just tuning in for the first time and watching your first drifting, this is drifting in the rain. It's still drifting. It's not as fun or as insane as it should and could be, but these guys are still having a blast, and we will still see some maniacs on track here.
Skids.
Yeah, so you can see
skids, shreds.
You can see and hear our team Falcon boys out there. That's Justin Pollock in the Mustang with them sweet. What do you call those things? The AutoZone flicker, the tire.
Flies? Tire flies?
Tire flies. Thank you.
That was tire fly or firefly? Firefly. I think it's
Jeff Goldblum's Fireflies. The Fly.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is one of those jokes I think Jared was talking about, where, like I say, like a reference to a movie that was pre-1998.
Yeah.
Okay.
So before my time.
Sorry. So there was this movie called The Fly with Jeff Goldblum.
Never heard of it.
Do you know who Jeff Goldblum is?
Nope.
Oh my God.
Okay, I've heard the name, but I don't know.
All right,
like,
guys.
show me a person.
All right,
I
so
wouldn't know.
we're gonna have to watch Jurassic Park when we get back.
Jurassic Park? He's in Jurassic Park?
Yes.
I've seen that movie.
He's the guy that goes, ha-ha.
I don't. Okay, no, maybe I haven't seen it recently.
Okay. Well, that's fine. He's the guy. He's good in that movie and many others.
Yeah. All right. Well, hey, let's.
What was your first CD? Your compact? Did you have Did you even have physical media? Were you born into the age of digital media?
Yeah. By the time that I had a personal music device, it was iPod era.
That's cool. I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I experienced, like, I had, my first MP3 player was this big, chunky plastic thing.
Okay. Yeah, I had one.
So, yeah, it was like green and white.
Or, excuse me, 32 megabytes.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't anything
perfect.
fancy, but.
Speaking of MP3 players, someone that has nothing to do with an MVP. I can't even say it. MP3 player is Ryan Littoral right there.
Huh?
Did you like that segue? I'm working on upping my announcer ability.
Got it figured out, man.
I was listening to your GLTC talk, and
you're good. You're framing it right.
Yeah, I think the important thing to do is run out of breath.
Yes.
Because you two seem to be out of breath the entire time. You were so excited.
Yeah, well, that's the level of excitement GLTC brings, and hey, maybe I'll be knocked over, just completely windless by the end of this.
Yes, so I'm gonna actually practice that when we get some action here. Right now, we are waiting for the cars to proceed around the track, and we will set them. Yeah, no, I'm gonna go into it out of breath by continually talking.
Yeah,
hey,
shred the gnar. Let's go.
hey, let's shred this gnar, my man.
So these LED things that they got around, I want to just double down on this next year and do it like Coda style, where like you have like stripes of LEDs.
Yes,
and
there should be. I'd say if we. I want to add obstacles for the drivers. Like let's have some pyrotechnics, but maybe let's also shoot stuff at the cars made of fire.
Yes, I think Ring of Fire. We did jumps. Did you see Alpine Horizon?
I did.
We did jumps, and we jumped over GLTC cars too.
Yes, I saw that.
We did,
and that was awesome.
So next time we need to jump the truck through a circle of fire with fireworks going off around it in a circle, and we got, of course, don't forget Track Battle Bayou Bash at NOLA Motorsports Park, November 7th, 8th, 2020.
Yup.
It's actually 6th through the 8th now. It's a 3-day show. But going back, fire, circle, jump truck, and drift cars, and lasers, and fireworks.
And tire flies.
And tire flies. So many.
So we got the Falcon Tire Boys here. Matt Field in front in that Corvette, followed by, looks like, Dai Yoshihara on the F13, LS powered.
Taillight out.
Who needs a... Followed by JTP in that Mustang, and Odie.
Another taillight out.
In the...
This guy's been getting pulled over.
I messed it up. Odie was in the S13, Dai's in the S15.
I think
Correct.
That's right.
Yes.
I wouldn't know to correct you. But.
I was looking in the... You can correct me. You should correct me.
I mean, I don't know enough.
Half of the facts I've given you so far are false.
That's probably
just because I knew you wouldn't have the correct answer.
Yeah, that's how most of life goes for me.
So actually what's really cool about these cars is there are 4 pedals, and the 4th pedal is the
blinker fluid?
No, they call it the whoopsie pedal. And what you do when you push that is it makes the car go just like that. You see what he just did there?
Yeah.
That's the whoopsie pedal.
Whoopsie pedal? Gotcha.
Yep. And that's what makes it cool. And this car is actually really cool. If you guys have been tuning in today, you've already heard us.
What the heck?
Okay.
Did he light up his end? What is that?
That's called not a whip. Is it a whip? So if you go to King of the Hammers in the desert, do you know what that is?
Nope.
It's off-road. It's not like an old guy thing, I promise you.
Okay.
It's just the biggest off-road gathering in the world every year in the desert.
So I'm behind.
I think it's called a whip. That would make sense.
That's pretty cool. It's like a big RC car.
Yeah.
You know?
Exactly. So yeah, I was talking about that GTI. That is a rear-wheel drive, almost entirely tube-frame GTI, driven by a gentleman by the name of Mike Day. Really wild to see. And we just got another Vetti out there. We were saying earlier that one of the neat parts about these Vets is you pretty much don't have to do anything to them to make them drift ready, other than maybe add a little steering angle, helps to have a hydro e-brake, and put some safety gear and got the car, and you got yourself a drifter. You got yourself a skid racer.
Skid racer. I like that.
Them boys, that's the one thing you should learn that's really important for drifters is to say anytime you see a drifter, it's a compliment to them. If you go, hey, them boys a skid racing.
Them boys a skid racing.
Yeah, that works.
Okay.
Cool. So, yeah.
Them boys a skid racing.
Okay.
I like that.
Don't celebrate it.
Okay. Also,
yes.
While we're on this LED thing,
I
think what would be really cool is if you had like 10 of them on the inside apex, and if you had like GPS data on how sideways the car was, and it like lit up more LEDs the more sideways you were, so it was like a visual indicator.
Yeah,
that'd be rad.
If we had proximity pieces,
they
they would get destroyed. In competition drifting, you usually have like a cone to signify this is a rear clip. Like this is where the back end of your car needs to get around this corner to be considered on the drift line. We've seen ones of those that like light up, but I like the idea of rather than making it for like not so much scoring, but rather than an indicator, like have an entire wall that is motion censored.
Which pretty rad.
Yeah, but the problem with putting anything that is of any value around drift cars is they will destroy it.
Yeah. That's also there's a tire fly missing off the right.
Yeah,
front,
like I said, most of these cars will be missing body panels, body fluids, blinker fluids, you name it, by the end of this.
Yeah. What kind of blinker fluid they put in here? Like the Valvoline, or they do like what's the?
Well, most drifters make it at home.
Make it like
it's
a home
kind of
remedy?
like a moonshine still. Moonshine.
It's like
for
coconut
your
oil.
record,
Yeah.
is like is a special drink for adults.
It's like you put like coconut oil and like Coca-Cola, and then.
Is that what you kids are doing these days?
That
sounds dangerous. Are you sure?
No, it's
that's
like home remedy. Like, what do the Karens do? You know, like when they, you know, they're like, whatever.
Yeah. I mean, my mom's Karen. What are you trying to say?
I'm saying
my mom isn't Karen.
Okay.
She's Jan.
Thank God.
She might be watching. Hi, Jan.
Hi, Jan.
But I'm sure that there are nice women.
Oh,
Karen.
fire flames.
Yes. Fire flames. Again, no.
As opposed to not fire flames.
Correct. Yes, that was JTP and the Falcon Mustang throwing out some big fire. And you'll hear, oh no, that wasn't JTP, that was the LS Mustang. They need more lights. That's a problem. They need some underglow, some overglow.
Overglows.
Okay. I did notice one of the drivers, I think it was Odie, he had a light up grill, but not on his car, like in his mouth.
Oh.
Like, yeah, so it was a rainbow teeth. It was surprising and shocking, and I'm worried that he's going to get electrocuted.
Well, we gotta loop it down there.
And that's the whoopsie pedal I was
That's
telling you about.
the whoopsie pedal.
So, because what happens is you sometimes push that one when you want to make a whoopsie like that. So, and that's drifting, baby.
Yeah, that's easy if they have a pedal to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like AI.
Yeah,
the AI enabler.
And are you talking about the Steven Spielberg movie with Haley Joel Osment?
Nope.
You're not aware of that movie, are you?
No,
Okay, cool.
You're learning what Jared learned. Real
No.
fast
This is actually beyond Jared's time.
Okay.
So I'm the interim time between you and Jared.
Gotcha.
I'm an elder millennial.
Okay.
So I have references from all eras.
Sure.
I'm well armed.
Well armed with references.
With unusable unless in this very specific context material.
Hey, there's some of our partners down there, Haltech and FCP Euro. They come on board, as well as VP Racing Fuels on with us, SD Suspensions.
Here comes the voice. Your voice changes
Falcon,
right away.
Falcon Tire.
No,
the RT6.
I love it. You got to.
Yeah.
No, that's good.
You got to kind of get the the thing where you read the thing.
Well, there's a reason why people talk like that. Is because it is much easier to tell the words from each other. It allows you to speak at
with more diction.
With more diction.
Yes.
Speaking of diction, here comes JTP and Matt Field and some other headlights that I can't distinguish, but there's only one of them left, and they're going around the corner. I'm going to try that out-of-breath thing that you do, so that the cars keep coming, and then I'm already out of breath. I didn't prepare.
It takes talent to run out of air like I do.
I didn't prepare. My chest hurts.
Falcon boys heading down into turn 3 over there.
See?
I don't know why I turned into NASCAR.
No, that's good. I like the casual, because you lean. I see you watching the GLTC, and you're like, your face is, against the monitor, and you're
I'm ready to
But right now, so you guys don't have the gift of video, but he just unbuttoned his top button. He just leaned back, cracked open a nice Mike's Hard.
Yeah, I already cracked it, so I can't do the crack again.
Okay, yeah. Well, you can crack it open again.
Can I? I can tap on it.
See, this BMW, I really like the light scheme. So he's got some moving lights. He looks like an LED fan for your Fortnite PC. Now, does that ring with you? Does that work?
Yeah,
okay,
that's
cool.
better. I was never a Fortnite person. But
Okay.
I can understand the reference. I'm a gaming PC guy, so I built my own.
How many LED fans?
I have one. Because LED fans are expensive. So I have one on my CPU cooler.
Okay.
And I have a lot of other LED things.
Okay.
So that's fine.
fair.
I have an RGB mouse pad.
Okay. Well, hold on a second.
Yeah, like around the edge.
That seems...
It's excessive, yes.
Yeah.
But I
and
use
frivolous.
You
should save that money for LED fans.
Yeah, probably. Function, man. All right, well, we're still skidding and shredding into the darkness here at Gingerman Raceway for GridLife Midwest. And drifting is cooler at night. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, I love it. At day, at night, in the wet, in the dry. Hopefully in the dry. Tomorrow's forecast is looking good for us in that regard. But if anything, you don't get as much of a smoke show, which is kind of a bummer in the wet. But it does show off driver skill in a whole different light. Being able to do, pretty similar speeds and line to what you would do in the dry is really what shows off big drift talent energy. Big drift energy.
There it is. I like that. That's good. Well,
we just saw that GTI of Mike Day going by.
Again, I want to see the minivan out here. Let's get it out here and let's go racing.
Do you think for tomorrow we could light up that porta potty with some like active LEDs?
Why not?
That like depending on what work is being done in the porta potty, like we would see like a bigger display of lights.
Well, you know, like
that one.
The LED boards that go on the inside of like sports cars. You know how they show the
yeah.
Show like one or two.
Yeah, that's
terrible. That's so bad.
You need to get your mind out of the dumpster or out of the porta potty. I'm thinking that no, it just kind of lights up. Depending, like maybe it's noise or sound activated.
I can just imagine our Magic Matt behind the scenes asking his camera guy to zoom in on
Yeah.
the porta potty, like with what content?
Magic Matt. So remember last session, if you guys were listening, I did try to make an analogy with a pickle, and then Magic Matt showed up with a pickle, and
which I must add is not an item that most people just have at a racetrack.
No, but that's one of my favorite things about him is that he carries an odd assortment of tube-shaped foods in his backpack, his clutch. And then anytime someone around him mentions that food, he's like, "Oh, one of these here," and that's how he's a hero.
I mean, I would be a hero if I had more tube-shaped foods on hand.
You need to clean up that filth. You got a filth
I'm
mouth,
just saying,
Kyle.
I'm just saying. Hey, we had a discussion earlier: cucumber versus pickle. 100% pickle all the way. A cucumber is just a defund pickle.
Defund?
Unfund.
Is it time to defund the pickles?
Defundthepickles.com. There's a website.
Yeah.
I'm going to make that website.
Please do.
Actually, no, don't defund the pickles.
Hack them in. Yeah, we
Defund
do like pickles. What car out here are you most drawn to?
If I had
not just like moth to the flame, but like what would you personally as a non-drift person? What's your appeal here?
Well, okay, so this might be kind of I'm a big fan of like the C6s. I think those are cool cars. Like just because like my belief is that big loud motor that go vroom, that's my thing.
Okay.
Right? So big Chungus motors wherever wherever you can get a Chungus motor, I'm all for that. So C6s, big fan of those because the LSs, man.
Yeah.
Because LSs are awesome.
Well, you would fit very easily into one group of drifters that are all about the big displacement LS blocks. There's a wide party for you. Like there's the other end of the spectrum, of course, is the Turbo 6 crowd.
Yeah,
Turbo
okay.
6 crowd,
I'm not upset.
popular.
So if I have like a TrackBattle car, I like turbo. The sound. Like
speaking of LS, it's LS powered Mustang. Shane Wally just off rev limiter nonstop right there, belching some flames out. I would like to see more fire in these
fire flames.
Fire flames.
More fire flames.
Yes, if they could just make some more fires. I know that the Fast and Furious franchise kind of ruined fire coming out of cars a little bit, but like if we could just bring it back, like let's just put some spark plugs in our exhaust and run real rich and see what happens.
There is no debate in my mind that cars that shoot flames are better than cars that don't shoot flames, right?
Yes, exactly. As we're about to see from the Falcon boys here, we're going to see some little burps. Yeah. So there's Matt Field in front, followed by Odie. Bakshis followed by JTP. JTP usually does a little fire burp. Oh, you saw some from. We saw a little bit of flames from Ryan Literal.
Fire flames.
See, that's that RB. See, that's that little tiny boy motor. That's an RB25 with about 30 pounds of boost, and he knows how to make a little bit of flames.
Flames. Look, the bigger the flame, the better the car.
And I was going to make a reference calling him a twisted fire starter, but I realized that those two words next to each other do not mean anything to you.
Nope.
All right. No worries. We'll work this out.
There's Porta Potty again.
Yeah, Disco Party.
Yeah,
Disco Potty.
DiscoPotty.com.
So, yeah, there's not going to be a concert at this GridLife Midwest, but there could be a Disco Potty.
Yeah, that sounds like a Bostonian person.
Yeah, you want to go down to the Disco Potty? Yeah, that'll work.
Oh, my gosh.
And that, ladies and gents, was a perfect Bostonian accent. Look at that initiation there. He tried to throw a little bit of a back.
It's wagging like a puppy, like an excited little puppy.
He did get a reverse entry, but then couldn't carry it out.
This is Ejidijus Sadauskas. He just.
Oh, this is your guy that's in GLTC.
And he just went off the racetrack.
He's shredding. I like this guy's attitude. But he's using the same car for grip, though, right?
Yeah.
That's what's cool about the GLTC is like a lot of those cars are very prepped specifically for it, and not this car isn't. But he's like, oh, you know what? I'm just going to go in, put my lights on, and then come back out and do some drifting.
There's a guy that drives his Miata that he runs in this series. He drives it to the track with a trailer with his tires in it.
That's awesome.
It's a Miata.
Yeah.
That's not a fun car to road trip in.
I can't imagine.
So, because it's a roll cage and loud and noisy. But
yeah.
Hey, some of these guys, they'll take it out on the street. It's fine.
I like that. That's that.
Yep.
That's that big drift energy we're talking about.
Big drift energy.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, we got a couple. We've seen there was some cones out on track earlier. They have since been knocked over.
Yes.
I don't know who's responsible.
They do get points for that.
Okay.
So we did mention that this is not a competition. However, those cones they shouldn't be out there. So we've asked the drifters humbly and politely to please destroy them with your cars.
Yeah, and I'm sure the porta potties are the same way. You got to aim for them, knock them over.
Hey,
Extra
is that
points.
what kind of pranks you kids are doing out here?
Look, I'm just saying, if you're going to be knocking over cones, everything that's more than a foot tall that's standing in the vicinity of the racetrack also needs to fall over.
That porta potty is very useful to a lot of people, and that's also where we're going to be hosting the disco potty. And if you and your juvenile friends go and teepee it or put a cherry bomb in there or whatever later, we're going to be very upset with you.
I wouldn't even blame you for being upset, but I'm just...
Thank you.
Yeah. All right.
Here's our big train coming through once again, and as we mentioned earlier today, the trains are only going to get bigger as the drivers become more comfortable. You only really want to get in this tight proximity with people that you trust. So you see all the Falcon dudes there, Ryan Littoral bringing up the rear. And as the weekend progresses, these guys get more and more comfortable and just get a little wilder with themselves, with the track.
And through turn 3 over there. That was a slick corner where we saw cars go off of the GLTC race, but these guys keeping it on course. Like we said earlier, if you're pointing in the right direction when you get to the corner, you'll probably be pointing in the direction when you leave the corner.
You even just mentioned the word GLTC, and your voice immediately turns into another octave.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm an excited little child. Look, I'm so amped because grid life is fun.
Yes.
You can't bring me here and not make me have fun.
I could try.
Okay, well, maybe we don't.
Okay.
Maybe I shouldn't challenge you.
I could make your life a night.
I don't know if I should do that. Still day one.
Yeah, disco potty, and that's where the at. So yeah, no parties here at Grid Life tonight. We're respecting social distancing. We're respecting masks and no music, but we will be having a disco potty in there. We'll see you guys later in the day. Everyone's going to be there. It's going to be totally rad.
Yes.
I really hope that someone walks out of that right now.
That would be.
And they just were like, oh, cool, no one saw me. It's going to be Larry Chen. Larry Chen's going to walk out of there right now. And he's like, oh, I got away with it. They didn't have cameras on the porta potty for much of this drift session.
We got cameras in places you didn't even know we had.
Larry, I know what you do. I've seen your handiwork.
Oh, gosh.
I invited you over to my house for a nice dinner. And guess what? It didn't end up nice. The whole house stank.
Wow.
None of that's true, and that's part of what is fun about announcing with me, right? You don't know.
You got me on my toes, keeping me guessing.
Yes.
So, sometimes you gotta. It's good to be engaged for myself, because you could just slip things in, and I would be like, oh yeah,
absolutely.
Of course.
I feel like there's more. I could be more elusive about it. I feel like the whoopsie pedal is so weird because
you could definitely slip in.
But no, you've seen that in every car, so it's like that's not even a joke. We know each drift car has a whoopsie pedal. But I'm trying to think of some other really niche drift facts. Do you know how drifting began?
I actually don't.
The origin of the sport?
No.
Really?
No.
Really?
Oh.
Okay.
I can see you thinking about what to tell me.
No, I already know. Hold on, we gotta talk about this drift train. Falcon Boys leading the front of it, of course. Matt Field in the Corvette. JTP in that Mustang. Looks like he's got his flies back. Followed by Odi Bakchis. Followed by Dai Yoshihara. It's awesome to see these guys all together, often competing against each other and with each other on the Falcon team. But here they're just letting the boys out. It's Friday. They're just doing the what do you guys say? The kids. Fridays are for the boys.
The men.
The men, yeah. Well, Saturday, yeah.
Fridays
Fridays
for the
are,
boys.
Yeah, so then I guess Fridays for the men. All right, so drifting. Where do we begin? So the year was 1926.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
Are you sure? Okay.
Yes. And a lot of cars back then would actually go sideways normally. And this is what they don't want you to know in school. And this is they were just this is the fastest way around a corner, as we all know. None of that grip stuff.
Right. Apex class, I remember this.
Yeah. So all the cars used to do this constantly because that was the clear way to get around the streets of old Boston. And this, again, goes back even further than that because this is horses. Now we're talking horses. Before even the automobile, they used to have horse drifting. And one thing that, and it hurt a lot of horses, so that's why they invented the car. Because they're like, this is cool. We need to stop. These hooves are running low because the hooves get ground into the
right
dirt.
when they go sideways.
Yes,
yeah.
So they'll run out of hooves for the horses, and if you've ever seen a horse without hooves, not pretty.
Yeah.
So they invented the car. First car is all sideways cars, and then they're like, this is this is using too many of these tires. So now we're going to make these cars go straight.
Wasn't it the Hoovser tires? The Hoovser tires?
Hoosier?
The Hoovsers.
It would behoove you to not mess with one of the sponsors. Hoosier Tires.
Well,
they're not.
Well,
are they?
Falcon.
Yes.
Is our boys, and because
boys.
That's why we have Falcon tires now. Is because the Hoosiers.
Well, it's funny you mentioned Falcon tires
saying.
because those tires actually used to be made from birds, which is why it's called that. And then there was the bird shortage of '86.
Not true.
You weren't born for. You weren't even born. You don't know. You don't know. They ran out of birds for tires, and now they use rubber.
I think that's
you're learning so much.
I'm learning so much. I think that's gonna. We're gonna start to move our way towards the end of the broadcast for
Are you
the day.
sure?
Yeah,
There's a lot more I can tell you.
We've got all of tomorrow too.
Okay. Good.
So first of all, let's go over what tomorrow is
Please
going on.
do.
So tomorrow, we've got our stream starting with. Let's see, Saturday, Friday, Saturday. Okay, Saturday stream will begin at 11:20 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time tomorrow morning with myself and Abe Schmucker for GRIDLIFE Time Attack. Then we'll have a little bit of a short break, so it'll just be that morning stream with just Time Attack. Then we start back up in the afternoon at 3 o'clock. We go live for Drift. It'll be myself and Sam back here. Then GLTC Top 10 Shootout after that. Then more Time Attack, GLTC Race number 3. Then we'll head back into Drift. Then more Time Attack. And then GLTC Race 4, followed by Night Shift Drift to round out the Saturday. So that is our schedule for tomorrow. We'd like to thank our partners real quick before we sign off for the evening. Again, they've been with us and helping us provide these live streams to you. And now comes announcer voice time.
Let's do it.
GRIDLIFE Live is brought to you by Falcon, the RT660 tire. Peak performance inspired by enthusiasts.
Made by birds.
And by FCP Euro. If we wouldn't put it on our cars, we won't sell it to you. And by Haltech. Unlock the power. And GRIDLIFE Live is brought to you by Staybill. Ready, willing, Staybill.
Made from duckbills.
And by Mike's Harder. Dude, that's sweet. And by ST Suspensions.
Nothing for them.
Nothing for that.
Okay.
And by VP Racing, the official fuel partner of the 2020 GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival. Thanks so much to our partners by FCP Euro and Falcon for being on board with us for the stream. We'll be back again 11:20 a.m. tomorrow morning for more GRIDLIFE Midwest 2020. I'm Kyle Heyer here with Sam. Again, and we'll see.
Did you forget my last name?
I didn't forget your last name.
What is it?
I have it written.
They actually have it on screen for us. Matt, would you mind? I think it's spelled correctly this time. Is it not? Nalvino? Yeah, sure, we'll go with that.
Sam Nalvin will be back with you tomorrow for Drift later in the afternoon. But thanks so much for joining me here, Sam. Your final thoughts here on Friday afternoon?
I feel good.
Good.
I feel like we have a lot to learn, and tomorrow we're going to get down to business. Today was just practice as far as the education behind the scenes, and the drivers are going to be going, hold on, and the drivers are going to be driving much harder because it is Saturday, and that means it's for the boys.
All right, for the boys. Tomorrow we'll join you again at 11:20 Eastern Standard Time. Thanks for watching GRIDLIFE Live. We'll see you tomorrow.
See ya.